Wow, hi, what's up? Would you agree with Asmongold?
So people are pissed off at Dr. K.
So the number one thing that correlates with male suicide is not depression. And this is super scary. There's one study I saw recently that suggests that 50% of men who kill themselves have no history or evidence of mental illness.
Oh.
And this, I believe the statistic in my clinical practice because I know what depression looks like. I know what bipolar disorder looks like. And half the men that I've worked with, at least, are not actually mentally ill. See, mental illness means a pathology of the mind, which means that the mind is malfunctioning. Most of the suicidal men that I work with, their mind isn't malfunctioning. They genuinely have a life that is no longer worth living. They're looking at things and objectively realizing that there's no way out of this situation. So they turn to suicide. Yep. So I know it's kind of like a very controversial statement, but I think that's what my clinical practice has shown, and there's some research to even back that up. So the number one thing...
So people are mad about this. People are pissed off. And it's like, obviously, he's not saying that they should kill themselves. He's talking about it from their perspective, right? It's like, I haven't seen the context, but like, tell me, am I wrong? That's clearly why. It's like, from their perspective, they think that their life isn't going to get any better. So like, they logically come to this conclusion rather than come to this conclusion through a manifestation of some sort of actual pathology of the mind, like he says. But people don't understand that, and they're getting pissed off at him, right? This is crazy. Why live your life is stupid. Well, why not take a huge risk? What do you have to lose? Well, that's again what you have to teach people, right? And that's clearly what the point is. Life's not worth living is bullshit intended to pander to social media audience. No, like, bro, I feel like that sometimes, right? Like, I remember whenever I was younger, like, I thought to myself, I was like, damn, like, whenever I get older, my life is just gonna suck dick more and more every year. Like, why am I alive, right? Because, like, if you are, like, I don't know, like, especially under 21, things are going up, right? But, like, whenever you get to, like, I don't know, a bit after that, you're gonna feel like, oh, now things are going down. You know, now you're gonna have more health problems. Now you're going bald. Your parents are aging. You have to get a job. Like, what's the next good thing that's gonna happen to you? And it's like, if you can't find that, you don't know where that is in your life, of course you're gonna fucking think that. Doesn't mean that you're mentally ill. It means that you're not. You can see what's going on in your own fucking life. Doesn't mean you should kill yourself. It's not the solution, but that's the way people feel. You have to understand that, like, if you want a tweet to do really well on Twitter, you have to make the tweet stupid. Because if the tweet tries to communicate an idea, it won't work because people on Twitter are stupid. The best argument is not an argument. You have to make people think something by some form of other emotional persuasion. And I think that, like, really what this shows is, like, in my opinion, like, this is in a way like actual empathy, where you can legitimately see the way another person feels. Like, you actually try to put yourselves in that person's shoes and think about how that person actually feels in the situation, rather than just going and being like, well, this is what I would do, and this is my viewpoint, and so you should do it the way that I think that it should happen. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's not you, bro. Like, what is this? Yeah, you're so correct here. Yeah, and like, I think that this post here, it goes to show that how little people actually have empathy. They don't really have any empathy. They just want to hear their viewpoint repeated. And they view people that, repeat their viewpoint as empathetic, and people who don't as not. So much of the, like, dialogue and so much of the, like, self-help and shit like this on the internet is actually, this is my opinion, is only there to make people feel good about bad decisions that they've already made, and justify future bad decisions. It's not actually there to challenge the individual. It's not there to improve their life. It's there to validate their pre-existing notions and make them feel like they're doing the right thing. And so it shouldn't justify, yeah, exactly. And so like, this is why, for example, you have all these people, like whenever I say that, you should stop, spending all your time on the internet playing video games all the time, people get mad about this, and they say like, oh, well, if your job is bad, you should work towards getting a better job. People get mad about this. Why do they get mad about this? It's very simple, because people don't want to hear that what they're doing is wrong. So the type of like self-help that happens on the internet is generally actually toxic, because all it does in the popular stuff is that it just tells people that the bad thing that you're doing is actually okay and it's not your fault.
What is the... Why am I watching this? I feel like I generally tend to agree with most things that Asmongold says. I feel like I've said like this exact same thing before. Like the whole point of a diagnosis is you diagnose the thing so that you can figure out how to fix the thing. But when most people go online to figure out problems with themselves, they find problems with themselves so they can make excuses for what they do, not to actually change the behavior. But I feel like I've already said all this. I don't know why I'm pretty sure I would agree with Asmon on like most of this.
It's like the reason why you spend 12 hours a day jerking off to furry porn for animals that don't exist isn't because there's something wrong with you and you need to get a job. No, it's because of capitalism and Donald Trump. Like, the reason why you can't get a girlfriend isn't because you have 35 different figurines of lollies that, like, you don't want to shine a black light on them on. That's not the reason why you can't get a girlfriend. It's because of hoflation, and women nowadays only want to fuck chads, and the internet is out to get me. Like, and this is the thing, right? So it's like, why is it you just always get to hear the thing that reaffirms what you're already doing? It's hoflation. Yeah, that's right, guys. And so this is what happens, right? And so like whenever you have somebody like Dr. K who's actually trying to help people, and isn't afraid of, like, oh, somebody might take this the wrong way or whatever, treats people like adults, you see the programming with people that have so many different levels of learned helplessness that are just like hard-coded into them. They're just malfunctioning because they're not hearing the thing that makes them feel good. You're right, fucking NPCs, that's right. Drives me fucking crazy. What he said is dangerous? Yeah, and what other people say is dangerous. Anything can be dangerous to anyone. What's your point? Yeah, forks are more dangerous. Again, he's speaking out of empathy? Yeah, actual empathy. And that's what I was saying before about how so many people don't even have the context to even understand what real empathy is. And whenever they see it demonstrated in video form, they're just like, they actually can't think of themselves as another person. They can't.
This is one of the things that I talk about when it comes to people that do the like the relentless validation. Is people think that fuck, I don't ever want to give them credit for anything, but I've never actually heard him do a video on this. I just saw a tweet on this. People think that you can never have too much compassion. Or people think that, as long as you're validating someone, at least you're like trying to help them. But that's not true. Validating somebody or over-validating somebody, I think comes, I don't know, I wouldn't say comes from, but it's a similar type of thing to like roasting the fuck out of somebody or tearing somebody down. At the end of the day, you're just doing it because it makes you feel better. You validate somebody because it makes you feel better because you think that you're helping them even if you're not, or you tear somebody down because it makes you feel better even if it's not helping them at all because whatever. Maybe they come from slightly different places, but at the end of the day, they're all self-serving. People that over-validate people because it makes them feel good and it makes them feel like they're helping, but they don't actually help somebody get help or do something they do to improve themselves is really frustrating. I'm curious what he says in this. I've never actually listened to him do a video on this. I saw him, he tweeted out something like toxic compassion is the other end of toxic like behavior or something, but yeah. I know Norm Finkelstein is sort of a laughingstock in academic circles, but based on psych people you've talked to, is Jordan Peterson respected at all? Jordan Peterson's... Here's the thing. Jordan Peterson, I'm pretty sure, was respected, but I don't think he was very controversial. Like, I don't think any of the things that Jordan Peterson said prior to, like, the C16 shit, I don't think many things were very controversial. Like, he had a practice where he actually, like, helped people and saw, women and helped them do better in their jobs and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, like, he was literally a practicing clinician that did psychology. But but his medical takes after C16 and everything are garbage. Like, so obviously I'm more aware of the areas of like ADHD. Like everything he says is completely non-medically validated. It's just like all personal feelings and culture war shit. It's like unreal. His turn after the C16 stuff means that everything he says is ridiculous. I want to know what he says in this video though. I want to check. Hold on. Real quick, hold on. Somebody says, I agree with you on the point that Israel is absolutely not committing genocide. Firstly, let me be clear. I have never said that Israel is absolutely not committing genocide. There might be something to that, and it's worth investigating. That's all I would say. I would just say it hasn't been proven to any like significant extent yet, to be clear on that. However, the 2009 Rain of Fire, where they dropped white phosphorus bombs in city centers, is a lot of criticism, in my opinion. I don't know about that particular event. White phosphorus bombs are not illegal to use in warfare. Using a white phosphorus bomb, even in a civilian population, is not necessarily, it's not a banned arm. You can't not use this weapon or whatever. The problem with white phosphorus is that when you detonate them, I think they can cover a large area, and the way that the stuff sticks around afterwards that can cause burns and damage on civilian populations is something that you can't just shoot these things over civilian populations. You're not supposed to do that. But white phosphorus bombs are valuable in a, I was going to say in urban combat, but potentially any combat, because I believe they provide an instantaneous like smoke screen. It's like a video game level smoke screen of where if you're trying to cover troop movements to escape a particular area, you're trying to move people through an area and not be seen, if you shoot a white phosphorus bomb, it like boom, you get like a huge smoke screen instantly to cover your movements. Used in that manner, when you're not also shooting at a ton of civilians or endangering too many civilians while you're moving troops or whatever, is a legitimate use of a white phosphorus bomb. So white phosphorus bombs in and of themselves aren't bad, but the way that they're deployed could be bad. It just depends on the particular deployment. Yeah. Hello, just finished. You reacting to H3 versus Fresh and Fit. Fit said the average salary in Romania is $400, and that is just straight up insane. Average salary in Romania is 1.8K. Okay. I thought it was also used for illumination. Oh, maybe. I haven't heard that. I haven't read any detailed reports of it used for illumination. I think I've seen news articles mention that, but I'm not sure. Because wouldn't you be using NVGs and stuff anyway? Or don't people operate at night with proper night gear? Maybe it's used for illumination too. But the thing that I hear the most is smoke screens for white phosphorus.
I don't want to make too grandiose a claim, but I've done some research with my graduate students on political correctness per se, because we've been interested in the personality predictors of political belief. It really does turn out that you vote your personality far more than you think, because like what you think is that you look at the world and there's a landscape of facts and you view the facts objectively and you derive your conclusions. And the thing is, it doesn't really work that way because there's just too damn many facts, right? And so you can't even really get an unbiased sample of them. What happens is that your personality works as a filtering mechanism so that certain things stand out for you more than other things. And so some things stand out more for the people on the radical left, and some things stand out for people who are liberal, and some things stand out for people who are conservative. And then everyone says, well, look, I'm looking at the facts and I'm drawing this conclusion. It's like, yeah, but what you don't understand is you're not looking at the same set of facts, and you can't even, and that's why you have to actually engage in dialogue with other people, because they'll expose you to their set of facts. I'm not saying that facts don't exist or that they're relativistic or anything like that. One of the things we found out about the politically correct types is that they're high in a trait called agreeableness. Now, you might think, really? That isn't what I would have guessed. But agreeableness is a maternal trait. And women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural, and that difference really seems to start.
There was an interesting part of my conversation with Jordan Peterson where he brings up I wish I could talk to this guy. I wish I could talk to this guy, whoever this is here. Whoever this guy is that I'm looking at right now from 6 years ago. When we were having our conversation, he brought up how, I think he was talking about the difference between liberals and conservatives. He was bringing up, I think it was a 5-factor test thing having to do with people are more likely to identify with their tribe, or like liberals or conservatives are more likely to identify with their tribe. And I had And we had a back and forth where I was like, I think that everybody identifies with their tribe, but just who you identify as your tribe is different. So, for instance, a liberal might be more likely to identify a certain group of people as their tribe, but they'll be just as hostile towards outsiders as a conservative who will identify different people as their tribe. But really, I think the thing is the same. I feel like we had a small back and forth, and that was kind of interesting. I feel like he's got interesting things to say about psychology, but he's so lost. I don't know. Fuck me. I don't know why I'm bringing this up when you were saying that. Supposedly it drops Thursday, so who knows? We'll see. But
women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural, and that difference really seems to start manifesting itself primarily at puberty. And so agreeableness is likely the trait that...
You mentioned evidence could come out that proves the claim of genocide. What would be an example of evidence that could come out which supports that claim? The problem is it would have to be a really high bar of evidence. One, because genocide is already a really high bar, but two, we would have to be able to distinguish this from just war stuff. Because there's a lot of statements that I could imagine being made in war that wouldn't necessarily be genocidal in nature. Like, I could imagine a fight between two countries, you know, between, I don't know, say Bulgaria and Greece, or Bulgaria and Romania go to war with each other. And, you know, and as they're going to war, they're launching attacks on each other. And Romania's like, we're going to fucking wipe out Bulgaria. We're going to destroy this fucking country. We're going to break their fucking spine. And it's like, in the context of them being at war with each other, like, is this genocidal? Well, no, they're at war with each other, right? I don't know. In times of war, you know what we need to do on stream for me to have better answers to this? Somebody emailed me this as a suggestion, and it's true. We need to go through and we need to look at ICJ cases on other things, especially the Yugoslavia stuff, to get a handle on like good evidence for genocide and everything too. I don't really know that much about like the breakup of Yugoslavia and the whole Serbians genociding people. I don't have any like hardcore facts about that. I just know like very broad strokes things that have happened. But it'd be interesting to see what was presented there, or how people I guess how the court and the judges ruled for what counted as a genocide there. But I feel like in times of war, I think it's really, really, really difficult to figure out like what's genocidal versus what. Well, no, hold on. No, wait. Hold on, let me back up. I'm sorry, fuck. My brain has been so poisoned by the horrible discourse. That's actually not true. I could envision a lot of things that would very quickly and very easily be like, hold on. Let's say, for instance, in the north, Israel started to mass deport Palestinian children back to Israel proper. That would be a huge, like, wait, what the fuck? That would be incredibly weird. Or let's say that there were people that were like sectioned off in North Gaza who were actually unironically starving to death, had no access to food. Like the IDF was literally like, no aid is going in and out, and then people just start dropping and dying, and it's like, nope, sorry, we're gonna let them die. That stuff would be like, wait, hold on, what the fuck is going on? Or if you were to start to see missile attacks or strikes where it's like one strike kills like, 10,000 people or 5,000 people get dropped in a series of bombings, it's like, hold on, that's starting to look a little bit weird. Coupled with the correct rhetoric, there are definitely things that they could do. The problem is that, and I hate to, because I sound partisan when I say this, the problem is that the situation as we understand it right now in Gaza is just so far removed from anything that would look like a genocide. It was hard for a second to envision what could happen, but I could envision things. But it's like the idea of a genocide where you're telling like half the population to flee first. Like, is there any precedence for that in any genocide? In the Armenian genocide, in anything relating to the Serbians, in anything relating to, not for the Holocaust, obviously, not for the Nazis. Like, is there anything where people like, oh, like, you guys need to flee, we're going to be bombing this area. Oh, you guys need to escape first. Like, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Ukraine is perfect. The Russian invasion quickly turned from just a military operation to quite clearly a genocide. Not sure if you've done the deep dive, but the evidence is clear, cut, and damning. So, oh, shit. August, I need you to kill this VOD, okay? Because Anna might fucking hate me, okay? In my mind, I'm a staunch Ukrainian defender. I want to see Russia fail this war. I think we should increase the funding of the country, like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have a really hard time believing that Russia could engage in a genocide against Ukraine. The people are too similar. The war aims wouldn't make sense. Why would you want to genocide? It'd be like genociding like Belarus. Why would you want to genocide a country that you're going to bring under your control? the only way that I could see that being the case, the area that I would carve out for this being a case is if it was like genocide coupled with some form of Russification. So for instance, capturing a bunch of children, which they did, and I believe that was the claim that I think Ukraine brought to the ICJ, capturing a bunch of children so that you can ship in your own population, which is something that the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union has done in the past, that might qualify for like a genocide, because your goal there is to destroy a people in whole or in part, right? And then your after thing is to bring in your own population to replace the people that you destroyed. I could see that being a genocide. But in terms of just, again, and I know that it sucks, but like lots of civilian casualties, a genocide, you know, it does not make. It's just killing lots of civilians. Even if logs came out where Russians were like, you know, fuck Buga, I was gonna say Bucharest, not Bucharest. I feel like the Israel-Palestine shit drained a lot of my brain. Am I hitting my brain capacity? What were the horrible cities? It was Mariupol, and it was it Bucha? Was it just Bucha? Am I making this up? If it was just like a ton of missiles being lobbed in, and they were like, "Fuck these civilians, yeah, fuck them, like blow it up, fuck that shit," I don't know if that would count as genocide. I don't think I would consider that genocide. I don't think it would be considered genocide. But yeah, if you start deporting children, bringing in your own Russian population, you try to clear out the Ukrainians there to bring this area under control via, again, historically called Russification. I don't know if that. I think that I might consider a genocide. I think that would be considered a genocide. I think. What about the mass burial sites from Bucha, Izirium, and other areas? Mass burial sites do not make for a genocide. It doesn't necessarily mean. Destiny, was the Holodomor not just genocide that they used to lead to Russification? Does the Holodomor count as genocide? I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a really difficult one. One, because I just don't have as deep of all the facts, and two, because I'm pretty sure people that know will debate it. Yeah. If Israel wanted to commit genocide in relationship to their political goals, wouldn't they do it exactly how they're doing it now? I mean, I think they could give less warnings. Israel gives way more warnings than any military has ever given to any population in the history of all of warfare. I just don't think it makes sense. Like, for Israel to be committing genocide. No, I mean it could. No, I mean I think you could want to. Never mind. I think you could want to genocide Palestinians. I don't think the current conflict looks like that though. It just doesn't seem like it. But no, I think I could see it. What about Uyghurs in China? Genocide or no? I haven't done a super deep dive into it, but from the docs you read before, mass sterilization, mass taking of their children, mass moving them to other areas. Yes, I think that meets the threshold from what I'd seen pretty easily. Yeah. What kind of evidence of intent are you looking for to label something a genocide? Well, so the best answer I could give here is like ICJ, examples of genocidal intent. If you really want to know, you should look through this case. I haven't yet, but this would probably be like the best example of. I feel like this would be the best example of seeing strong evidence for genocide. But basically, the goal is to destroy a group of people in whole or in part, like for the purpose of the destruction of that group of people, independent of just like a war or military conflict. If people are calling for a genocide, doesn't right to protect come into play? Isn't that a huge reason to call something a genocide? I don't know what right to protect means. I haven't heard that phrase before. But if you're referring to the fact that on the Genocide Convention, remember it's called the Convention for the Prevention of Genocide. That's part of the reason why South Africa brought that case to the ICJ, ostensibly, and why the ICJ can say like, hey, make sure nothing's happening, because the goal is also to protect from the beginning of a genocide. The goal of that Genocide Convention, this is important to keep in mind too, the goal of the Genocide Convention isn't just to like call out a genocide and say like, oh, there's a genocide happening, like we need to stop it. The goal is, let me make sure I'm not making this up. Yes. Okay. The prevention is in the name of the convention. It's the prevention and punishment, I think, of genocide convention. But like a big goal of this convention is to prevent genocides as well, right? So you want to bring them up if you think the conditions are starting to look like a genocide could happen, or more specifically, that a people who are a party to the convention, which I believe is every single state on the planet, that their rights are being respected under that convention, which is the right to not be genocided, right? Yeah. Should do a deep dive into the Rwandan genocide? Yeah, maybe. It feels like genocide is being used so incorrectly at this point that I hate using it. It almost feels like how people use political labels. I'm a leftist, but we need to spend another 50 minutes just explaining. Yeah, it's kind of silly. And also, what's frustrating too is that, like, again, if like mass starvation or famines like really start to hit the Gaza Strip, then you have like, this is a huge problem, and we don't have the language to explain it because everybody's been saying that the region has been in famine for decades, and it hasn't been, and now it might be, and there's no way to like actually communicate that to people. Yeah. The goal of genocide prevention is to remind the rules of conduct in war. I have some good debate points as well. Well, maybe. I mean, like, rules of conduct in war, I think, are a little bit separate from genocide stuff. Because you can you can commit a lot of war crimes and not be anywhere near genocide. Like, for instance, like I said, I feel like the way Russia conducts war and helps their partners conduct war are largely irrespective of the rules of warfare. But I'm not sure if all of that is like always like genocidal. It's just like blatant disregard for civilian life. Failure to make distinctions, failure to do proportionality assessments, failure to protect civilian populations of states that you're warring against, which are the three biggest things, I believe, for international rule of law, or law of armed combat, LOAC. You ever consider putting a big American flag in the background? I've thought about it. I just don't know how I would hang it. How close do you think Israel is to committing a genocide? It's not like a close thing. It's well, I mean, I guess you can kind of get there, but I just don't think it's a thing right now. Can you elaborate on your framing of genocides needing to make sense? Wouldn't the Holocaust when I say make sense, I mean like can we get a feel for like a group of people wanting to totally eliminate and destroy like another group of people? Like what feels genocidal in nature? I think wars are different. That is what the right to protect is, I believe. Oh, okay. Maybe there's a specific phrase for that then under genocide, under the Genocide Convention. Oh, responsibility to protect. R2P. Responsibility to protect population from genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing has emerged as an important global principle. The big goal of Russia trying to take over Ukraine is to get the claim over the history of the Kievan Rus to improve in this way that the history of the land belongs to current Russia. This is a common goal all the way from Russian Empire through USSR and modern Russia. Just look at how Putin is stuck on the history and how motivated. Yeah, sure. But I mean, like, I think the initial goal for Russia would have been to come into Ukraine, fight a little bit, and mostly be welcomed with open arms. That would have been the goal, which is kind of contrary to, like, having genocidal intent, you would imagine, right? But I mean, like, that can change or morph over a time span. Have there been genocides that were a reaction to an attack? Not that I know of, but maybe some have been, and I'm just not aware of it. Again, I haven't done any deep dives on all of the knowledge. Just to qualify, basically, all of the knowledge that I have of conflicts prior to anything really, prior to starting Vyvanse, I would just be hesitant. The things that I've spoken on that I would still stand by my opinions pretty wholeheartedly on are things related to vaccines and COVID. I think I did a pretty good amount of research for that. I think Ukraine and Russia, I did a pretty good amount of research for that. Although if I would have been on Vyvanse researching that conflict, I would have went way further back and I would have been way more extensive. And then Israel-Palestine. I think those are like the only three. Anything else I've given opinions on, I would probably revisit that. Now that I'm on medication, I can read full papers and full books and everything about a topic, I would say, yeah. Why do you say defer wrong? Differ? His opinion deferred? His opinion differed. It's differ. I don't know. I just fuck it up sometimes. If you accidentally kill a majority of a population, is that genocide or no because it wasn't on purpose? No, accidentally would not be. Remember, genocidal intent. There is a very, very, very special intent relating to the crime of genocide. But it's very elevated. Unironically, if you want to go into genocide stuff, since you already had an idea on the topic, going over the dissolution of Yugoslavia would help with examples for future. Yeah, the Yugoslavia stuff, because there's a whole tribunal on that had like a lot. I think a lot of the when you talk about how a court is making decisions based on past decisions and case law and all of that, the broad term for that, would that be jurisprudence? Jurisprudence? Wait, jurisprudence. Isn't that the word? Jurisprudence. Is just legal philosophy? Okay, maybe what would you call when you're making decisions based on, like a lot of the legal stuff is built, it seems like a lot of it cites back to that tribunal for Yugoslavia. When you look at the, when you look at a lot of the customary rules of law, rules of conflict and everything, like this international humanitarian law and then the laws of our combat, it feels like a lot of this stuff, when they're citing actual tribunals or when they're citing like actual rulings that have been made, a lot of it seems to reference the Yugoslavian stuff. So it feels like that was a big case where we finally got to see in practice the application of a lot of jurisprudence, a lot of legal theory. Intent is like the hardest thing to prove, and given the position Israel's in comparison to Palestine, good luck proving intent. Israel's intent will never be found in naked facts. Yeah, I mean, you tend to not find intent in naked facts, but you can still prove intent. Jurisprudence is when both parties agree to let the judge decide based on his morals. Is that true? Ignoring all the terms, do you feel like Israel has gone too far, or is it up to Palestine to make it stop? The problem is, like, I don't know what Israel is supposed to do when you got October 7th. You had your big bombings in 2008. You had your big bombings in 2014. You've literally had to build a specialty defense system to contain the rockets that are pouring out of some region for decades. And then they do another huge terrorist attack in 2023. Well, what the fuck are you supposed to do? I'm not sure. But they also need to try to figure out like a resolution to the issue as well. But then also it doesn't feel like there are any Palestinians that really want to resolve the issue. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Is genocidal intent not different from genocide? Well, for a genocide to have taken place legally, you need genocidal intent, and they need one of the 5 actions, I believe, under the genocide that's defined as such. Let's see. I think it's to kill a people in whole or in part, to do something to sterilize the population to prevent births. Oh, fuck. There are 3 others. It's not population transfer. It doesn't count. Destroying. I don't think there's a cultural element. Fuck, hold on. Let's look these up. I think Wikipedia has like all 5 listed. Okay, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So any of these 5 things that you're doing that are committed with that dolus specialis, the specialized intent to want to genocide a group. You need that special intent and then only one of any of these actions. So this would be, I think that if you were arguing, for instance, like the Holodomor, you would say that the fact that all of their crops were taken, they were requisitioned and shipped back to Moscow, they were locked in these areas and meant to stay to die, that you were deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life, calculated to bring about physical destruction. For Kazakhstan and Ukraine, I think that would have been the arguments for like the Holodomor being a genocide. Now, some people will point to the fact that the famine wasn't a planned famine, it just happened. But I think if you were to use the famine to deliberately bring about conditions to destroy a group of people, it might count as genocide. But again, the Holodomor is very, yeah. Also, Dustin, I feel like in part has to be a substantial part, but where would we look that up? No, that is not true. I don't believe it would be a substantial part. Like I said before, we could imagine a group of IDF soldiers, say 100 soldiers strong, know that there are 1,000 Palestinians that are locked away in an apartment complex in northern Gaza, and they're talking with each other, say text messages leak, and they're like, fuck these Palestinians, we're gonna finally get rid of these motherfuckers. We're better than this, like we don't need these people here anymore, blah blah blah, whatever. Some comment, they wouldn't necessarily have to say like we're gonna genocide them, but like give enough that like you're trying to just like annihilate a group of people, and then you go into Palestine, not Palestine, you go into the Gaza Strip, you find these civilians, you destroy all of them, and you fucking leave. That it is totally possible that you could have committed genocidal acts there, that would be a genocide. It would be Article 7 genocide, like the actual war crimes itself, and then Israel probably would have a failure to have protected another people from people in their own country committing the act of genocide as well. With only 1,000 people, maybe even only 100 people killed. Now, could you have a genocide with like 1 or 2 people? Probably not. But like, if you're over like 100, I think you can definitely, if you're over 100, you've got that special intent, you can absolutely make an argument, I would think, for a genocide having been committed. Have you listened to the calls between Macron and Putin/Zelensky? I have not. You think Jallianwala Bagh massacre was genocide? Is this the one that people make the meme about or whatever? I don't know enough about this to give you I can't tell you. Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. They've admitted taking 700,000 children from Ukraine. That falls under the UN genocide definition. Yeah, that would be highly sus. That would be very sus. If that was the case, it seems like that would be the case, yeah. But I also, again, I want to be very careful. I don't want to say that I don't believe Ukrainians or whatever, but 700,000 children, that's a really big number. That's a huge number of children. 700,000? Did that actually happen? Is that actually true? This is a massive number. This is saying fleeing the bombing and shelling from the conflict areas in Ukraine. Is this in the Donbass? Is what they're saying? That includes all the children that have also fled with families from 2014? Okay, so that might change differently. Because the way that this number is presented, I feel like they abducted 700,000 children after the war started formally. It really started in 2014, but in 2022. Where is time at? Ukraine-Russia war. Invasion. Oh, nice. They have the start at 2014. Good job. Yes, 2022, February. If merely over 100 will do, how in the hell is any scenario in which Russia doing not categorizable as a genocide when they've explicitly stated the intention of eradicating Ukrainian as an identity? I mean, if they have intentionally stated that or whatever, then yeah, I mean, that would be. I think that would rise to it, right? I think. Does equal intent matter given the fact that Hamas has the destruction of Israel in its founding docs or covenant as well as 10.7? Just a question I haven't heard given if both parties are attempting genocide on each other. I feel I just don't even bother with this argument because people already think I'm a fucking Mossad agent. I think if you wanted to make an argument for genocide happening in Israel or Palestine, you probably could make the argument, but I think that the argument would very easily be suited towards Hamas. I think you could make the argument much easier. They invaded Israel there was no pretense of war beforehand. They weren't like doing this in response to any military activity. They just invaded Israel. They killed a fuck ton of civilians. They killed anybody they basically came across. They took 200 hostages. They've had it in their charter that they want to destroy the country of Israel. Like that seems like it would be pretty easy, but it's not even worth. People just get asked men about anything. If you find the concept of ethnicity confusing, wait till you look into Bosnia. Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks speak almost the same language. Based. Are you sure that dolo specialis is the intent needed for a genocide conviction and not just a less severe set of conditions used by the court? Okay, so hold on. Okay, I'm going to try to thread the needle on this, okay? When you say genocide conviction, what you're really talking about in a conviction is you are talking about the ICC, the Rome Statute, and you're talking about the crime of genocide as defined in Article 6, okay? We should remember these, okay? In Article 6, the crime of genocide here, this is like the actual crime of genocide to charge an individual person. But even in the Rome Statute, it seems to have this intent to destroy in whole or in part. So this intent to destroy in whole or in part, this thing here is the dolus specialis. When you read the ICJ case, when you read the actual thing, you'll see it mentioned several times here. However, in referring in this application to acts and omissions by Israel, which are capable of amounting to other violations of international law, South Africa's case is that those acts and omissions are genocidal in character, as they are committed with the requisite specific intent, this is the dolus specialis, to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as a part of the broader Palestinian national, racial, and ethnical group. And then in the case, South Africa tries to lay out evidence of Israeli state officials' specific intent, dolus specialis, to commit and persist in committing genocidal acts or to fail to prevent them, has been significant and overt since October 2023. From that moment onwards, if the state has available to it means likely to have a deterrent effect on those suspected of preparing genocide or reasonably suspected of harboring specific intent, dolus specialis, it is under duty to make sure to make use of those means as the circumstances permit. That's saying that if there are people that are making genocidal statements in Israel, Israel has an obligation to stop those people in their statements or to correct them. And then the requisite dolus specialis can be deduced not only from Israel's conduct against Palestinians in Gaza, but also from clear, repeated, dehumanizing statements by Israeli governmental and military officials towards them. So yes, it's a necessary prerequisite to genocide. I still don't know how. If it was a one-on-one debate, or if I didn't give a fuck, I feel like I would have leaned in so hard. I'm not even irritated. Well, no, I am irritated that they didn't know this, because supposedly this fuck has been studying genocide for decades, right? Norm has. But the fact that he smugly was like, "You mean mens rea?" The fact that he so smugly tried to correct me on a fact of the matter that he was so wrong on, I should have leaned into that. I think I did a little bit when I was like, "Did you even read it?" But I should have leaned in way harder. That's kind of irritating that he didn't know this, and I didn't. I should have raked him up by the coals for this, maybe, because he said he read the report 4 times. I'm Israeli, so I'm biased, but I still haven't seen a real genocidal statement that doesn't happen in other wars, and 30K is horrible, but why are we acting like it's an insane number we've never seen before? Well, it's a lot of people. It's the biggest one. It's probably the biggest death toll of any, I'm trying to think of any Israeli-Arab conflict so far. That must not be true. How many people died total in the Yom Kippur War? Didn't you say mens rea is along the same lines though? Dolus specialis is a more specific, like, I asked an international law guy once if it was just like a more specific form of mens rea, and he said not really. It's kind of a separate thing. But my understanding of it is that it's just like it's a way more specific form of mens rea. Calling it mens rea is just kind of weird and dumb when there is like a precise term that's associated with genocide. I don't know why you wouldn't just say dolus specialis, because it's very clearly used when talking about. Total casualties for Yom Kippur were about 2,800 dead max on the Israeli side, 18,500 dead max on the Arab side. So yeah, it's been the deadliest conflict between Israel and any other country so far. Are you familiar with historical/dialectical materialism? No. Fuck Marx and all that cuck shit. How do you schedule debates? I don't know. Just however. I feel like always pointing to Israel doing more than any other country is a bit tired, because wasn't that not a high bar? Aren't they just doing a tad more to be in the clear optics-wise? Israel doing a tad more to be in the clear compared to the neighbors surrounding them? Compared to Saddam Hussein in Iraq? Compared to Bashar al-Assad in Syria? Compared to the Houthis in Yemen and the Saudi war against Yemen? I think I don't think that Israel is just barely better than their neighbors. Not to be a simp, but I think that how many people were killed when under Gaddafi in Libya? No, I don't think that Israel is just barely better than their neighbors. And again, not to be a democracy simp or an Israel simp, but keep in mind too, the only reason we know anything about Israel as much is because they make access available to their archives, and they make it so that we can actually go through and audit their history. A lot of the reasons why people have been able to be critical of Israel and their actions in the past is because Israel has opened their archives to historians in order to audit. We don't have any of that information from the Arab states. We don't have any archive access from fucking Jordan or from fucking Egypt or from fucking Syria or Lebanon. You can't dig through their historical records, you know. You just have to figure out what these. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like the comparison. Is kind of cringe. Israel does more than any other surrounding state. That should be an easy admission. If somebody can't even admit that, then they're already like on another level of bad faith. You said the ratio of civilians to soldiers was actually great. Can you list examples of similar cases where we see that? Like even in World War II, Allies killed 8 million soldiers, 4 million civilians. Is that true? Was the soldier to civilian death ratio that big in World War II? I don't think that's the case, if you ignore the genocide parts. But when you're comparing the battle in Gaza, you have to remember that you're talking about highly, highly, highly urbanized warfare. For World War II, this was a war that spanned a continent and a half, if you, depending on how many theaters you count. Like, this is a huge war that spanned many, 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 many tens of thousands of square miles of fucking land. It's a lot different than fighting in one populated city. So you have to be careful when you do the comparisons. Can a country say we will delete everyone if you don't surrender and then follow through on that statement? Delete everyone, including civilians? You're not supposed to, no. Look at deaths. Let me check. Do you truly believe that there is hope for the future of Israel-Palestinian conflict, or do you think that, with all your recent debate and research, that there is no hope? The Palestinians need a leader. They need a good leader to rise up. I think that's like the most important thing. I think that is like the one central thing that could spin the whole conflict. Either that or Israel needs a superhuman commitment to peace. And with the direction that the country's been pushed, with the right-leaning people that lead that country now, I just don't realistically. There's a higher chance that a good leader emerges from Palestine that can lead them into a brighter future than Israel turns back from the precipice of whatever the fuck they're on. World War II. 16 million dead, 45 million civilian deaths. Is this including, like, Jesus, this is so many people. Is this including concentration camps and stuff for civilian deaths? Because, like, weren't there, like, 7 million Soviet citizens that were killed in concentration camps? I think there were more. There were either a few more. It was either 5 million or 7 million Soviets were killed in concentration camps. Like about as many Jews. The ratio in Israel is around 3-1. Isn't that insanely good considering the conditions? Isn't that by itself an argument against genocide? No. I might have used that sometimes on Twitter if I'm shitposting or if I'm like trying to be brief, because you can kind of get around there, but not really, no. Technically, you could still be genocidal with ratios that look like that or less. Like, technically it's more, yeah. And didn't the Soviets have a Hannibal directive on steroids, killing everyone who even tried to flee? Maybe. I don't. Like I said, I truly don't know much about. I don't know much about anything before Vibance, but my understanding is that Soviets and Germans like literally fucking hated each other. That they would fight, kill, rape, destroy, murder, whatever the fuck, to the death, both sides. That the Soviet and the Soviet and the Nazi hatred for each other was like some of the deepest hatred that existed in all of World War II, like more than Japan for the Chinese or any of the other things. It was just like an ungodly amount of death and destruction, that you had like multiple battles where like millions were getting killed and casualties, like insane. Do you think in the current age it would be really hard to hide a genocide in plain sight? Maybe, I don't know. Be careful of that. Do you have any advice for upcoming creators like myself? I'm looking to grow my channel. I'm open to advice. My YouTube channel is MPC Pod 101. I don't know. Do whatever you do better than anybody else. Give people a reason to watch you. Destiny, what's the most similar conflict to this? Is there any urban warfare situation that's analogous that we... I don't think there's anything similar to Israel-Palestine. I think it is a unique event in history. Everything about it is unique. From who controls what territory to who's recognized as a state to the surrounding people to who supported who. Like, I think that's why I don't like comparing it to other conflicts. I'll compare it to conflicts within the region. So I think it's okay sometimes to compare like Israel-Palestine to like Israel-Egypt or Israel-Jordan or Israel-Syria, but everything else is very, very, very hard, I think, yeah. That seems nice. People argue Gaza experiencing a genocide. If 9/11 was an American genocide, a good question. Does it show hypocrisy if they say 9/11 wasn't a genocide? Is 9/11 a genocide? Or genocidal? The immediate issues I have is like on an ethnic ground, clearly they weren't just targeting Americans because it was the World Trade Center. On a national ground, it's hard to say were they trying to just destroy America. In terms of like on a military ground, I mean, Bin Laden gave military reasons. I don't think so. I don't know if I would say it. I don't think 9/11's goal was to try to be genocidal even in part. Because remember, whatever definition, whenever somebody asks me if a thing is a thing, what I try to do is I try to make other comparisons in my mind. So when you say, was 9/11 a genocide? What my mind is thinking immediately is, okay, well, hold on. If 9/11 is a genocide, is every single terrorist attack a genocide? That's my immediate thought. And to say that every single terrorist attack is a genocide because you're trying to eliminate a group of people, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, and look at the targets from 9/11, right? The Pentagon, the White House, the World Trade Centers. Like, I don't think these were genocidal targets. These were terrorist targets, you know? Now that you're getting more mainstream attention, do you see yourself ever debating philosophy with people or just mainly politics? Maybe. Philosophy is interesting, I think. Having more conversation with the Alex guy would be a good question, I think. Was 9/11 a genocide as an example of a stupid question? I don't think so. Hold on. Okay, let me check. Jesus Christ. Okay, there's that, and then... Would you ever want to debate that Rabbani guy? If you wanted to one-on-one, sure, but... Destiny, international research, have you learned if any form of siege warfare is permissible? It doesn't seem like we can starve out a population anymore. It was traditionally used to avoid costly assaults on cities. Is there a case for it? I think you have to make humanitarian aid available for civilians. I don't think sieges protection of the civilian population during sieges, what the law says. Sieges may only be directed exclusively against the enemy's armed forces. Unfortunately, civilians are often trapped within when entire towns or other populated areas are besieged, causing unspeakable suffering. IHL offers vital protection to those civilians by imposing limits to what the parties can do to each other during sieges or can do during such sieges. Crucially, civilians must be allowed to leave the besieged area when it is required to spare them from the effects of military operations or when they lack the goods essential for their survival, including when... Yeah, I don't think you can really do sieges anymore like they used to. Like, we're going to siege a castle and wait for you to starve out until you give up or whatever. I don't think you can really do that anymore. If you're interested, the Don Lemon interview of Musk is up. Ooh. I think the 9/11 question was the U.S. response to 9/11. Oh, no, that clearly wasn't. Jesus Christ. Why am I watching this? Oh no, it's a drone. It's gonna blow the dude up. Damn, that dude got hella blown up. Was that his helmet that went flying or his head? Doesn't seem like a religious war on the Israeli side, but why wouldn't you approach it as a religious war on the Hamas side? Why is it a land war? I don't know. I'm too lazy to get into that argument again. Hold on. Give me like 4 minutes. One sec. I'm listening to something. Hold on. Okay. All right. What do you think about the Boeing whistleblower apparently telling people he wouldn't self-delete, but then self-deleting? I'm sure the same guys that got Epstein, they got him. This may be a dumb question, but if we discovered hypothetically that the SARS-CoV-2 virus was confirmed developed in a lab in Wuhan and dispersed accidentally, would China's negligence be genocidal? I don't think it'd be genocidal, but there would have to be massive, massive, massive sanctions or something would have to come into play for that. Unfortunately, because China controls the labs and everything, if that was the case. The shittiest thing about the intentional creation theory is that if it is true, I don't know if we would ever know, because China has so much access to that information and controls it, unless somebody there leaked it or something, right? I don't think there's any way that... So I think that door, like, always has to be open to some extent. I don't think these guys understand that intent is a huge factor, and there's a lot of nuances that need to be taken into account when talking about resources being cut during a conflict. Yeah, not even intent isn't a huge factor in genocide. It's a requirement. It's a requirement. It's not a huge factor. It is a required factor. Or wait, what's the difference between somebody? A little legal friend tell me factor versus element. There's like a factor versus something versus an element is a particular part of something. A factor is something that helps produce or influence a result. Okay, so it's a necessary element. The dolus specialis is an element of genocide. Should we consider this a genocide? I hope it's a mega nuke. Oh, good one. Wouldn't Gaza be a siege? No, Gaza's an active military conflict. Nobody is sieging anybody. They're in there blowing shit up. Can I challenge you on the religion aspect of Israel-Palestine? I feel like it's pretty much a focal point that you dismiss too easily. I just don't care. I'm good though. Thank you. What is this?
Guys, incredibly important update. If you play Apex on PC, do not launch the game. If you have launched the game, run a scan immediately. Easy anti-cheat was compromised, and even just opening Apex now is giving people viruses. I'm going to make a video tomorrow explaining more about what happened, but do not open the game, and spread this around, tell your friends.
Damn. Wasn't, what am I trying to think of? Was it Overwatch's anti-cheat that was giving like kernel access to your box or something? Wasn't there like some what was the crazy... This is like 10 years ago. I don't know if anybody even cares anymore about this shit though. Oh, was it Valorant? Or was it... Or, no, I think it was... It basically gave it unrestricted access to read all of your memory, I think, right? Oh shit, okay. Let's finish listening to this. Most anti-cheats do that now, based.
Internal trait. And women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural, and that difference really seems to start manifesting itself primarily at puberty. And so agreeableness is likely the trait that stops you from throwing your baby out the window at 3 in the morning when it's had colic for 3 hours and you haven't had any sleep and you're not in very good shape and you just got laid off. It's like it's a very, very tight bonding mechanism. And so what happens, it's primarily driven by what you might describe as compassion. Now, compassion is great for dealing with infants, and maybe it's great for dealing with hurt people and really elderly people. You know, it's good for taking care of people who can't take care of themselves, but it's not a great doctrine to be building a political system on. And so one of the things that happens with the more politically correct types by temperament is that they suffer from an excess of impulsive compassion.
Wait, Destiny just said you can't blow shit up in a siege, hence there is no such thing as a siege weapon? Is that a real comment? I can't tell if that's even worth responding to. I feel like everything I said was completely understandable. I feel like you're pulling the most retarded well actually I've ever heard in my entire life. The goal of a siege is attrition. It's not to it's to wear down an enemy and then maybe eventually invade, or to just wear them down and then never. It's an attrition tactic. Not, you can have siege weapons, but if you're like invading a place and like fighting inside, to call that a siege is kind of weird.
And they assume that if there's an inequitable distribution of anything, that the people who are at the bottom are all victims who should be treated like infants, and that everyone at the top is a vicious snake-like predator. And that's hardwired in some sense. Now, it's a very popular story. Yeah, of course. Of course. It's an easy story to sell, and there's some...
Doesn't the children transfer not seem more mild compared to the other types of genocide? It might seem more mild, yes, but that's because in your brain, this is what's happening. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this conversation. I hate this conversation. What's happening is this, okay? You think that here you've got military deaths, okay? This is good. If you're having war, you kill military people. That's fine. Then you've got like civilian infrastructure. Okay, well that's pretty bad, okay? Then you've got like civilian deaths, and then it's like, holy shit, these must be war crimes or whatever. Then you've got like intentional targeting of civilian infrastructure. We're just blowing up schools and shit for fun. Intentional targeting of civilian deaths, or of civilians. There's not even military things there. Then you've got like, there's one more step. Oh, then you've got like, you're killing like journalists and hospitals, and you're like, wow. Then at the very end, oh my God, it's genocide. This is how you're viewing it. And you're like, everything that happens in genocide should be worse than all of this stuff. That's not true. We can envision very easily a ton of different types of war crimes that are worse than a particular genocide. Genocide is not like the worst thing. It's just a uniquely horrible thing. But it's not the worst thing, right? Like if you were to say, is it worse to get raped or is it worse to get having somebody beat you up? I think in general, we would agree that it's like worse to get raped, but we can envision that like, what if somebody beats you up every single day for a decade? Well, fuck. I don't know. Well, that's a lot harder now, right? Or maybe even like, okay, well, Jesus Christ, okay? Fuck me once, shame on me. You're not gonna beat me up for 3,650 whatever fucking days. Fuck that, right? Genocide is not like the worst form of all of this. It's just a special, different kind of thing that will sometimes incorporate elements of this, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst thing. So transferring children away it could be an element of genocide if the intent is there, because you're trying to destroy the population. How else? What's the better way to destroy a population than to take all the kids away? This is what conservatives complain about with trans people. Oh, you're trying to sterilize our kids, right? It's not like a continuum that when war gets bad, war crimes happen, and when war crimes get real bad, genocide happens. Like,
some truth in it, but some truth isn't the same as all the truth. And so what you see, at least in part, is undifferentiated empathy. And that's not a virtue. It's not a virtue. You have to think. You can't just feel. You have to think. You know, even when you're taking care of kids, part of what you're doing is being compassionate. But if you're too compassionate towards your kids, then you do everything for them. And if you do everything for them, then they grow up useless and they never leave and they hate you and they hate everything else too. It's a bad idea. And so you use compassion judiciously. You know, there's a rule if you're working in a place like a nursing home, and the rule is, it's a harsh rule, do not do anything for the people that you're taking care of that they can do for themselves. And so if they have to struggle to feed themselves, you don't bloody well intervene and feed them. You let them maintain their damn independence. And you have to be a hard-hearted bastard to do that.
it's kind of funny. And my mom, I think I said this once before, I asked my mom a long time ago, like 15 years ago or whatever, when I came down to Florida once to visit them, because my mom will sit there and speak English with a woman who is like clearly struggling with her, not clearly struggling, like her English is very rough. And I remember asking my mom one time after this, like, I don't understand why you talk to some of these Hispanic women in English. Why not just use Spanish? And my mom's answer was, if somebody is speaking to me in English and they're trying to speak English, that if I just switch over and start speaking Spanish, it's incredibly rude. If they want to try to speak English, then I'll speak English with them. I'm not going to switch to another language just because the person seems to be struggling. It's rude and it's insulting. If we can speak English, I can understand them. It just takes a little longer. I was like, oh, okay. So it's kind of funny because it plugs into what he just said about the nursing home thing. Yeah.
You let them maintain their damn independence. And you have to be a hard-hearted...
Don't dodge, please. You can do this. Okay. Destiny, once again, the people, or the target was people and infrastructure. Just because they put world in the name of the NYC building doesn't change the fact that the perpetrator Bossman wrote you a letter showing he was targeting Americans for their relationship with Israel and other stuff. It doesn't change the fact that 97.8% of the building was American. Can you explain away that genocide? It's not genocide. It's just a terrorist attack. The goal wasn't to like eliminate the American population. The goal was to do a terrorist attack. It just wasn't genocidal.
They can do for themselves. And so if they have to struggle to feed themselves, you don't bloody well intervene and feed them. You let them maintain their damn independence.
Do you speak a little Spanish? Barely.
You have to be a hard-hearted bastard to do that, you know, to watch someone struggle like that. But you're furthering their medium to long-term independence and development, and you do the same thing with your children. Treating your children like they're endless, permanent victims is a very bad idea. And I think that's part of what's also being taught. We also know that the kids who are more likely to be rabidly politically correct, one of the reasons that they're more likely to be that way is because they were taught to be that way. We found that even...
Which do you think Israel has done more, destroy Hamas or create more Hamas members? Do you genuinely think Israel is trying to destroy Hamas? Okay. You need to eliminate this retarded fuck idea that people like Finkel Retard or other pro-Palestine people have put in your head. Hamas is not an armed resistance I'm kind of contradicting what the other lady said before, but ignore that from analysis. But in terms of analyzing what Hamas is, okay? Hamas is not just like an armed resistance of a people who are oppressed against another people. That's not what Hamas is. Hamas is an organized, well-trained, incredibly well-funded, and well-prepared military operation that enjoys support from other terrorist entities, I'll say Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran, in order to conduct military operations. So when you pretend Hamas is just like freedom fighters who are dispossessed and want to fight, so like Israel is creating more freedom fighters. No, that's not how that works, and that's not what's happening. Hamas is being fucked right now. It's difficult to say if Hamas will come back in any appreciable form after the war. I'm leaning towards probably not. Because if they're not the administrator of the region, they're not going to be able to control all the money. They're not going to be able to do all the smuggling and make all the huge fucking sums of cash. They're not going to be able to get the big cash infusions. They're not going to have the formal training and infrastructure set up like they did before. My guess is going to be Hamas doesn't come back in any appreciable form. Now, is it going to radicalize more Gazans or more Palestinians to hate Israel for a little bit? Probably, yeah, maybe. October 7th did the same to Israelis. But listen, hey, people get over things surprisingly quickly, you know. Okay.
Exposure to they're more likely to be that way is because they were taught to be that way. We found that even exposure to a single lecture that was associated with the politically correct dogmatic structure was enough to tilt people in that direction. So there's a temperamental proclivity, and then there's failure of education to address that, and then there's the exacerbation and exaggeration by the people who are trying to produce like activists by proxy.
Wait, what the fuck? It's not an insurgency group? No, Hamas is the government. They are the administrators to the Gaza Strip region. It's not just an insurgency group. It's not just like a resistance movement. No, it's the administrator. They're like the de facto, if not the de jure governing body of the Gaza Strip. Can you find an expert on terrorism that agrees with your view on this? Because I've never heard anyone say that. Oh, then if somebody disagrees with me, bring them on and we can fight about it. But no, you cannot treat, actually, and every terrorist expert would agree with me. You know why I know this? Because I believe that this was the big issue, this was the chief issue that America had when we thought about the Taliban. The Taliban can be eliminated because it's just a terrorist group. No, the Taliban were administrators to a huge part of Afghanistan, and they have returned to being administrators to a huge part of Afghanistan. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda are two different things, right? The Taliban are not just like an armed uprising, like a terrorist group of people. They literally have control over a huge section, and now basically all of Afghanistan. It's different. Treating people that are administrators to regions and civilians and people, it's a different type of treatment that you would give that versus people that are just that like just like a stateless or a non-state actor, a stateless terrorist group. These are different things.
To go to college for
Okay, we will watch this. Okay. Which one of these is the big Andrew Wilson one? The fake Christians of the right. Is it this one? Or is it this one? The fakest Christians on YouTube. Can't stop lying. Can I come on in 2 to 3 hours? Opulent. Okay. If we don't have kick or keep today, sure.
And I have 100. Look, I have.
Video 1 is the top, part 2 is canceling. Okay. Let me use a restroom and grab a Red Bull real quick. Hold on.
What I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. But I told her,
Well,
I told
also-
her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well,
That man bragging about making his wife take a paternity test and humiliating her in front of millions of subscribers for brownie points is Andrew Wilson, the trad life Christian conservative who has so much faith in his wife that he made her take a paternity test.
also,
I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
well, there
And that's
are
not emotional abuse.
Yeah.
well, there
That's
also
emotional
Yeah, that
abuse.
would be considered emotional abuse.
This is totally the normal reaction you would get when talking about your 100% healthy, loving, and trusting.
Wait, was he saying he'd force her to get a test, like just in a normal?
And I have 100. Look, I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. But I told her,
Well,
I
also-
told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
well,
That man bragged
Wait, should you always do this? Wait, holy shit! I just realized I didn't get a paternity test for fucking Nathan. Holy shit! Have I been getting scammerinoed? Oh my God.
About making his wife take a paternity test and
How mad would Rachel be if I sent her a text like, Rachel, we're gonna go get fucking tested right the fuck now. Nathan doesn't really look anything like me. True. Every time I look at this kid, I'm like, who the fuck are you?
humiliating her in front of millions of subscribers for brownie points is Andrew Wilson, the trad life Christian conservative who has so much faith in his wife that he made her take a paternity test.
I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, that's not emotional abuse.
Yeah.
Well, then also, that would be considered emotional abuse.
This is totally the normal reaction you would get when talking about.
How would you feel if Nathan wasn't yours? Well, I think I'd be incredibly fucking irritated at Rachel for not telling me. But I feel like at this point, I mean, he's 13. I don't think I would care at this point. I don't think anything would change.
Your 100% healthy, loving, and trusting relationship. Andrew Wilson and his wife Rachel Wilson are part of the Trad Thought Coalition on the right. Rachel Wilson insulted a young Christian conservative public figure, Isabella DeLuca, for being an immodest thought who's not a real trad Christian conservative like Rachel because she baked a cake fully clothed while daring to have big boobs. Let me ask you a question. Which one of these sounds more traditional to you? Who's more trad? A, the woman staying in the kitchen and baking a cake fully clothed, or B, a divorced woman who had 5 kids from 3 different men? I would say the girl baking the cake sounds a lot more traditional than the divorced woman with 3 different baby daddies attacking the other woman for baking a cake. How is it that sloppy seconds Rachel can attack other women online for not being traditional enough when she sounds like she belongs on an episode of the Maury Povich show?
Of 3-year-old Jeremiah William, you are not.
When I was researching this video, I legitimately lost track of which baby daddy had which kid. She really has the audacity to insult single mothers on the regular when she herself is one. She distances herself from that title of single mom by trying to make the distinction of mothers who are single due to being widowed or abandoned. And what a happy coincidence it is that she should fall under that category. Her first husband, who is now her ex-husband, divorced her, and she claims that he abandoned her. But I wouldn't be so quick to believe her, considering that she lies so often about her marriage. She claims that she was married to her husband for 16 years, and then claims that she was married to him for 26 years. Now, before you say, oh, it might be a typo because 16 and 26 are kind of close when you type it. But looking back in Rachel's history on her tweets, if you do the math from 2023, where she says she's married for 16 years, and then you subtract it from when she got married with her current husband, and it turns out to only be 11 years of marriage, meaning that she is lying about how long she's been married to make herself look better. Because she hates when you call her a single mom. She's not like...
Wait, not to encourage doxing or anything, but marriage is, that's a state affair. Right? Can't you always find public documentation on when somebody got married? I thought the court filing on that has to be public.
Those other single mothers. And you know what? She's right. Most other single mothers don't have 3 baby daddies. And the cherry on top here is that she had a baby out of wedlock. Meaning, if
when are you going to have the epiphany that practically all these people involved in these dramas are degenerates, so we can move on from debating which one of them is degenerate? True. I just think it's surprising. Listen, okay? I'm just such a good human being. I can't believe sometimes how good of a human being I am. I look back and it's like, I've never called CPS or immigration on somebody because they're making noise in an apartment. You know, I wasn't making millions of dollars and then giving an editor a computer saying I gave him the means of his production. I've never like super scammed anybody out of any fucking payments. I only thought about killing somebody, didn't actually do it.
If you do the math here from when she says she gave birth and when their wedding date is, her husband married her because she got pregnant. And that's why he made her take the paternity test to see if it was his child. Because...
Why are people saying Nathan looks like me? Hold on, I'm looking at this kid now. Now I'm starting to wonder. This kid doesn't look anything like me. I think you guys are having a face blind moment. You think this guy looks anything like me? Not even close. Not even close. I'm starting to wonder now. I don't know.
he doesn't trust her and would not have married her without one, which is why later on Rachel demanded that paternity tests be the norm so that she is not embarrassed or ashamed that her husband did not actually have 100% trust and faith in her.
I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife.
And her husband Andrew here is in on the...
I know you're trolling, but I got a pic of you as a kid. Dude, why did people ever do these pictures? I had this on my Tinder for a while. This is such an adorable picture. This is me. Where did the style come from? Dude, babies when they're like 1 and younger, like between 6 and 12 months, are so adorable because they're like, their limbs are like these fatty things that you can grab, and they look at everything. All you have to do is like make eye contact with one, and they're like, ah. Their heads are like on bobbles because they can't like control anything yet.
A lie as well, of course, claiming that she never said anything about being married for 16 years, when she clearly did countless times, and so did Andrew.
Yeah, I've been with the same woman for I don't know, 18, 20 years, something like that.
We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the Cakegate rabbit hole today, as there have been some interesting developments since my last video on it. But before that, I want to show you guys some candles that we made at Reed Street Soap. This one is my favorite one. It's called Chocolate Kiss, and it has gold glitter in it. It's really pretty, and it's great for Valentine's Day. It smells exactly like melting chocolate. It's definitely my favorite one so far. It actually has rainbow sparkles in it as well. You can see it when I'm turning it. It's so beautiful. Honestly, it smells even better than it looks. This one is great for Valentine's Day. This one I helped design because my birthday is coming up. It's Aquarius season, and it has an amethyst, which is for February, poking out of it. Don't you love that you get a free crystal when you burn the candle? It smells like magic cherry blossoms, which is the perfect scent for this. Like, think of the falling Japanese cherry blossoms in February. That's what this smells like. This candle with the beautiful bright blue is called Blue Crush, and it's designed to be a men's candle. If I had to describe this, it smells like when a guy just gets out of the shower. So if you want to give a gift to your man for Valentine's Day, or if you're a guy, I would recommend this one. Or maybe if you're a lonely girl on Valentine's Day and you want to smell like there's a man around. If you spend at least $50 on Reed Street...
Mr. Borelli, Benny Morse's far-left views on the Palestinian Authority overlook the deep-seated animosity towards Israel and Jews rooted in Islam. Again, I don't know if it's an Islamic thing or if it's like an Arab thing. I'm not sure.
Soap's candles, you will get a free birthday candle in honor...
There is like a weird thing where Arabs across the Middle East have very, 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 very strange views. And by strange, I mean highly anti-Semitic and conspiratorial views of Jewish people.
of my day.
That is true.
If you spend at least $50 on Reed Street Soap's candles, you will get a free birthday candle in honor of my day. Make sure before you check out, you use code CUPCAKE if you want the free birthday cupcake candle. Anyways, back to the video.
Did you and Brittany rebuild your bridge? You guys fucking hated each other. Yeah, but it was over dumb culture war shit. I think I'm okay with this group of people right now, I think. The Red Pill arc, our hatred of men, brought us back together.
After I released my Cakegate video, Rachel seemed offended by my video pointing out that she was overweight, so she made a Twitter...
Asmongold does not skip sponsorships on the videos he watches and frequently even comments on it and thinks that's the fair thing to do. What do you think about the majority of people that skip the sponsorships on the videos they watch? I feel like that's kind of scummy. Like, I'm already stealing this person's content. She probably spent like at least a week like getting all the tweets and the images and the editing to do all this, maybe more to put this video together. I'm already stealing. Why the fuck would I skip the sponsor section? That seems like super brutal. I mean...
post explaining why she was fat and how she no longer is fat and that she's living her healthy, fit, trad wife life. So here we have this very masculine looking picture of Rachel that she posted, and it's interesting that in the post she's saying, hey, I'm not fat anymore, but the picture is not actually timestamped, meaning it could have been taken at any time. And not only that, but in the photo she posted, the lighting is very dim and she's wearing black clothing trying to prove that she's not fat. People en masse responded to this picture of Rachel saying that she still looks fat. And also with the photo not being timestamped, the reason I also don't trust it, despite it not really being a clear photo in the first place, is because this isn't Rachel's first time catfishing. Rachel catfishes by using a...
Is it against chat rules to describe Brittany's face as a fish-like face? It's a political thing which is... no, we're trying to do personal attacks. I thought about how to get around. I thought about this for a little bit. How can I get around the personal attack rule? Like, if other people are going ultra hard on us and we want to be able to like go gloves off. And I thought about like making a fatwa system where it's like, okay, listen, here's like in ordinary peacetime, these are the DGG rules when it comes to people. But if we issue a fatwa, it would have a particular person and it would always be restricted to a particular amount of time. It's no holds barred, right? Just for like 2 weeks, this person would, but I don't know. It seems like a bad idea. I don't think we should do it, but it would be fucking epic as fuck.
A photo of herself in her thumbnails that was taken in 2020. Not only is it an outdated photo, but it also doesn't really reflect how she looks in live streams. Depending on how old you are, a lot can change in 4 years with how you look, but especially as you get older, for someone like Rachel, who is in her 40s, 4 years can make a huge difference in someone's face, and in Rachel's case, I feel like it does. When I was looking through the comments, somebody pointed out that Rachel's nips are poking through the shirt, and they are. I can't show it on screen, but what is with this trad thought coalition getting on other girls' cases about not being modest trad Christian conservatives, but then they themselves will post themselves with their nipples poking through their shirt. Like in the last video, it was Pearl, and now in this video, it's Rachel. Why can't she wear a bra? And if she has a problem with bras, at least use some nipple covers if you're gonna...
Isn't the whole point of no personal insults being so similar people don't feel like shit? Making exceptions kind of defeats the purpose? Maybe, but if it's like an exception that's made within like a sandbox where you're like, listen, the sandbox exists just to get like dirty. Don't take anything personally in the sandbox, maybe. I don't know. Would you ever consider doing an actual fatwa? The jurists in Islam basically make shit up, and if you read like 10 minutes of the Quran, you could literally have authority to override a ton of their rulings. No, I'm not going to do that. We're not doing the DGG Holy War arc, okay?
Going to be on your high horse about modesty. And it's not surprising someone noticed that, considering the whole post is her drawing attention to her body, which is hypocritical to her whole point, complaining about girls grifting and getting attention and simp fishing. Sloppy Seconds Rachel dedicates this entire post drawing attention to her body, talking about how she lost weight with her nipples poking through her shirt, but somehow that's not attention seeking. But God forbid Cake Girl bakes a cake in her kitchen fully clothed with no nips poking out. I think it should be pretty obvious at this point that Sloppy Seconds is attention seeking and she's just jealous that she can't effortlessly get the same amount of attention. Cake Girl gets it without having to show her nipples and blaming her fatness on thyroid issues. It seems like every woke obese person blames their obesity on thyroid issues, so it was a huge...
I will say, man, thyroid issues are, yeah, they're a thing. Apparently every motherfucking fat person has thyroid issues. It really makes you wonder.
Red alert when I saw Rachel blaming her weight on her thyroid issues. So I went through Sloppy Seconds' social media, and she has a long history of posting the food that she makes. So let's count her calories and see if it's actually those thyroid issues or if it's her just overeating. I'm gonna be conservative with my...
Genocide depends on the number killed as well. Killing 100 out of 1,000,000 isn't genocidal. I don't think that's true.
estimates here. It's probably going to be more.
Like I said, I doubt you can get a genocide with like 2 people, but killing like hundreds or thousands of people, genocidal intent, probably could. But like I said, maybe we'll read the Yugoslavian shit after the college and immigration arc.
Thyroid issues. So I went through Sloppy Seconds' social media, and she has a long history of posting the food that she makes. So let's count her calories and see if it's actually those thyroid issues or if it's her just overeating. I'm going to be conservative with my estimates here. It's probably going to be more than what I say, but I would say this is about 300 calories a bagel times 2, so we're already at 600 calories of bread. I would say that looks like it's about 2 eggs per bagel, and 1 egg is 70 calories, so that would total 280 calories. I can't see if there's...
Guys, okay? If you're trying to lose weight, are these potatoes? Are we doing like health shit? This is like probably like this might be like the worst. The eggs part are okay. But bro, bagels and potatoes, listen, American breakfast and English breakfast are amazing for their flavor, but it is probably some of the most nutrient deficient, high calorie, ultra processed garbage shit you could possibly fucking eat. Now, if you like the flavor and you think it's good, or if you're trying to eat a ton, then that's great. But man, a ton of potatoes and 2 bagels, 2 bagels. What is it? Average bagel it's got to be 250 calories at least. Well, it's at least 200. My guess is going to be 250 to 350 depending on the bagel. Bagel calories. Okay, 245. Yeah. Whew, careful. These 2 bagels alone are 500 calories. That's a small meal if you're portioned correctly and you've got like veggies and shit. Jesus. Good luck.
There's cheese in this, so I won't count it. Maybe she just makes really bland, disgusting food. And I don't know if she cooked this in butter or oil, but she chose one of them, and that's usually around 50 to 100 calories depending. Over here, there's about 150 to 200 calories of potatoes on the side. So that's about 1,130 calories for breakfast, not including knowing how much oil or butter that she used. 1,100 calories is almost your entire day's worth of calories, just for breakfast. I know that
Average for a woman has got to be closer to 16 or 1,700, right? I mean, I don't actually know because I'm not a woman, but let's check. Let's say 25-year-old woman, we'll say 115 pounds. We'll say 5'5", 5'4". What's the average woman's height? It's 5'4", 5'5", 115. We'll say 120. With, let's say light exercise. Yeah, about 1750. The Rachel woman, I don't know how tall she is, so it's harder to guess her weight. I'm not trying to be mean, but she looks like she's north of 200. Well, actually, wait, she looked like she'd lost weight in that one picture. I don't know how tall she is. I would guess, just looking at this, I'd say maybe 160 to 180 maybe, do you think? In this picture, I don't know how tall she is. It's hard to say. I'm guessing if she's like 5'6", 5'6"-ish. I would say like in here, we're definitely pushing past that. I can never tell how tall women look. Every time I see a picture of a woman, I always think she's like 6 feet tall. But then I see them in real life. And then I kill them. 2,100 calories are daily. Okay.
it's interesting that in the post she's saying, hey, I'm not fat anymore, but the picture is not actually time stamped, meaning it could have been taken at any time. And 600 calories of brown 50. hot breakfast. But the thing is, as you scroll through her Instagram, all of the meals she posts are always for one person. This meal served by Sloppy for her husband is captioned, hangover breakfast for Papa. Meaning not only is Andrew going to eat this entire breakfast, which we will break down in a second, but also the night before, he drank so much that he had a hangover. So if he drank enough to have a hangover, that means for someone of his size,
Holy shit. Damn, that's a lot of pork. Holy fuck.
drank so much that he had a hangover. So if he drank enough to have a hangover, that means
But god damn, this looks good.
for someone of his size, he would have to drink probably around 6.
Does that say anything? 115 pounds is the average weight for a woman. All I need to know. For a 5'4" woman to weigh about 100 and... I think a 5'4" woman probably weighs about 120. Is about like a healthy-ish weight. Do you think that's too low for a 5'4" woman? 5'4", 120. What would your BMI be? That's pretty low. You could be heavier. Okay, we'll say 135 maybe. We'll say 130. Yeah, 130. So 115 would be on the lower side. I guess as if you're like super lean maybe. Or no, I said 120, right? Somebody said could be turkey sausage.
To 8 beers, depending on how much of an alcoholic he is. And 1 beer is 140 calories on the light side. 1 egg is around 70 calories. Let's say that the Wonder Bread here is 100 calories.
Wait, I missed. What are we? Why are we doing the dietary analysis of these people? What are we making fun of them for? Was it because she posted the pics of her? 130 at 5'4" is wild. Well, it depends on how lean the girl is. Melina probably weighed. I think Melina was like 5'5", and I think she was almost 140-ish. I think she was around there. But that was back when we were dating. She was, or married or whatever the fuck. But she was quite muscular. Yeah, because she was pulling, she could pull 225 and squat, I think 155 for reps on both. Melina was pretty muscular.
Calories, again, being conservative. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. Can't see the one under there, but let's say 5 sausages that are around 100 calories each, which by the way is processed food.
Oh, because she blamed her weight on her thyroid issue. Gotcha. Okay. What's my BMI? My BMI is probably like 22 right now, or 21. 22, 21. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm like 1.5 pounds away from being under 150. Okay. I'm going between like 151.6 and 152.8. Oh, 23. Once I get below 150, the twink arc has been achieved.
Rachel often claims that she makes her food from scratch. I don't know what kind of scratch this is, but so you have 5 to 6 sausages, and it looks like it's around 6 pieces of bacon here. Each slice of bacon is probably around 40 calories, so that's around 240 calories of bacon. And then we have these potatoes under here. Assuming that they're not processed slop like how the sausage is, it's probably around 200 to 300 calories. There's a lot of potato there. So this hangover breakfast for Puffy Papa here is around 1,200 calories after a full night of drinking. If you were to say he drank 6 beers, that's around 840 calories on the conservative side. If Sloppy is feeding her husband like this and doesn't know how many calories she's feeding him, imagine what she feeds herself. She posts a lot of these meals that she makes for her husband with these teehee captions like, enhancing his toxic masculinity. My husband was hungry. My husband needs sustenance. Your husband doesn't need sustenance. He needs to eat less. Here's another meal Sloppy made for her husband, and it's a Denny's 3 a.m. stale breakfast. I have to say, for someone who's supposedly been cooking for decades and had 5 children, she sure doesn't cook like it. Her food is very beginner level and it looks super average. You have this burnt bacon here with some burnt potatoes, with some cut up hot dog. I'm sorry, but this is just not what I envisioned to be the ultimate trad wife meal.
Okay, listen, it's not the ultimate trad wife meal, but it's fried potatoes and fried pork. You can't really go wrong. You throw it into the pan and you just turn the fucking fire on, and if you burn it, it just gets yummier. Okay, you can't really fuck it up, right? Even the eggs are lazy as fuck. Is this just sunny side up eggs? It is. They aren't even flipped. This is probably like the lowest effort possible meal you could ever make, but it's still good. Fuck it.
Added some fresh herbs, some vegetables, or maybe some chives on the egg if you're going for presentation points. Her technique looks really bad. I mean, that bacon is burnt to a crisp at the end. Even for someone who likes crispy bacon, this is too much. This is overcooked. The cut up hot dogs in here just look random, like she threw
Bacon is not overcooked until it's black, okay?
thin there because, you know, her husband needed the extra calories. Her technique isn't impressive and she burns a lot of her food. We have the presentation, which is bad to mediocre at best, probably tastes about as good as it looks. And most of the meals that she's posted are things that beginners can make on their first try. And honestly, they probably wouldn't burn the bacon this bad. Let's go over Denny's 3:30 a.m. stale breakfast. 300 calories of burnt.
Why do NA cucks eat flipped eggs? The goo is the best part. So in the United States, because we've had like such high standards of living for so long, we're not usually used to eating stuff that reminds us of snot, of disgusting, runny, snotty, gross, fucking uterine fluids, which is what this nasty shit is. Sunny side up eaters are subhuman fucks.
Potatoes, 95 calories of Wonder Bread. Being conservative is probably like 400 calories of hot dog cut up, whatever disease looking mystery meat this is. Bacon is around 40 calories each. It looks like there's maybe 4 or 5 strips of bacon, so that's probably around 200 calories of bacon. This slop that she's feeding her hungry husband is over 1,000 calories just for breakfast. And I could go on forever about this. She's posted a lot of food that she's made, but basically you either have a bunch of high calorie dense meals that are no less than 1,000 calories per serving, or a bunch of the desserts that she made. So this meal, for example, might have been supplemented by a 500 calorie piece of cheesecake. I'm sorry, but baking is for fat people. They would sooner know how to bake than they would know how to cook food properly. Citation. Imagine you marry a divorced single mom thinking that you're getting a trad wife that's going to cook you good homemade meals from scratch, and then you just get a bunch of processed burnt food, and imagine you get fat over eating her processed burnt food. Oh my god. If you're gonna get fat, at least make it worth it. Like if I'm gonna get fat, it's gonna be over some pumpkin pie, or maybe over some fried chicken I'd gain some weight for. That would be worth it, but not for this slop. And then her kids have to eat this too. I would hate to be them. So was she fat over her thyroid issues, or is it because she overeats? You know, and this is why Rachel didn't want to call into my stream, because I would have gone over this food and counted the calories.
Are you of an over hard fried egg enjoyer? No. If you're gonna eat over hard eggs, why wouldn't you just eat scrambled eggs? The fuck is the point of an over hard egg? I'm an over medium god. Or if I'm feeling risky, maybe over easy. All right.
With her. And I know that people are going to say, oh, well, she's a mom, she had 5 kids, and she's in her 40s, so you can't expect her to not be fat. First off, excuses, wrong. Second off, I'm going to prove my point. I don't want to hear the excuses when Jordan Peterson's daughter was this skinny after...
This vid is catty as fuck? Yeah, no shit. The whole point is to be catty. Yes, obviously.
Off, excuses, wrong. Second off, I'm going to
She literally did like a 15-minute analysis of Pearl's wardrobe. Yes. Is nutrition science all bullshit? Why do nutritionists all disagree with each other? What are the scientific standards? Listen, the reason why it seems like bullshit is because 95% of dieting is more or less figured out, and people just argue at the fringes autistically over this last 5% min-maxing that doesn't matter for 99% of people, okay? That's why it seems dumb.
Point. I don't want to hear the excuses when Jordan Peterson's daughter was this skinny after 2 weeks of having a baby. But Rachel can't pull this off even after years.
Post-baby weight also is completely unfair. For any woman to ever measure against anything. For whatever reason, some women are incredibly good at losing all of their post-baby weight like fucking instantly. They do a really good job of it. And other people, for whatever reason, they hold on to it more. I'm sure, of course, eating and everything plays into it more, but damn, some women are just have a very, very lucky time with like ejecting a baby and like almost being back to normal in like a month. It's unreal. Holy shit.
Because she's gluttonous. Sloppy seconds, Rachel puts down other women for not living as healthy and fit of a stay-at-home mom trad wife life as she is. Meanwhile, she's not.
What's the 95%? Look at the total calories you eat per day. Eat like a colorful diet with a variety of fruits and vegetables. Try not to eat super over-processed shit all the time. As long as you do that, your diet is healthier than probably 98% of people in America. That's it.
Using illness as an excuse to get attention to her body, but to also excuse her gluttony and slothing around. Those are 2 of the 7 deadly sins that Christianity speaks against. You know, this wasn't an oopsie mistake. This is a lifestyle that they are living. I get that Christianity has forgiveness, but come on, practice what you preach here. Sloppy Rachel had children out of wedlock and also has several baby daddies. That's not very traditional and Christian. But they're out here judging others and purity spiraling. Rachel insulted Cake Girl for being a slut, so did Andrew. Sloppy Rachel also insulted me, calling me a slut, calling me stupid. And her husband did the same thing on his stream. He called me a moron and started insulting me before he had even watched my video. And he was stressing.
Wait, hold on. Oh boy, careful. Count your calories and lose weight. Doesn't even matter how processed for the short term. Okay, listen, we used to be big Kiko guys here, okay? Calories in, calories out, and that's the only thing that matters, okay? We have totally switched sides. We are no longer team Kiko, Siko, Kaiko, whatever the fuck anymore. We have advanced beyond that, okay? The type of food you eat is probably more important than obsessing over calories in, calories out, because if you're eating certain types of foods, you will never be able to beat your calories in, calories out. For instance, if you say, all I care about are calories in, calories out, and today I'm going to eat French fries and croissants, you will always lose. You will be starving to death. You'll be crawling along the ground, shaking and miserable. You will be so hungry constantly, okay? Whereas if you don't even count your calories, but like every meal is like a lean meat, some vegetables, and maybe like a complex carb, you probably even without counting calories, you'll be under your whatever you ordinarily eat by several hundred, maybe even 1,000 calories per day. So the type of food that you pick is really important. At the end of the day, all that matters is kind of like calories in, calories out. But like the types of calories that you eat are going to heavily determine how many you want throughout the day.
In this stream talking about me. That was like his 12th cigarette. Imagine the stench of that room and how badly he stinks. You would think for a guy that smokes so much, he wouldn't eat so much.
Like, there's nothing I like more than being in this arena and tangling, especially with morons, whom I consider Brittany Venti to be a stellar example.
But this is too vague. What's healthy food? You have to measure calories regardless. So for healthy food, it's stuff that isn't a whole bunch of simple sugars, and it's stuff that isn't ultra processed, okay? Get away from super processed stuff and get away from stuff that is like a ton of simple sugars. If you stay away from like those two broad categories of food, your diet is automatically like 90% improved, okay? That's it.
Of a moron.
There's actually a Bible verse about this. 1 Peter 3:9. Do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. On the contrary, repay evil with blessing, because to this you were called, so that you may inherit a blessing. I'm not calling myself evil here, but it literally says in their book that they're supposed to abide by to not repay insult with insult. Do these people seem like good Christians to you? Addict Andrew, who can't get enough of alcohol and cigarettes and food, is out here claiming he's a good Christian, but meanwhile Puffy here on his 12th cigarette is busy plastering OnlyFans girls' breasts on his thumbnails. These OnlyFans girls' biggest promotions come from these manosphere podcasts like Fresh and Fit.
What happens is
Somebody, it might have been Irk. Somebody messaged me and said it would be really interesting to reach out to a lot of these OnlyFans girls and find out like what were your before and after subs on these, because there is an argument to be made that the entire red pill circuit is just basically a circuit to drain young men of their money by making the red pillers money and making the OnlyFans girls money. That like these two parties benefit and then the young men that watch just kind of get fucked.
Thumbnails. These OnlyFans girls' biggest promotions come from these manosphere podcasts like Fresh and Fit.
What happens is they hate themselves because they're incel.
I disagree with your statement on ultra-processed food. As long as said food has good composition of macros, then it doesn't matter how processed it is. I feel like the act of processing food over and over again tends to strip away some of the more difficult to digest stuff and makes it easier and easier on digestion in general, right? Like the more processed a food is, I think the more easier it is for you to consume it, for it to be instantaneously broken down into calories, spike your blood sugar, absorb it, and then move on. I feel like that in general that's true, right? I don't know if processing is an official definition, but in general, processing food more and more and more makes it easier and easier to digest. And the easier it is to digest, the easier it is to be not satiated. And
There's a lot.
Promotions come from these manosphere podcasts like Fresh and Fit.
What happens is they hate themselves because they're incel losers, a lot their audience, and they see you and they're attracted to you, and then they can't help it because they want to see more, and they're actually secret simps, but they hate themselves for being simps, and then they subscribe to your OnlyFans and hate themselves for it. So then they go back on Fresh and Fit and watch women get bullied to kind of make themselves feel better. At least with that audience, that's what I noticed.
That's how that works.
These OnlyFans girls, their biggest promotion comes from these manosphere podcasts like Fresh and Fit, and Andrew is copying their formula.
wow. Wait, can you eat processed foods plus vitamins and supplements to get the same effect? I've never seen good research that shows that vitamins or multivitamins or supplements or anything like that. I said fish oil for a while, but even for fish oil, I don't think there's many studies that show any of this is that good. Listen, if you're not a vegetarian or vegan, meat has tons of different stuff. So if you're eating meats, that's got a ton of shit in it. And then just like a variety of like some vegetables and fruits or whatever, you're probably fine.
When you got kicked off of Fresh and Fit the first time, how much money did you make, girl, afterwards? Like
Fresh and Fit, there's no one that does more for OnlyFans women than Fresh and Fit. Myron, one of the hosts, wrote a book, Why Women Deserve Less.
Oh, and then also there's this cringe shit, but if you want to min-max, there's some weird shit called like bioavailability and all that, but it doesn't matter. When you eat stuff, your body absorbs it in certain ways, depending on the food that it's with, depending on what's going on in your stomach, and a whole bunch of shit. When you just take a pill and it's got like 5 billion milligrams of vitamins, your body isn't used to getting that like huge super shot of shit and like, oh, we're gonna use it all. So eating stuff as part of a balanced diet is always preferential to having like supplementation too.
Fresh and Fit, there's no one that does more for OnlyFans women than Fresh and Fit. Myron, one of the hosts, wrote a book, Why Women Deserve Less. You are the number one, you have helped sex workers more than anybody, I think, in the world. You have given us the world. Every time I come on your show, my money goes way up. And then he kicked me off, and then he invited me back on. So
He is copying the formula of some of the biggest supporters of OnlyFans girls. How traditional and Christian of him. So anyway, I want to tell you guys more about what happened after I released my video on Cakegate. So in response to Rachel responding to my video, essentially me pointing out that she's overweight, and she posted that photo of her that wasn't timestamped, I told her to call into my stream since she had such pleasant words to say about me on Twitter. So she said no unless there's a moderator. So she won't call into my stream to say what she has to say to me directly. And not only that, but she and her addict husband kept creating new threads on Twitter to make it look like I wasn't replying when she responded to me about wanting to call in, but only with a moderator.
Somebody said fish oil has many randomized controlled trials for reducing LDL cholesterol. It's even prescribed for people with high cholesterol, specifically EPA and DHA. Okay, Sticky BB said that in chat. When I thought about buying supplements at the beginning of the year, because I was like, okay, well, I'm starting this fucking amphetamine. I want to make sure that at least the rest of my health is okay. And I started to Google around for studies, because what I'd always said is like multivitamins are trash, but at least like fish oil and stuff is okay. But when I started Googling around for studies, it seemed like the evidence that even the fish oil and omega-3 stuff helped, that there was scant evidence for that. But maybe, I don't know. Do you think that TRT is dangerous? A lot of alleged bad side effects, but most of them seem to be untrue. TRT, the problem with TRT is I think people use it for aesthetic reasons or for recreational reasons, but they try to make a medical argument for it. And if you're using it for like weightlifting or whatever, warning, we're stepping into an area that I don't know much about, okay? So careful, whatever I say, you might kill yourself, okay? Because I don't do any of this shit, okay? But my guess would be, if you want to get big in the gym, then grab some trend, figure out what you need to do to cycle on and off some fucking roids, go on your huge fucking bulk, do that, and then get off it, and then figure shit out. I think my guess would be that's probably better than going to some men's clinic, lying about having low T, and then getting put on fucking TRT for the rest of your life because you think that your natural T levels need to be 950 or whatever. That would be my guess. If you want to do roids, do roids. Learn what you need to do to manage the side effects, learn how much you want to go, how hard you want to go, and then have your big fucking bulk cycle, gain your muscle, do your shit, and then cycle on or off, or do it forever, fucking kill yourself, I don't care. That, my guess would be, is that that's probably better, yeah, than doing the like, oh, I really need TRT because my natural T levels at 450 aren't good enough. I need the 1,200 that this doctor's going to put me at for the rest of my life. That'd be my guess, but...
She also tried to make me look bad by lying and saying I blocked her, and then she backtracked when I called her out. A moderator is completely unnecessary, and the reason she wants one is to shield her because she's scared of what I would say to her. For example, if I went over these meals and how many calories they are with her on the live stream, what is she gonna say? It would be pretty embarrassing. Also, with the moderator thing, I tried to get one to get Rachel to at least come on and talk to me, and it fell through because Chrissy was gonna moderate, but then she wanted to host it, but I wanted to host it because I'm the one who made the Cakegate video and put days of research and work and editing into it. And
is TRT unhealthy for you? If you have low testosterone, meaning that your body is not producing enough that you need to maintain the healthy actions of being a man, and there's a bunch of side effects you're starting to experience as a result of having low T, then going on TRT would probably be an overall boost to your health. If you're not symptomatic of low T and you just get it because you want to like get leaner or whatever, then at that point the side effects are probably going to overweigh any of the health benefits, because the health benefits are just aesthetic in nature, right? The problem with testosterone is that testosterone has a very wide reference range of like acceptable levels. And you can't tell just by looking at your T levels of like, are you low T or not? So for instance, my T levels are very low. Mine are like, I think it might have even been below. It might have been 297 when I tested last, I think. But the reference range is literally 300 to 1,000. But just because mine are very low doesn't mean I would go to a doctor and say like, hey doc, I need you to shoot me up with that TRT, please. Because if you look at the symptoms of like low T, so super irritability, like tons of fat gain, lots of, I think erectile dysfunction or sexual issues. And I think it might be, there was a couple others, but like if I look down the list of like low T problems, oh, I'm not symptomatic of any of these things, right? So my body, for whatever reason, I'm just like naturally geared towards like less testosterone. Other people might have a T level that's naturally around 500, 600, 700, whatever. So somebody could be at a testosterone of 600 and they are symptomatic of low T. Their free testosterone is lower, their hormones are out of whack, their natural body level is like 700 and they need like TRT to boost themselves. Somebody might be healthy at 300 or 400. That might just be fine. That's like their level of testosterone. So yeah, you can't just get tested, look at the reference range and go, oh God, my testosterone's only 400. It should be at 1,000. I need TRT. At that point, you're just taking it for aesthetic purposes or for recreational purposes, I would say. It's not like a therapeutic medicinal thing. So the side effects are going to outweigh any health benefits because there are no health benefits. You're just doing it for fun, basically. Yeah.
Chrissy said she felt that it wouldn't be fair unless it was hosted on a third party. But I disagree. Sloppy Rachel / her husband have people on and they have a moderator quotation, but he doesn't actually do anything. He just sits there silent the whole time. So I don't see why I need a moderator when they essentially don't even use one when they talk to people. I also don't agree it needs to be on a third party platform or that we need a moderator, considering that other streamers have people call in like Destiny or Turkey Tom.
300 to 1,000 is kind of a crazy range. A lot of your hormones for your body have very, very big reference ranges because bodies are different. Different people have like just different levels of hormones. That's why it's important to, if you want to know if your hormone levels are safe or not safe or effective, if your hormone levels are healthy, you should get them checked, I don't know, once a year, like kind of regularly. And then you have to look for symptoms of being low in something, but because you could be in a reference range and still be low on something, but you're just not aware of it. Yeah. with the exception of like, I think stuff like cholesterol and whatnot, once that gets over certain points, that's just bad for you, I think.
Time. So I don't see why I need a moderator when they essentially don't even use one when they talk to people.
Hold on. It's kind of true though. If the average before was 1,000 and the average now is 250, why would you not want to get up to 1,000 again? First of all, I don't think the average T levels are over 1,000. That sounds super fucking high. And I doubt the average now is 250. I haven't looked into the whole, I know that people freak out over falling T levels and other cuck stupid shit and obsess over it. If I had to guess, probably one of the big things that play into the reduction of T levels, my understanding is if you want to naturally raise your testosterone, I think there are 3 things that you can do that kind of boost it. But we're talking like low levels, like less than 50, not boost it like hundreds. But I think what I've read over and over again is make sure you're not deficient in zinc. I've heard that doing compound lifts, for whatever reason, that just might be a riptomine. But I've seen that said a lot, and then I've seen the sleep a lot. And then a 4th thing is I'm pretty sure that if you're obese, I think that affects everything in your body. The more weight you gain past that overweight into the obesity thing will also cause a decrease in testosterone in the body. Being obese has a negative impact on almost every single system in your body. You're just not meant to carry that much fat. There's inflammation all over the body. It hurts your joints everywhere. It can affect your sleep. It can play into cancer. It's just a whole bunch of bad things that happen when you're obese. It fucks all your hormones. It's so bad for you. Yeah. What are the benefits to upping the low T? Is it only for weight loss and leaning? What about mood? If your T levels are healthy and you're on a supplement for recreational purposes, I don't think more testosterone helps your mood. I think it hurts your mood. I think you become more irritable. So like if you're low T and you're like irritable and grumpy and you take a testosterone supplement, your mood will stabilize and you'll be, I think, more pleasing, more agreeable, less grumpy all the time. But if your T levels are normal and then you supplement, you take a recreational amount for weightlifting, I think then your mood tanks. You become an asshole, you become really aggressive, you become really shitty. Oh, sleep is also important, I think, yeah.
He just sits there silent the whole time. So I don't see why I need a moderator when they essentially...
Destiny, I just got the we gotta talk text. What should I do? If a girl texts you that we have to talk and she's probably breaking up with you, what I would start doing is immediately go across social media, start posting suicidal messages, find a playlist of songs, Juice WRLD or whatever the fuck, start posting that. If you've got the appetite for it, do a little bit of cutting, get some fucking Band-Aids or some bullshit, gauze wrap it. And then when you meet her, she'll be way too guilt-stricken to actually break up with you. And she's also probably going to be checking your socials at the same time. So that's what I would say. Testosterone is the most overrated molecule in the human body. The most observed and replicated correlation with testosterone is sexual arousal. I have never heard that in my entire life. Unless you're saying more T means more sexual arousal, but I don't think sexual arousal produces more testosterone. I've never heard that before. That might not to say that it's not true, but I've never heard that before. I haven't seen...
don't even use one when they talk to people. I also don't agree it needs to be on a third-party platform or that we need a moderator, considering that other streamers have people call in, like Destiny or Turkey Tom. They let people call in and argue with them. So I think the real reason that Sloppy Rachel wanted a moderator was to try to shut me down and prevent me from saying what she didn't want me to say. Sloppy Rachel also said that she was worried that I would mute her, which she has no evidence to go off of that I mute anybody, and really it just seems like projection. But her saying that I would mute her is just some made-up excuse that she can't call into my stream. She could also record or dual stream when she calls in if she really felt like I would be as bad faith as her husband. So after the debate falls through because we can't decide who should host the stream, I say, screw this, and I told Sloppy that my original invitation still stands. Call into my stream. Call in since you contest me saying that you're overweight. Come on camera and tell me what you have to say to my face. So then, scared Sloppy hides behind her husband, who comes onto our Simpcast episode live, where the topic of Cakegate came up, and he is having a good old drunken melty in the chat, in front of everyone, live. Because he knows that Sloppy will be there, a good old drunken melty in...
None of these chicks can have their positions. Literal morons. I don't care what kind of stream. Yeah, Rachel isn't going on a show where she can't confront her accusers. This is bullshit. These dumb broads talking all kinds of smack and won't confront me 3v1. She isn't going to help you, brain-dead retards, grow your brand. You're right, you are an idiot, LOL. You will lose in 15 minutes. We're going to get my T levels checked. You go to a blood panel at a clinic. Google online T-test and sign up for, blood labs.
In the chat, in front of everyone, live. Because he knows that Sloppy will be there to make him his 1,500 calorie breakfast after his hangover. Get your rose lattes ready because I'm about to spill the tea.
How do you raise Nathan to not be a picky eater? How do you and Rachel manage his relationship with food and exercises? I think his eating right now is pretty good. He wanted to be a picky eater early on. This is my thought process as a parent, okay, here are things that I think are important, okay, as a dad. Okay, here are things, okay? This is coming from me feeding my kid, and this is coming from me being a really picky eater growing up, okay? Step one, here's the most important thing, all right? Kids, okay. it is important to understand that starvation is an incredibly painful way to die. It is an agonizing way to die. Starvation is a horrible way to go. Your kid will not starve themselves, okay? So if they're hungry and they don't want to eat, then that's fine. Find a way to save their plate, cover it in styrofoam, or not styrofoam, cover it in, what's the plastic wrap? Put it in the fridge and say, okay, if you don't want to eat, that's fine. If you get hungry later, come down and you can finish your dinner, okay? So that's number one, okay? Do not give in to kids saying that they're going to starve themselves. They won't. They will eat, okay? Number one. Number two, okay? This is especially important for white people, okay? If you're going to serve a balanced like diet of food, don't serve shit that is fucking disgusting. In my opinion, I think you should always be eating about the same food that your kid eats. I would never make Nathan eat shit that I won't eat. That's fucking gross and inhumane and cruel and disgusting, okay? If you're a white person, stop steaming vegetables and then throwing them on a fucking plate and expecting a kid to eat them and enjoy them. That shit is gross. Nobody likes fucking steamed broccoli. Nobody likes fucking green beans that are slopped out of a jar with no salt, pepper, butter, no sauce, no nothing. Okay, bullshit. Make sure that when you're serving vegetables, make sure they're fucking good. So I think those are the two important things, okay? Your kid won't starve himself. Don't like give in and just like give them random cuck shit just because of whatever. And make kids make sure the food that you give them is good. Yeah, don't give them dog shit food. Oh, also, I think it's important to, personally, I don't know if I suggest to other parents, don't punish kids over meals. I feel like that, one of the most traumatizing things for me is I hated dinner and lunch, because dinner and lunch were always opportunities for me to lose privileges. I hated mealtime because whatever it was, I probably wouldn't want to eat it. And I'd always they'd try to ground me or lose my computer or lose my fucking Game Boy or whatever. Because it fuck me. And it's like, fuck, I hated looking, every time I went to a meal, I would cringe. It's like, fuck, if they give me some shit I'm not gonna eat, I'm gonna get punished for it. I don't think you should punish kids for not eating. Just put the food in the fridge, go do whatever you want. That's fine. And if you get hungry later, come back and eat. But just don't let them eat candy or fill up on random shit if they don't eat dinner or lunch. In my opinion, okay? Yeah, that's what I would say.
Middle of the Simcast episode being live streamed.
Oh, and then also the last thing too is if there's certain types of food that you want your kid to eat, try to incorporate that food into other food that they do like. So, there's an Asian place that Nathan loves to eat at a lot. And I'll say that we can go here, that's fine. But listen, if we are gonna go here, you have to get at least a spoonful of green beans or whatever, and you got to eat that. You can eat your other shit, your General Tso's chicken, whatever the fuck else you want, that's fine. But you have to eat this spoonful of green beans. You have to eat this part, and then everything else is fine too. So it's you incorporate a little bit of things into other things I like. Yeah, I think.
Get your rose.
I'm retarded. What about stunting growth? I don't think kids will normally do that to themselves. I don't think so. As long as you're feeding them good food, because eventually they'll learn to like it. Nathan likes a lot of food today that he didn't when he was growing up, but it's because you just force him to eat it.
That Sloppy will be there to make him his 1,500 calorie breakfast after his hangover. Get your rose lattes ready because I'm about to spill the tea. In middle of
How was it feeding a toddler though? Pretty easy. Nathan was a super easy baby. He, even when he was just born, it was every 4 hours he'd wake up crying, and then you would change him, feed him, burp him, bed him, and that was it. Just every 4 hours. He was a super regular, super easy baby.
Of the Simcast episode being live streamed, Addict Andrew goes into the live stream chat and demands that he be invited on to this Simcast episode so that he can dispel this fiction.
How do you enforce this kind of diet when you're absent from the household most of the time? Do you have an agreement with his mom? Yeah, me and his mom are always 100% on the same page for everything. Me and his mom are on the same page for everything, and then when I do come in and visit, I make sure that I adhere to the same rules that she has. Like I said, in my personal opinion, I don't think any parent, especially because I'm absent from the house now, I don't think that when I show up, it shouldn't be oh, we're going to break every single rule and do all the fun things, and then when you go back to mom, you've got to eat the shitty food again. Again, I don't like the idea that healthy food has to be gross, but then every now and then you can take a break and eat really good stuff. You should be able to eat good food that tastes good and is healthy. There's lots of non-white food that fits in this category.
Being spoken about Sloppy, who, by the way, prior to this happening, was invited to join Simcast the next week, despite him saying how boring and unbearable it is to speak to women. He was absolutely begging to come on to an all-female podcast.
Nice. What about bribing the child to eat? In my personal experience, that didn't work with me, and when I first tried it when Nathan was getting picky, it didn't work with him. Children are very much existing in the present and have a very hard time future cash value, or what is it called? Is it called discount value? When you value the time present value of money or whatever, or the NPV, net present value of money. Is it time discounting? You can offer a kid the world. You can offer the kid whatever you want in the future. But if he doesn't want to eat vegetables in front of him right now, I don't think you can offer them anything. You can be like, bro, we'll go to Disney World tomorrow if you eat all your vegetables. They won't do it. I think kids are really bad at that. At least when they're like 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you like Cuban food? I think it's okay, yeah. What about absent eating, aka having the TV on while they eat? I mean, as long as they're eating, I don't think it matters.
To speak to women, he was absolutely begging to come on to an all-female podcast.
Most women, they never have anything interesting to say, and so I don't actually care about what they say. So I feel like they're just talking, and I'm just kind of nodding my head. I just kind of want the exchange to be over so I can get on in life and do other things that I consider more meaningful, like watching paint dry on the wall. I'm not particularly good company for women because sometimes they'll be talking to me and I'll literally just get up and walk out of the room because I just don't care what they're saying. I don't give a shit what they're saying. I don't.
Could you also use a bit of the old school influence and that your kid can't, and that you can't let your kid make the rules? Personally, I think that's cringe. I think that's for 60 IQ people that are too retarded to know what they're doing, and CPS should take their kids and execute them on the spot. But if I'm telling my kid to do something, there's a reason for it, right? You don't eat the food that I tell you to eat because it's my house, my rules. That's fucking retarded. You eat it because I want you to grow up to be strong and healthy, not be deficient in any vitamins and minerals. I don't want you to like grow up short. I don't want you to have like shorter than your shit. I don't want like you to have like to suffer the negative effects of having a bad diet. That's why you eat what I put in front of you. It's not like my house, my rules. It's fucking retarded. If there are chores that you're doing, it's because you need to develop responsibility. You need to get in the habit of like doing things in a regular schedule that you don't always like to do, and you need to get better at like scheduling your time. That's why you do it. Anytime a parent is saying shit like you have to do it because I said so, my rules, my house, that's weak shit. And I don't think it like teaches the kid why the thing is important. Like I'm not just doing this to like make you suffer. Also, I don't want to be seen as like I'm here to like abuse you and make me feel good and somehow that's helping your development. I think that's cringe. But want to be awkward for Nathan when he grows up with all this talk online? I don't know. Fuck it.
Sometimes they'll be talking to me and I'll literally just get up and walk out of the room because I just don't care what they're saying. I don't give a shit what they're saying. I don't care what they're saying. It doesn't make any sense. I'm just like, okay, what? And they're sometimes they'll be talking to me. I don't even know what they're talking about. I'm just like, what the fuck are you even talking? Just get up and leave. Women, I don't dislike women. They're not very enjoyable to be around, and they just kind of talk at you.
Please, Chrissy, let me on. Let me at him. Let me talk to the women. They can't talk about my sloppy wife like that. Wah! So he goes on to insult Simcast, the guest, and he also insults Chrissy.
Maybe I didn't word it properly, not so much in the dictatorial enforcement, but rather that some kids get stubborn in wanting to eat what they want to eat, etc., and a lot of parents are pushovers. Sure, so this doesn't just apply to kids, this applies to everybody, okay? One thing that I like to stress to every single person, and this happens too with like crazy guys, crazy girls, crazy whatever people in life, is generally people are rational, okay? Most people's brains process order of events, process causality, process things happening if other things happen, okay? People will see somebody who acts insane. They're abusive, they scream at people, and they're a horrible person, like, oh my God, this person's crazy. This person acts so irrationally, it's unbelievable. And it's like, well, are they? Well, let's look and see what happens. Every time they scream or throw things at people, somebody comes in to comfort them. Every time they attack somebody or do something horrible, their boyfriend or girlfriend apologizes and they shut the fuck up. It seems like every time they engage in this behavior, they're actually getting exactly what they want. Why do you think this person is acting irrationally? If your child knows that they can act in a certain way and eventually you'll give them what they want, that's not irrational at all. It makes sense for the child to act that way. The kid has to understand that if they act in a certain way, they're not going to get what they want just because they're being a piece of shit about it. So if your kid cries enough and then you always give them like a cheeseburger or a candy bar, then it makes sense for him to cry. He should. That's what you're teaching him to do, right? Yeah, okay. Well, if you cry enough, if you break me down enough, then fine, fuck it. Yeah, have a candy bar, have a cheeseburger, have a chicken nugget, whatever the fuck you want, and you got it. You can't be surprised when people grow up and they continue to do that because the behavior works. It's the whole point of it, right?
Who was not be wife like that. Wah! So he goes on to insult Simcast, the guest, and he also insults Chrissy, who was not hosting that night because she had just gotten done throwing up all day from being pregnant, so Anna was hosting the stream. Imagine you're throwing up all day and then some guy DMs you this. Fuck off, Mayor. You could have easily allowed us to defend ourselves while our accusers were there.
Oh no.
He makes it sound like it was SA or something. He's so mad. Not my first time in the you talk shit, now you turn to talk shit rodeo. I got no problems with Frank, he's fine. Isn't that interesting how he has no problems with the guy? You know, the guy that could actually square up with him instead of the pregnant woman who just got done throwing up all day? I was talking smack in chat to him, but
That presupposes that the kid does behavior to achieve a goal. Often people do behavior just because they feel like doing it without any motive. I super disagree. I think almost, unless you have a mental illness like you're psychotic or hallucinating or something, most people do behaviors, even if they don't know consciously the goal they're trying to go for, it's goal-oriented. Almost all human behavior is goal-oriented. We don't do much randomly. All of it has a reason.
get he's just trying to run a show. Oh yeah, give him the pass, but always blame women. Sounds a lot like the manosphere. He backpedaled that real quick with a man though. So Frank's just trying to run a show. But you brats, yeah, not interested. If this is how it is, this is how it is. Rachel's too good for you all, literally. Genius academic, and you let dumb skanks rail her with lies and wouldn't allow a word of pushback. How did you think it would go with us being pals? Chrissy, we are literally not friends anymore. You let those dumb skanks talk shit about my sloppy wife. I'll have you know she is literally a genius academic.
Whenever I see like e-boys that are like big internet male figures, they get so feminine. I've never seen men partake in so much drama in my life than men on the internet.
You know, these e-boys and their little gossip sessions. So as a result of this, because Tree of Logic was on this
I still can't believe that I've been like on shows and like Andrew Wilson and Rollo Tomasi will literally be typing gossip in their YouTube chat while we're on like a debate panel together. I'm like, bro, I think that's why I decided not to talk to him again after the last time that happened. I'm like, are you serious? It was like Lauren De Laguna and Jasmine just had like some like 30-minute back and forth on some legal shit. And then it was Andrew Wilson's turn to talk. And he was like, Destiny, is it true that you and Lauren Southern had a romantic? And I was like, are you, what the fuck? And I found out later it's because Rollo and him were chatting in his fucking YouTube channel. I'm like, bro.
Stream. She issues the same challenge that I issued to Rachel, who was running away, avoiding it, using her husband as a shield, and she told Addict Andrew to call into her stream and defend Sloppy. Isn't it interesting how he will 1v1, but suddenly Rachel can't do the same thing and call into my stream and needs a moderator? That's interesting because her husband doesn't. Shortly after joining Tree's stream, he proceeds to mute her. After all that fuss Sloppy made about how I was going to mute her, meanwhile her husband does exactly that. So he mutes Tree, and the only thing you could see on the screen is a slideshow of Tree doing her dominatrix work that she's retired from. She's very open about how she did dominatrix work, and she talks about it like every other stream, so I don't understand what he thought he was exposing. Clearly he doesn't watch her content. So he's showing adult content that will either get Tree a strike for live streaming it, or it will get her live stream demonetized. And Andrew knows that, which is why he was streaming on Rumble. He did not stream this on YouTube. So yeah, essentially Andrew tries to mess with Tree's money by getting her live stream either a strike or possibly getting it demonetized, because he, like his wife that's hiding behind him, are too cowardly to actually hear what she has to say. He was scared what she's gonna say, so he's muting her, blocking the audience from seeing Tree talking about how his wife pimped out her daughter to Groypers, and all they're seeing is a slideshow of her doing dom work, which resulted in said Groyper not only increasing her body count to 1, but also blackmailing her family with her nudes for them to not speak out against Nick Fuentes.
Leading up to a debate I had scheduled with Ethan Ralph, with Big Tech, I got a call from my daughter's ex-boyfriend, and he basically threatened me, right? He said that he was going to do horrible things to me and my family.
Christ.
Horrible things to her. He said, it's because Fuentes is my king, and you're going after my king, and I'm going to do horrible things to you.
Wait, his daughter's... Oh, wait. His daughter's ex-boyfriend? His daughter's ex-boyfriend was a Fuentes fan. Wait, what the fuck is even happening? I'm sorry.
Things to me and I got a call from my daughter's ex-boyfriend, and he basically threatened me, right? He said that he was going to do horrible things to me and my family.
Oh,
He's gonna do horrible
God.
things to her. He said, it's because Fuentes is my king, and you're going after my king, and I'm going to do horrible things to you, right? Essentially. You show up to that debate, I'm going to do horrible things to you, horrible things to your daughter. But he's like, you show up to this debate, if you show up, I'm going to ruin her entire life.
And this is completely Sloppy Mommy's fault.
They pimped her out to him.
She's over here bragging that her daughter's a virgin, and now she's not because of her. And she's probably very traumatized from this, from her mother getting her into the situation. But Andrew's audience wouldn't know that because not only did he mute Tree and block the screen she was showing and explaining what had happened, but also he deleted his live stream. Luckily, I saved it.
This is where I live. This is why I was scoring the internet for suitors for my daughter.
saw her
Can you
family.
believe this? Pimping out her daughter. She wants her daughter to be a single baby mama like she was.
So on Andrew's stream here, this is his audience's perspective. All they see is Tree's former domination pics.
The mom was asking on Twitter for a nice Groyper boy to date her daughter? Jesus. Why do you have relatively low subscriber conversion with such good views? Because I don't bot or do anything weird with any of my shit. I like it.
With Tree muted with this music playing. So because this is Addict Andrew's audience's POV, they cannot see what Tree is talking about, they cannot see her screen, and he muted her so that they cannot hear what she's saying. Versus on Tree's stream, this is her audience's perspective, and they're able to see and hear everything for the entire duration of the stream.
Here we have her pimping out one of her daughters. She's a dream wife for a Groyper? Hello? Are you not going to say nothing?
Yeah, Tree, are
Okay,
you...
so anyway,
so you're still not
but
gonna...
the dream of a wife for a
She's still
Groyper is
smirking.
not a good enough feel for the scroll on. And so she says, so they're asking, hey, I want to know more about your daughter. I'm interested in basically, you know, getting her to be one of my slaves. So then she says, she still have a wife who had 3 kids, actually 4 kids. She had 3 or 4 kids, unfortunately one of them. She had 4 kids by 3 other men. No, 2 men. You're the 3rd one. You're the cook that basically took her on, and with her baggage and her other kids. Won't deny that. And then here she goes, no baggage, but I'm her mom, so obviously I will be offended by your language. And then she has another one. I don't know. She likes a bunch. So this one's asking, I think they're asking about anime. So it says,
There's not like an archive of these tweets anywhere?
I don't know. She's pimping them out like, yo, you're gonna love this. She ain't even touched by nobody. So Here,
life,
get
live
some
it.
of this. You know what I'm saying?
He's still
So
fucking
anyway,
freaking out.
we're gonna go to
Still
the next
freaking
one
out.
where we're showing how you're basically is whoring out her daughter. Isn't that something?
Still freaking out.
Oh.
Right after Tree gets done explaining how Rachel pimping out her daughter resulted in her getting engaged to a guy who eventually blackmailed her family over what's implied to be her news, he then rage quits the stream.
Pimped him out in April. They hooked up in May, and then all of a sudden they got engaged in October. In October? Oh, he left. He left. He left. He left. He left. He left.
Daughter just got engaged to a very high quality young man who also is a griper because of that Twitter joke. I'm appearing on the kill stream and releasing a highly anticipated book. Stay mad though. Oh no.
He left.
So essentially, his little tactic didn't work and he lost. He lost at the blood swords. So these people are most definitely not good Christians and are literally the definition of the word grifter. Speaking of grifters, after this whole ordeal, Trad thought Isabella comes into the fight. So OF Isabella is out here tweeting pictures of Tree's retired domination photos where she's very open about it. And she fails to see the irony of her doing that, considering that she has those inappropriate photos of herself where she's in lingerie showing her behind and kissing another woman. So my point of mentioning this is the contrast here. So we have Tree, who's open about her past of doing dom work and she's okay with it, and she also is bisexual. But then we have Trad thought Isabella, who is not honest about her past and only spoke on it after she was called out on it. She would have just continued lying by omission. This photo that Tree showed was only from about a year and a half ago. So how are you sucking your friend's boobs a year and a half ago in middle of the karaoke bar? But then you're gonna insult Cake Girl for not being Tree showed was only from—
Wait, is this Rachel? Or Isabella secretly by— oh, is Isabella her daughter? Bro, I can't keep up with this shit.
about a year and a half ago. So how are you sucking your friend's boobs a year and a half ago in middle of the karaoke bar? But then you're gonna insult Cake Girl for not being modest and trad enough for baking a cake in her kitchen. So how is that Isabella can have photos that are more sexual than a
different conservative influencer. Okay, gotcha.
Matrix from as recently as like a year and a half ago, but then she's tweeting Tree's dom photos like she's exposing something. The difference is Tree is open and honest about it. Trad thought Isabella was not. Tree is also not held to the ethics code or the moral code of her religion, unlike Trad thought Isabella, who is held to the moral code of being a Christian and also throws stones at other people for, quote, not being traditional and Christian enough. The reason that I'm pointing it out and why Tree is pointing it out is the dishonesty about living a Christian lifestyle. It's one thing to have a past and genuinely change as a person, but this is not one of those situations. Seriously, the photos are on par with OF content as recently as a year and a half ago, but now you're a traditional Christian who gets to toss your stones at other women for baking in the kitchen, for literally staying in the kitchen. They're taking Christianity and using it as a shield for their bad actions and lifestyle that conflicts with Christianity that they're still living. These are going to be the people that others point to when they're like, see, that's why I don't want to be part of that. If I were a Christian and living a trad wife life, I would be really pissed seeing these people making a perversion of it. They're just making a complete mockery of Christianity and just cherry picking what they want to follow and then throw stones at others who do the same things that they did. These people are so cliquish and purity spiral so much, but they're the ones who should actually be kicked out of the Christianity club for not living the actual lifestyle. Thank you for watching the video, and a special thanks to my producers from Patreon who support my content. Like the video, subscribe, feel free to purchase the Rose Tea Latte from Reed Street Soap. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.
Have you ever had a conversation like this one? Okay.
No, I think it'll be fun.
Cole Sprouse.
Disney Channel's.
Okay, cute. What is this?
I mean,
Somebody keeps linking me this on Linus Parenting Takes.
Man, I could hear everyone around me like talking about me, because my middle child was crying for over an hour in the food court because I said she had to take one more bite, and she didn't want to, and I felt awful because she was overtired. I knew as soon as we were getting into it that she was overtired. She was overdue for her nap, and it had been kind of a long day. And realistically, it was crankiness. It's not because she's a bad kid or whatever. But I had already said, you have to take one more bite.
So it's been stated. The word has been uttered.
And as soon as they find the gaps,
now if I act overtired.
Wait, what's
was
that?
crying. You've got one of timeout was the laundry room. Step 2, the most powerful tool, because give them attention for that. And then if they keep doing it, well, hey, next up is outside.
Yeah, he said had to. He would never hit his kids.
Yeah,
it was just a verbiage.
How old
I
is
think
the
some
kid in
people
the
justify
story?
it by saying that they had to, that there was no other way.
Yeah.
And I strongly believe that patience is the most powerful tool because they're not disciplined. They're kids. They are not patient. If you're willing to, you can always outlast them. Always. And like I said, it's not that I'm not.
Somebody said like 5 through 10. Bro, that's a huge age range.
Willing to put them in an unpleasant situation. So at our old house, step 1 of timeout was the laundry room. Step 2 was through the door in the garage. And step 3 was out the back door outside. And I don't care what the weather is. I don't care how late it is. I don't care how tired you are. If I said, brush your teeth, you will brush your teeth. You will. And then when we're done, I say, okay, did I say brush your teeth? Mm-hmm. Okay, did you brush your teeth? Yeah. Could that have gone a lot faster? and a lot more pleasantly. Okay, well then next time, why don't we do it that way? And you've got to be willing to stand your ground. Man, I remember this one time in IKEA. Man, I could hear everyone around me like talking about me, because my middle child was crying for over an hour in the food court because I said she had to take one more bite, and she didn't want to. And I felt awful because she was overtired. I knew as soon as we were getting into it that she was overtired. She was overdue for her nap, and it had been kind of a long day. And realistically, it was crankiness. It's not because she's a bad kid or whatever. But I had already said, you have to take one more bite.
So it's been stated. The word has been uttered.
And as soon as they find the gaps,
now if I act overtired, I can get away with X, Y,
they're
Z.
smart. They're too smart. And so. Oh, that's a big one, is when they finally take the bite, huge positive reinforcement. Like, that's really good too. Big snuggles and pick them up and like whatever, right? Oh, and never bribe. That's another one. Always reward unexpectedly. Never, okay, we can get the toy if you eat your meal. You will eat the meal. They eat it, you go, good job. Why don't we go get a treat? Never treat up front. Never.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point.
Yeah. Has there been any funny parenting story? I mean, I
feel like I agree with all this. Yeah. What he's saying about, it's not like reward randomly, but he's saying that like you don't do it with like I don't think it's anything bad. Or like, oh, you had all your food, let's go get ice cream. But you can't like bargain beforehand. You're not like, don't let them take you hostage. I think everything is fine.
The one in the IKEA was pretty funny.
I thought it was pretty good.
It's terrible. There was the one time my eldest, who was very shy, almost made us miss a ferry because we were at the park playing, and as we were leaving, he had borrowed a toy from another kid, like a little truck or something. And I said, okay, I'll go give the toy back and thank him for letting you borrow it. And he went and he put the truck down and he left. I said, hey, you need to thank that boy for lending you his toy.
I remember that. I wasn't there, but I remember the story.
And he cried because he just had this sort of this petrification. He was so shy sometimes, but it doesn't matter. You will be f***ing polite and you will be a decent f***ing human being. I don't care how shy you are. If somebody does something for you, you will thank them, period. And that was one of our biggest battles. It was also one of our last ones because he was getting to the age where
he's kind of getting it.
It was where he was getting it, and we made that ferry by like 30 seconds. It was bare.
I don't know. I feel like it's fine. Some guys linked this like 50 times in chat because he really wants us to see his meme. When Nathan had a meltdown in public, did you or Rachel pick him up and take him away from other people, or just let him cry wherever he is? No. Public shit is a different thing. I won't sit there and have my kid fucking screaming in public because I don't want to subject other people to that, and because it's too much for me. I'll get fucking irritated. So usually we'll leave or go somewhere else, or we'll just beat the shit out of him.
I'm telling you, Gel King is the ultimate Sigma grind set.
You've gone full skibbity on this one, Mr. Morris. Gel King, really? It's all about gooning.
The fact you are even talking about gooning shows that you don't skibbity.
Please, Mr. Barilli, do not lecture me on gooning.
There you go. I know how important that was. That one guy in chat who linked this 30 times. I don't think we can watch Louis C.K. I think we get fucked by the...
Here's the thing. I never judge other parents now. I never do. I used to, but I never do. Like, you know when you see a mother in McDonald's or someplace or in a toy store and she's just melting down on her kid? She's like, shut up. I hate you. You're ugly. And people are standing around going, oh my goodness, she's a horrible mother. Well, guess what? Those people aren't fucking parents. They don't have kids.
I feel like I've said this before on stream, and I think a lot of people got mad at me, where I think I said something along like, yeah, you know what? If somebody's like, I wish I could just fucking kill my kid. You know what? I get that. There are times when I absolutely get that. But I feel like, yeah, non-parents are like, what? That's your flesh and blood. That's your child. All the more reason why I'm the one that has to do the deed.
I'm going, oh my goodness, she's a horrible mother. Well, guess what? Those people aren't fucking parents. They don't have kids. Because any parents who were in that store are thinking, what did that shitty kid do to that poor woman? That poor woman. I wish I could help. Because you don't know, man. You don't know. Or like when you see a parent that seems to be negligent. Like you see a parent in McDonald's with the kid, and the parent's like, I can't take this shit anymore. And just like collapsed, and all the shopping bags are just strewn everywhere. And the kid's happy. The kid's eating French fries. And the kid asks a question like, Mama, why is the sky blue? And she's like, just shut up and eat your French fries. And you think, what a terrible mother. Why doesn't she answer her child? When I have a child, I will answer all of their questions.
You should try to do this. I did try to do this. Really depends on your level of patience. I'm a pretty patient person, though, so I get it.
And open their minds to the wonders of the world. Well, guess what? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can't answer a kid's question. They don't accept any answer. A kid never goes, oh, thanks, I get it. They fucking never say that. They just keep coming. More questions. Why? But you don't even know who the fuck you are anymore at the end of the conversation. It's an insane deconstruction. It's amazing. This is my daughter the other day. She's like, Papa, why can't we go outside? Well, because it's raining. Why? Well, water's coming out of the sky. Why?
Okay, we've seen this before. Did you see Abin Preacher's new video on that Chinese couple that got executed after the father killed his 2 toddlers by throwing them off a balcony? Holy shit. Why can't we finish the video? Because we've already seen this. And because I'll get copyright hit.
Norm and Benny are historians. Wayne is a Middle East analyst. And Steven is a sex researcher on everything from...
What do you do if you don't know the answer? Do you just make something up? Just look it up then, I guess, no?
fetishes to relationships. A con man, a fraud, and would be remiss if I didn't mention he's also a sex worker. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, William Rabani, and Steven Bunnell.
Your name, please?
Steven Bunnell.
Okay. Mr. Bunnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe the guy that wrote the
You read
stuff.
what Wikipedia says.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bunnell,
Those kids weren't just on the beach, as is often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You can Google it. You can Google it.
With all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein,
respect, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't
I can read from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards
say-
to the Great March of Return,
Please
they said,
stop with your
while the
idiotic-
vast majority of
with your
protesters have
idiotic-
acted in a peaceful manner,
No, listen to what
during
he's
most
saying.
protests,
Could
dozens
you
have approached the fence,
disagree with
attempting
me,
to
Mr.
damage it.
What is, I can't believe he keeps talking the whole time. Jesus.
Respect, Mr. Bunnell. Do not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
for Palestinians.
I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a signal.
Waste of time.
Yeah, I know books are a waste of time.
They could be.
To see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bunnell, based on his Wikipedia entry.
Okay.
Because you might recall, Mr.
You do more music content on reactions. The Avidus Zildjian Company channel. Some of the best music. Wow, I'll keep that in mind.
Let me read a quote. I think I want to read one.
Let him read.
It is absolutely not. You're dead wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
Do you read the case? It is
Mr.
a highly
Borelli,
special intent.
I'm
to be
going to
convicted
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is
Don't
imbecility.
put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I
I'm
read the
comfortable putting
case?
my display on camera.
Mr.
You're comfortable
Borelli,
putting yours in
Mr.
books.
Borelli,
Okay?
I read the case around 4 times.
They just don't show genocidal
Mr. Borelli,
intent.
brace yourself.
The Israeli Minister of
Mr.
Finance on the
Borelli.
8th of October 2023 to condemn every nation that goes to war.
Mr. Bunnell,
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
He made you into an Italian all the time.
by your solicitude for international law. Is it the inadmissibility of
Why did he
that-
hate you so much from the jump? Poisoned well. Somebody must have told him enough about me to not the motor mouth, the Wikipedia, whatever. I guess he'd been already told by his handlers what to say to me, and then that was it.
acquisition of territory by force?
Which is
That,
meaningless.
Chris, it may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bunnell.
meaningless to everyone in
Okay,
the region.
Mr. Bunnell.
Who
that
owns
is
the
Why does he never responds? Does he respond to a single question that I ask in this entire debate?
467.
Mr. Bunnell.
Why does he take so long to say my name here?
Who owns the Gaza Strip to 467?
I feel like he was thinking of like what do I want to call him this time. And he's like, Bunnell.
Mr. Bunnell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking
not
about,
about change.
at least
You can say-
have the
I'm curious,
at least
how
have the
close is
humility.
242?
You talk
How
about
close
chapter
has
6.
242
You
gotten?
don't know
How
chapter
close
6.
has 242
You don't
gotten
know
to the
chapter
Palestinians for
6
peace?
from tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is? Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me a question. How close has 242 gotten the Palestinians to a state?
Let
How
me
close has the
answer this.
2004 advisory opinion gotten the West Bank settlement?
What's your alternative?
The actual alternative.
money.
The actual
Destiny
alternative.
should
Yes,
talk about making money off
your
of
media
idiocy.
blitz.
Listen to this.
The only option is
Mr.
combat.
Bonnell is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
Where it was a good
We
faith
have
effort.
A written record.
With all due respect.
We have a written
Mr.
record,
Pop
Mr.
Historian,
Burrell.
you can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring to
Excuse
it, okay?
me? I just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quotes
I
from
don't
all of
cherry
them,
pick.
okay?
Hey,
That's
at
great.
least-
That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at
Yeah.
least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you
Twinkleseed,
have
and
is
I can-
Wikipedia.
you want me- I gave you
All
quotes.
you
I can
have
give
is
you do you want
Wikipedia.
quotes?
Nobody asked for all of Israel. Why
Hey,
do
what do you
say
mean?
things
They
like
asked for
that?
all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
What do you
Mr.
think those
Bonnell,
wars were about?
you talk
You're not
so-
going to respond
you
to
talk
anything I'm
so-
saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Bonnell.
I should have assassinated him here when he said, I will respond to you. And then he's like, in 2018.
If you're a historian, if you do all this work, think of things, tell me what they
here's
said. Don't
something,
just tell me a
Bonnell.
sentence. Tell me by one
Mr.
metric.
Bonnell.
He's not going to answer again.
I don't think I've avoided any of your questions
you have.
except
You avoided
except when
every
they breached the threshold of complete imbecility.
Because they were
Mr.
fake, or
Burrell,
that maybe
Mr. Burrell,
51% of the
Mr.
people were
Burrell,
killed
look,
by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but
But we asked-
49% were killed by
but we
IDF
asked-
helicopters.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Benny. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Moeen. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Norman Finkelstein. Benny Moore.
What is this? Finkelstein mocks Destiny live on stage. Oh, is he still thinking about me? That's good. Do you think even if Trump loses, he still holds a nuke? If Trump lost and he poisoned himself, it would destabilize the country like we've never seen before? That would actually be really funny. He like kills himself and like scatters a bunch of like Israeli flags on the floor or something. Holy shit. The Decoding the Gurus Reddit user you looked at was me. I'm a big fan of yours, but I'm currently banned and therefore reduced to lurking. Nice. I don't know which one I was looking at because I looked at a lot of them, but...
Not sure if that was for me or against that thing called destiny.
Okay.
Okay.
What is this?
Norm Finkelstein had a rendezvous with destiny. We will call
6,200 views, 50,000 sub channel, posted 2 hours ago. Why are we watching this? Should we watch this?
this segment.
I mean, that is what you have to name this when you drop the podcast.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. Well, I put that in the thumbnail tonight. That's going to be the name of the audio podcast tomorrow. Norm and his friend Moeen Rabini debated Destiny and Benny Morris on the topic of Israel-Palestine. It was a 5-hour debate hosted by Lex Friedman. I did watch the entire thing. And throughout that 5 hours...
5 hours?
5
wow.
hours. And as you'll see throughout that entire thing, Norm Finkelstein can't get Destiny's name exactly right. He keeps calling him something different several times throughout the show.
12 minutes. Do you think they will list a single factual point that I was incorrect about, or bring up a single factual argument that Norm brought up that was correct?
Now we're going to play you, somebody posted on X, and I'll put this in the comment section. I'll find out who did this supercut, and I will post it in the comment, or in the description of the clip, rather, because you should definitely give them a follow, because to go through 5 hours and cut together this supercut was pretty impressive work. So we're going to see a pretty hilarious montage of Norm dunking on Mr. Borelli, Bonelli, Fratelli, Morelli. He keeps calling himself different. So we're just going to do this first. But what I will say, as someone who watched the whole thing, Norm was actually quite patient.
You're insane, man.
I watched it, well, you know.
Norm was actually quite patient.
I had it on in the background while I was doing other work and sit and intently stare at the screen for 5 hours. But Norm was very patient. He didn't really start getting annoyed until like 2.5 hours in. Like all of these insults that we're about to see are from the second half. So this was already 2.5 hours in. He didn't come in
trying to
guns
be gracious.
blazing. Yeah, he was trying to be gracious, but you can only be gracious for so long. He didn't come in guns blazing.
What happened earlier that was like so intolerable for him that he had to deal with?
But here's how this went. This is pretty great stuff.
Do you think there were any specific points Norm beat you on? No, but he didn't even like engage with anything I said. No disrespect to you with the edits. You're an excellent debater. Respect the work you put into learning about this topic. Appreciate the reaction. Oh, no problem. Out of context politics. Oh, it was a funny video. You're good. We can all laugh at ourselves a little bit every now and then. Like there was this tweet on my subreddit or picture on my subreddit. I thought this was a cute picture.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bunnell.
Okay. I don't think you understand politics.
Very binary.
Run
Binary.
binary.
Yes, binary.
Please, don't give me this postmodernism binary. Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli. You read the Wikipedia. See, that's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bunnell, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen.
Legal standard. I know, absolutely. I absolutely. I'm just saying, believe it or not,
Mr. Borelli, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. What are you talking about? It's so painful. It's so painful to listen to this idiocy. I will answer the question. I will even answer moron's question. Do you want me to answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Hey, laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny. See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. Please stop with the vast majority of protesters act in a peaceful manner. Talk fast. You think that you're coherent. You got the months wrong. Aside from Wikipedia, can you tell me what your knowledge of IDF is? What's your knowledge of IDF? It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. Even the American judge, she must have been awful incompetent if she was unable to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bunnell, based on his Wikipedia entry, was able to find. Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language. I'm going to ask you again. Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, after this, they're gonna go into the substance.
On public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. You know anything about how the UN system works? You just throw out words. You hear binding. It may be mean.
What are your feelings about people that keep on appealing to their credentials? If you appeal to your credentials, it usually means you're uneducated. 99% of the time.
Meaningless to you, Mr. Bunnell. Mr. Bunnell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking about, at least have the humility. You talk about chapter 6. You don't know chapter 6. You don't know chapter 6 from tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. You know what chapter 7 is? That's the thing you should talk about. Making money off of idiocy. Mr. Bunnell is now an expert on Palestinian mentality. You talk fast.
Wait. You're contradicting. Starting ground. I'm sorry. You can watch TV. Slow down to 0.5 speed. You don't understand what I'm saying.
There's a very lengthy history.
Burrell, at least I have a quote to check it. All you have is Wikipedia. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you are.
Mr. Bunnell, I don't think I've avoided any of your questions, except when they breached the threshold of complete imbecility. I don't want to hear it.
What gives you hope?
There's no hope.
Okay, all right. So this was hosted by Lex Friedman, I guess, that YouTube is obsessed with trying to get me to pay attention to. So when I put on my videos in the middle of the night, I fall asleep. That's the intention, and it always autoplays. I wake up to fucking Lex Friedman, like always. So people who say that he's an op, I'm inclined to believe you, because the way the algorithm should work, if you.
Hi, what's up?
Just wanted to bug you for a second. I just want to make sure we're okay with a couple of other purchases. So I want to get the Sigma 18 to 35 millimeter, the third one. Did you see that?
Okay.
That's okay with you?
Sure.
The 2 bookshelves you're good with?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the other thing?
Bookshelves, bright lenses.
What's the current focal length of the wide angle that we have right now?
The wide angle goes up to 18 millimeters, but the Tokina seems to have a different tint, and we're having a hard time focusing it. Me and Bathurst both.
Wait, so the current lens goes from what to what? To up to 18? You want one that goes from what to...
The wide lens goes from 11 to 18.
Okay.
But it's a Tokina, so it seems to be... We're just not sure of how to get the settings to get it focusing correctly, and the tint seems to also be a little bit different.
Interesting.
Bathurst said the best idea is to have the 3 same cameras and the 3 same lenses if you can do it. And I would say the last wide lens shot that I sent you was I swapped the lens over so you could see both.
Wait, in a DM?
No, I sent it in this group.
Oh.
Are you gonna pet the dog? Are you gonna pet Freya, your best buddy?
Hi, baby. Hello.
Your best buddies.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the wide shot with the Sigma lens.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you remember what it looked like with the Tokina. It was really dark. We got the darkness adjusted, but it was super blurry. That's the Tokina up there.
This one up here?
Yeah, it's super blurry and it's dark. We adjusted the dark settings to get it matching, but the blurriness will not go away. Obviously we can fix it, but I think in general...
When you talk about blurriness, do you mean that the
focus setting is just like... Bathurst said he can look into it more. We just cannot seem to figure out why it will not focus, and the focal...
Well, here, real quick. When we say blurriness, do you mean blurriness of the background? If you focus on the part?
Everything is blurry. So, do you know like the red setting you can turn on that shows you where you're focusing the camera?
Sure.
Okay, when I turn that on and I scope along between to try to get it focused either here, here, or in the center, no matter where I put it, everything remains kind of blurry.
Sure. I think there's I don't remember if it's aperture or f-stop, but I think you can change a thing to increase how much will be in focus at a particular point in time. It might be that this lens from this angle won't do it. I would be surprised if that's the case.
Probably not the case. We probably can fiddle with the settings, but then that means that our one camera will have a fully different setting than the other two, which is possible, but it obviously makes the cameras significantly less interchangeable and a higher UI for whoever.
Well, sure, but if you're doing like a totally different like wide angle shot with one camera and then two zoomed in shots with other cameras, then it would make sense that middle camera settings are going to be a bit different for sure.
Not as far as like the color grading and stuff like that. Like this last shot that I sent you with the Sigma, the nice one.
This?
One more, up one more. That one.
Mm-hmm.
That has the identical settings of the other two shots, even though they're more zoomed in. All the settings are identical. The ISO is the same, the color balance.
Sure, but that's because you switched to the other lens. Yeah.
Yes.
So of course, the settings will be the same if it's the same lens. If it's a different lens, it's going to have a different setting. But if you order, so you just want to get a third one of these?
I'd prefer to get a third Sigma that goes up to the 35 millimeter, so that we can just get this shot straight as it is, and then sell the Tokino on eBay.
Gotcha.
I think the Sigma is like $330, and I think the Tokino was around the same price.
Okay. I'll chat in here a bit about it. There's nothing wrong with buying more lenses. It's always good to have...
Like you don't mind about it?
No, yeah. It's always good to have lots of lenses to pick from.
Okay, and then you're good with the idea of the wall being there. I'm going to put a white bookshelf behind here with some blue accents, and then in the other shot here, this one, where you see this bookshelf, I'll do the same thing, but I'll probably do like floating shelves that are black, and I'll do blue as well to tie it in between. Are you okay with that aesthetic? Or do you not like it?
It would probably be okay. Yeah, it'd probably be okay. I think when you're setting up background stuff, the stuff that's important to keep in mind is
because I know you want it minimalist.
Sure. Okay, here's a couple things to keep in mind. When we're looking at the zoom of this shot, I think generally having the background to be a bit blurrier, I think makes it look a bit nicer. It's kind of weird that everything here is like super in focus.
Okay. So
But
you want to change the camera settings to have a slight blur to the back end?
Yeah, hold on.
I think in like Ice Podcast.
And I have a...
Hold on. This fucking guy. Hold on, give me a sec. This is the video we just watched, right? Who?
Chris Williamson? I would say like Chris Williamson is like one of the highest standards for like set and production. It's so nice.
Oh, this here. This, I think his, fuck, he has another one.
I'm not.
This is so low resolution. There was a high resolution shot of his fucking camera.
You can probably go to his channel and get a better shot of it.
Yeah, I need this studio though.
I think the brick is his old studio, I think, and then that is his new studio. The Crucible, there you go. I would click this channel and then just go to his most recent stream. Live. Yeah, try that. Yeah, that looks like it's in the new setting.
Does he ever full screen his camera?
I think so. Oh, I guess not. So you like the fact though that it's like blurry behind him and he's kind of like the focal point. You like that look.
Yeah, I think a lot of the goals when you're setting up a shot is like as soon as you look at it, it should be like immediately apparent that like, oh shit, my eyes are going like right here.
Right. Whereas this, you're kind of pulled into all of it.
Yeah, the nice thing with him is that like my eyes are never focusing on the guitar or whatever's in the background. They're nice and they add depth and they add like interest, but like my eyes are always stuck right to him because he's like so in focus. Whereas for a shot like this, yeah, like the background stuff is going to be fighting a little bit for attention. Or like on this, like I don't think I'm immediately pulled here. There's so much going on in the background in terms of like detail and everything. I feel like especially, and I don't know if the focal length even matters as much in getting a shot set up like this as much as like the f-stop, but like this should all be way more kind of like blurry, so my eyes are immediately drawn to this guy here who's going to be the most well lit, and it's going to be the one in focus, as opposed to just like looking at everything going on. I think having stuff in the background is fine here if you want to do like a bookshelf and put a couple things on it, but it has to be a little bit more blurry. It can't just be, because I think what you want to avoid when we're looking at it is
the busyness of the background.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the background can be a bit more busy as long as the lens and everything is set up correctly so that it's blurrier, but it can't be busy and like super detailed. Like this is so much detail, I think. Yeah, I would think.
Yes. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Have you shown these shots to chat at all?
No.
Okay.
Fuck chat. Don't ever listen to chat. There's a few people I would trust, but not chat.
I
in
know,
general.
but I try to like look for the few people that actually really good recommendations. I feel like you can kind of feel it out.
Sure. This guy in chat seems like he knows what he's talking about really well. So, and there's a couple other people that I would look at that I might be able to drag in here even, but, or there's one other guy actually that I would really trust to drag in here, yeah.
Okay. Do I know the guy? Is it mutual?
Don't know. Como se dice? Are you in chat, you fucking loser?
Como se dice? This guy?
Yeah.
Do you want to? You can just forward him to me if you want, and I can kind of coordinate getting him into that call and stuff.
Sure.
Does that work?
Yeah, I shot him an email. He'll give me back. I might even be friends with him on this. I'm not sure. I'll see. But okay.
Okay. So bookshelves are good, but you want to play around with the focus. That's something Bathurst and I can do no matter what. Or do you want to, for episode 2, stay super minimalist and have nothing in the background but the black wall and the white wall?
Right now, I think the absolute focus should be setting up the 3 shots and then having the tables and the chairs. That even if that bare minimum is set, then everything else can work around that incredibly easily. So I wouldn't even worry about the bookshelves right now. Just make sure that the 2 shots are super solid, that the chairs and the positioning of all 3 of us plus the table is super solid, and that all 3 shots are really good. Past that, yeah,
Okay,
it'll be
I'll
very
go
easy to add around.
table
Yeah.
Today. And then we'll leave the bookshelves till maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Love you. Be careful.
See ya.
Bye. Okay. Sorry. Fuck. Where were we?
Keep shutting it off.
Right.
Shouldn't they stop giving it to you? It's not like I ever watch it, but they keep feeding me Lex Friedman.
Yeah. Well, he's got a lot of subscribers. He's got almost 4 million.
I don't understand it. He's fucking boring as shit. And when it comes to the subject of Ukraine, he's completely biased.
Right.
I saw him interviewing a CIA guy, basically pulling a Jim Carrey. So there's a chance. You know, he just kept saying to the CIA guy, but hang on, what about the spirit of the Ukrainians? And the guy's like, yeah, well, Russia has this and that. But
who is the next guest? I think it's Ryan Macbeth.
What if the Ukrainians do a rain dance? No, I don't think a rain dance is. Okay, what if Zelensky makes deal with devil? Okay, sure.
Right.
You know, he just would not let it go. Which, you know, if you're trying to do what he's trying to do, it seems to be not opinion journalism. You don't do that. Like, if that's your lane, if you're a pontificator, fine. I think what's kind of amazing about these clips is, okay, Lex Friedman, whatever, man. I don't understand why he has a following, but he's experienced.
Right.
You throw this guy in with these 3?
These 3, yeah.
Like, how did you think that was going to go? And in some ways, it is an indictment of the whole breadtube scene, because you put the average commentator on YouTube in a room with serious, knowledgeable academics, and they're going to get eaten alive.
Yes, and as you could see, Benny Morris, who was the pro-Israel.
Wait, are these guys not left? Are these guys right-leaning? Am I breadtuber?
Real debate
Or is Lex breadtube, or what?
Destiny even laughed at one point at Norm's take, and Norm throughout the 5-hour interview would commend Benny Morris's writing. He said, I've read a lot of books.
In the end, they all respect each other. None of them respect this guy.
Right, exactly. He was just a fish out of water. How did he get a seat at that table? They couldn't find another scholar of the topic. And look, Norm is a treasure. I love Norm. We've interviewed him 3 times, twice on this show, once on the Jimmy Dore show. And he's great to us. We get along great, and we even make each other laugh sometimes, which is fun. But he is definitely an academic in the sense that you definitely get the sense from him that he's the kind of guy who can constantly be asking himself, why am I here? Why am I talking to you? Like if he doesn't think that you're in his league, he definitely registers that. I'm a college dropout. I'm not
about Jimmy. They're with Jimmy Dore.
But you get the sense when you're talking to him that he's got that wheel turned in his head. Hey, who are you schmucks? Should I be talking to them? Not to say he's not a totally nice dude he is, but when you put him in a situation with Destiny for 5 hours, yeah, that's going to come out. And it came out in about hour.
How do you keep going despite these levels of delusion? Because they gotta keep pushing forward. They must know at some point in their head that they're like, it's stupid, right? Like if I'm talking to somebody that's clearly uneducated or clearly beneath me in the level of knowledge, that's gonna be a brutal conversation. Not because I'm going to be insulting them, but because I'm going to be asking them questions. I'm going to be pointing out things they don't know. Like, it's not just going to be me insulting them. I might insult them at the end if they start insulting me, but to not even get engaged on the factual level, if you're so educated and you're so smart and you've got so many 10,000 books, then then go hard.
or three. He
Exactly.
was a class act for the first couple hours, but after a while, he just couldn't take it anymore. And the real old school academic in him is like, why do I have to talk to this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? He just couldn't keep that contained for 5 full hours.
Well, see, that's really part of my question here. You got to know your limitations, man. If I were asked to sit on this debate, I would decline it. I'm not qualified to be debating Norman Finkelstein on his life's work.
Exactly.
I would interview him about it. That's my job. That's what I do. Right? I platform somebody like Norm, but I'm not Norm. I'm not going to debate that guy. Even if he's wrong, I'm going to lose because he knows so much about it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Not only would I never debate, I mean, in this case, I think Norm is right on this.
On that subject.
No need to. But even Destiny's debate partner, Benny Morris, I wouldn't debate him on this because I would be afraid that because he's so much more knowledgeable, he would embarrass me and I would embarrass my cause.
You would hurt your position.
Hurt my position by getting a fool made out of me by a guy who just knows more. That's why I would hesitate to, or I would straight up decline. I'm like, no, I can't debate Benny Morris on this, right? Because, you know, he knows more than me, which means he'll stump me, and then I will make my side of the argument look bad. Destiny, obviously, that never occurred to him. I mean, he approached it with just such pomposity, and that is what you could see got to Norm over time, because, you know, he takes it very seriously. His partner, Muin Rabini, was really an unsung hero of that debate. He was excellent, too. He was really good. I encourage everybody to watch it.
Really good. Wait, they've got 39 seconds. Are they going to bring up a single thing that he said that they agree with?
But yeah, I mean, they're 3 serious guys and then a fucking moron, as Norm said.
Well, this was like the movie about the actor who plays tough guys who thought he was tough.
Right.
So you talk like you know what you're talking about, and you convinced yourself that you actually do. And then you got in a room with people who actually do, and you got exposed as the moron that you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Wayne calls him out and he states, because apartheid needs to be a federal top-down system. Guess you never heard of Plessy v. Ferguson. Okay. There's always at least like 1 or 2 comments who are like, why didn't you guys respond to anything substantive? Maybe. People that watch the actual debate can't say in good faith that Norman Finkelstein did well here. That's not the fact. Oh, there you go, 1 person. I never know if they're my astroturfers or not. You watched for 5 hours and you thought Norm was patient. Oh, wait, I wonder if this is linked to my subreddit. Oh, no, it wasn't. Destiny sits down to piss after asking his wife for permission. What the fuck? Ask them for a conversation? I mean, if they want to. I doubt these guys would talk to me. Okay. We've got this.
News just coming into CNN right now. Attorneys for former President Donald Trump say they're unable to get a bond to pay the $464 million fraud judgment, calling it, and I'm quoting now, a practical impossibility. CNN's Kara Scannell is joining us from New York right now. Kara, what can you tell us? Walk us through what this means.
So Trump's lawyers have informed the appeals court today that they are unable to get anybody, an insurance company, an underwriter, to help them post this bond, the $454 million for Trump alone, the rest to cover his sons. And what they say is that they've approached 30 insurance underwriters.
Civil fraud case. I don't know. I haven't followed this case at all. What is the civil fraud case in relationship to? Are you ever going to release more dad hats? I don't know.
There are some of these big, gigantic companies that you know, and they say that none of them are willing to do it. As you said, they're calling it a practical impossibility. You know, one of the reasons that they say is an issue here is that some of these insurance companies have internal
New York
limits
fraud
that they
case.
won't issue a bond for more.
Trump overvaluing assets for better loans.
More than $100 million. And some of the biggest names that you can think of in the insurance world also will not underwrite a bond and take property, which is what Trump has to put up. They want cash, they want securities, stocks, bonds, something that is what's a liquid, easy to sell asset. They don't want property. And so that is the problem that Trump has run into in trying to come up with this massive amount of money.
They fraudulently put values in loan applications to banks, even though he paid them all back.
$1 billion. You know, these bond companies too, they also want their own I guess you could call it, insurance on it. They want extra money than.
Are the companies taking him to court, or if it's a civil fraud case, or is there like a state cause of action order? I have no idea how.
Just what the bond is, so that they can, cover this as it plays out. This bond is to stop the New York attorney.
Do you see Trump winning the presidency, and what would be the reasons for that? If the economy stays good, you don't see Trump winning? I don't think he can, personally. But, I could be wrong. Got like $2,000 or $3,000 on it? We'll see.
General's office from seizing the property while the appeal of the judgment and the case goes forward. So they've been asking the Trump's team has been asking the appeals court to allow them to not have to post this bond until the appeal is over.
Wait, did this case start 5 months ago? Is that what this is about? Do you know about Finkelstein's neighbor issue prior to the debate? If not, would you have brought it up at the end based on his behavior? Oh, if I knew about that before the debate, oh yeah, I would have brought that up. Hell yeah, I would have. Is that retarded Civil War movie coming out soon? I thought it already came out.
My kids used to ask me a ton of questions, but I have a really good process for that. I laminate some press passes, and 3 times a day in my home I have a press conference. And that is the only time you're allowed to ask me a question. I say, all right, we're having the press conference. They come running in with their press passes, little notebook where they wrote their questions down. All right, we'll go ahead and start. Thank you for coming. Go ahead and go, ladies first. Olivia, first question. Why does your puppy dog stick to the refrigerator? Well, there's a magnet on the back of it. Magnets stick to metal. The refrigerator's made of metal. That's why your puppy dog sticks to the refrigerator. Great question. Isaac, next question. Yeah, sometimes the green jelly beans can be tricky. You stick it in your mouth, you think it's lime, and it's spearmint, and spearmint sucks. Right? Watch your ass. Smell your jelly beans. Olivia, next question. Because there's a magnet on the back of it. Isaac, next question. Why does your sister cry all the time? Well, that's a great question. I think a lot of people in this house want an answer to that. For starters, as you know, we have wooden floors all over our home, and she runs around in cotton socks like there's not going to be consequences. Not to mention the fact that Crazy never watches where she's going. Do you remember when she hit her face in the side mirror of my car? Oh my God, how did you not see your face coming at you? You never thought, there's my face, but here's my face. I'm gonna slow it down. Awesome question. Olivia, next question. It's a fucking magnet!
Okay, cute. Okay, one more video.
I'm going to show you how easy it is to manufacture a protest with TikTok. And hopefully you'll also see how dangerous TikTok actually is. Now, TikTok has been in the news lately, just recently, just today, American lawmakers created a bill to either ban the company or force it to be sold to an American company. TikTok's parent company is called ByteDance, and they are located in the People's Republic of China. And I've often said that TikTok is a CCP cyber weapon. And when people hear me say cyber weapon, they think of a platform launching attacks or stealing personal data. And yeah, TikTok is really no different than any other social media when it comes to that, but there is a huge difference. TikTok is also a cyber weapon in the terms of manufacturing disinformation and creating agents who live in the US and don't even know they're doing the bidding of a foreign government. Now, before I get started, I want to talk about a tool that I actually used to make this video. It was PIA VPN. So click the link in the description below or go to piavpn.com/Macbeth. You get 83% off plus 4 months free. Listen, I am deathly afraid of TikTok. I handle it like I would handle plutonium. When I did the research for this video, I used a virtual machine running Linux protected by PIA VPN. And I'm sure you remember me talking about how I use PIA VPN to watch Australian Netflix and that TV show Yellow Jackets. And that is a use for a VPN. But really, I use it to keep me safe online. PIA VPN has a strict no logging policy. So when you connect, rogue agents of governments can't see where you're going and they can't see where you've been. And this is held up in court. So really, I use it to keep me safe online. PIA VPN has a strict no logging policy. So when you connect, rogue agents of governments can't see where you're going and they can't see where you've been. And this is held up in court. The FBI actually tried to accuse someone of hacking, and PIA VPN had no logs leading back to the subject. PIA VPN creates a tunnel between your device and the public internet that hackers and rogue governments can't penetrate. So
I would always be careful because there are other ways to track you than a simple IP log, right? Like you can do it with cookies, or there's probably more sophisticated forms of browsing tracking that you can do as well. So a VPN, the only thing a VPN I think really does is hide your IP address, but that's it. But there's I think there's 50 billion other ways that you could theoretically be tracked, even if you're using a VPN. So just always be aware of that. That's why he also used a VM. I'm not talking about him, you retarded fuck. I'm just saying for you. Don't download a VM and start looking up a bunch of illegal fucking shit. Like, there's a lot of different ways people can track you online still.
So click the link in the description below or go to piavpn.com/Macbeth to get 83% off plus 4 months free. Now let's talk about why TikTok is so dangerous. You know, back in 1962, there was this movie called The Manchurian Candidate. It was about a Korean War veteran who was captured by the Chinese and was brainwashed into becoming this unwitting assassin. And when this assassin sees the Queen of Diamonds, he becomes activated as an assassin. And that's pretty much what TikTok is doing. If you take a look at Aaron Bushnell, a former Air Force intel guy who did something I can't talk about on YouTube, but I'll call a silly thing in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., you kind of have to ask yourself, how did Aaron Bushnell become radicalized? Did he travel to Yemen? Did he learn Arabic? Did he study the Quran? Did he work with an aid organization in Gaza and saw the horrible conditions of the Palestinian people there? Or maybe Aaron Bushnell was radicalized by a combination of social media and raw footage streaming 24/7 from Gaza. I mean, most millennials get their news from social media, and TikTok is the top news source for Gen Z, and increasingly is the most popular news source for Americans overall. So now we have a news organization that is ultimately under the influence of a foreign country that is under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. Remember 1988, there was that movie Working Girl, Melanie Griffith, Sigourney Weaver? Yeah, you know, all right. The movie is about an ambitious secretary who comes up with an idea to save her client from being acquired by a Japanese company. And the idea involved purchasing a radio station because at the time, foreign companies were prohibited from owning American media companies. This was banned by the Federal Communications Commission.
See, my idea is that they get their feet wet in radio and build from there. I mean, it's not as glamorous as jumping right into TV, but it's a solid place to start, and there's a lot more of them for sale. Plus, it would solve Trask's problem with his Japanese competitors trying to take him over, because FCC forbids foreign ownership of radio as well as TV.
Come for the intelligence analysis, stay for the obscure 80s movies. I mean, could you imagine Ronald Reagan allowing the Soviets to buy an American television station back in 1988? Well, I don't think they're going to be doing that. So, it looks like today the FCC approves foreign media ownership on a case-by-case basis, but let's look at TikTok demographics, and you're going to see something really interesting. This is worse than the Soviets buying a news channel in 1988. We're talking 150 million monthly active U.S. TikTok users, and that was as of March 2023.
Is that unique users? Or is that like unique accounts? Or is that unique? Jesus Christ. If that's truly like every one of these is about an individual like human being, that's pretty wild.
50 million monthly active U.S. TikTok users, and that was as of March 2023. The American news channel CNN reached about 53 million monthly households. So a unit that's ultimately reported to the Chinese Communist Party has 3 times as many American viewers as CNN. Why are we letting this happen? And here's the ultimate culmination of this. This video was sent to me by a few people. I didn't really know what to do with this video because I'm not going to make a video where I just make fun of somebody. But what's interesting is that once I heard about this bill, I put 2 and 2 together and went, oh my God, this is how it starts. So I'm going to show you the video and then I'm going to point a few things out. I don't know if I need to do a trigger warning or whatever, but this video is really racist. It contains a swear word that I'm going to bleep out. But if you can't handle an adult discussion on racism, skip to this time up here.
It makes me feel. I was on the train yesterday on the way to JFK to get on the plane, and there was a group of Orthodox Jews in front of me, and my first thought was, I wonder if they are in support of this imperialist colonizer settler state that is Israel, and I wonder if they're in support of this occupation and this genocide. And then I immediately just,
Oh my
I want to
god.
just, like, stay the f away from me.
This is a couple weeks old, right? I feel like I saw this a while ago.
Yeah, that girl really said that. She set up her camera and she willingly recorded herself crying because she was triggered by seeing a couple of Orthodox Jews on the train. Did this girl become radicalized by traveling to Yemen? Maybe she was studying the Quran. Maybe she was learning Arabic. Maybe she was working in a refugee camp in Gaza. Notice how she pauses when she says imperialist, colonizer, settler.
Imperialist colonizer settler.
It's like she's reaching for words. It's probably because these are words that she just learned in the past few months, and these aren't words that normal people use in everyday conversation. And actually what's kind of funny is that people who talk about Israel and colonizers should really read about the founding of Islam. I mean, by the year 750, the Umayyad Caliphate extended onto 3 different...
Now, Islam doesn't count because that was more than 500 years ago. It's the 500-year rule, okay? It's like the 5-second rule, so it's kind of the same except for countries.
different continents. And, well, in Islam, you can't...
Like, caliphate? I don't know what that is. I don't know what any of this is, okay? Whatever it is. Certainly it's not relevant to any of this conversation, though.
Continents. And, well, in Islam, you can't forcibly convert anybody. You can force non-Muslims to pay a jizya if they don't convert. And, of course, some people converted because they believe in their heart that there is no God but God, Muhammad is his messenger. And that's cool. But anybody who has studied Islam, like I have, or read the Quran, like I have, knows that Europeans are not the world's only colonizers. And I have said this before. The only reason that you are alive today is that 20 or so generations ago, your ancestors rode into a village, Conan the Barbarian style, and wiped out everybody living there. Like that scene in the movie The Revenant, we are all savages. Now, this doesn't excuse bad behavior today, but it does explain it. And if we know what we're doing, we can take steps to appeal to the better angels of our nature and not do those things. And speaking of that, if this had been a group of African Americans, the girl still made this video, I guess racism against Jews is cool now. You know, I'm a Protestant from Northern Ireland, and my family used to have to think about what neighborhood they walked through going home, because if it was a Catholic neighborhood, you could get into a lot of trouble. A few days ago, a video popped up on Twitter of an Army warrant officer who was defending a Chinese-American postal employee when the recorder of this video said something racist about the Chinese.
Go back to China. It's not China. Look, your Army outfit doesn't mean nothing. You want to do hand-to-hand combat outside? Let me know anytime you want. Okay, turn the camera off. Anytime you want. Turn the camera off. Anytime you want. Let's go. Call the cops. Look. Asians do a lot for this country, all right? Don't call her communist about being in China.
That Army warrant officer who stood up for the Chinese woman, that's America right there. Not this. Not her. That's not America. So remember how I talked about the Manchurian candidate? You know, we now have 150 million Manchurian candidates, including this woman. And their activation can be as easy as making a video. And I want to show you how easy it is. So I went and got a TikTok advertiser account, and know that I am so afraid of TikTok that I did it on a virtual machine behind a VPN. That's how scared I am of TikTok. Now, note that if you see me on TikTok, it's a person that stole my content. Multiple people pretend to be me on TikTok, and TikTok never does anything about it. But let's do the demo. So let's say I want to shut down I-495, which is the main highway in Washington, D.C., and I'm going to protest Gaza. Here's how I would go about doing it through TikTok. I'm going to log into my TikTok merchant account, and I'm going to choose lead generation. I'm going to choose a custom audience and choose DC, Maryland, and Virginia, so basically people who live near the Beltway. I'm also going to choose a custom audience, which is females between the ages of 18 and 34. Now, the reason I'm going to do this is that I'm basically targeting the kind of radicalized women that we see in this post, and the ones who tried to shut down Mayor Bowser in Washington, D.C. And I want to target these women because if you invite women, men will come. Back when I first joined the military in the early 90s, my first sergeant was a Vietnam vet. And he said that he was stationed at the Pentagon and he would go to anti-war protests, not to protest, but to meet girls. And the girls would see he's a soldier and they would think, oh, I'm going to bring him into our way of thinking. And he wasn't there for that. He was there for an entirely different reason. And it worked. So if we invite women, we'll also get the friends who think they have a chance. And I'm going to make my language English and Arabic. And I want it to be Arabic because I'm hoping that some Palestinian women will be there, because this will create photo opportunities for all the wealthy and activist women that we're actually targeting. And the amazing part about this is they don't even know that they're being manipulated. So we can
we've talked to this guy? Yeah. And I think he comes here in a week to do the next episode of our podcast.
Use virtue signaling to our benefit in this case. So this will increase social media engagement after the event. For interests and behaviors, I want women who are into luxury hotels, museum exhibits, travel, charity, environmental protection, health, and wellness. The reason is that you want women who have enough disposable income that they can take off work or travel to go protest, or we're talking about college students who are professional agitators. So this is kind of where environmental protection people come into play. Those people know how to organize, they know how to protest. I'm also looking for people who liked commented, or shared social news, social issues, or environmental protection issues. These people are more likely to attend a protest than people who just pass the video by and didn't do anything. So in this case, I want the protest to be March 26th of 2024. That is a Tuesday, and the reason I'm choosing that is for maximum carnage. A lot of people in Washington, D.C. work from home on Mondays and on Fridays, so we're going to go for a Tuesday so we can cause the biggest traffic jam we can. I'm going to give myself a budget of $1,000 a day. I said that. I'm going to set this to run from the 13th to the 25th, which is 13 days. So we're talking $13,000. This should give me between 52 and 156 leads per day, or between 676 and 2,028 leads for the entire campaign. Honestly, I only need 10 or so people to shut down the highway. Then I need a creator to make me a video. I just need to call some creator or contact and just be like, hi, my name is Ryan from the Ceasefire Coalition. I'm organizing a protest on the Beltway to shut down traffic. Will you make a video? Here are the details. Now, with a larger budget, I could actually target multiple cities. And if TikTok had an armory in every American city and was just handing out weapons to civilians on the street, how fast would we shut that armory down, right? But when we have 150 million people who could be weaponized and be on the streets at the bidding of a foreign government, each of whom could be a potential insider threat, we don't do anything? I mean, TikTok already conducted a cyber warfare strike against the United States. It urged its followers to contact Congress, which overwhelmed the congressional phone lines, interrupting the business of Congress.
I understand that there can be problems with TikTok, but you can do this type of targeted advertising on Facebook as well, and Instagram by extension. So I don't think this is, unless he's just saying this is bad just because TikTok is also like controlled by a foreign company, but.
We do. Well, this is a free country, right? Usually banning things doesn't work, and there may be a freedom of speech component to allowing TikTok to exist. But it might be possible to force a sale to an American company, or even just to restrict social media usage to people who are over 18 years of age. One of my biggest fears with Aaron Bushnell is that people praised his actions. People made T-shirts. People suggested that he was going to be a martyr, and people should emulate him.
I'm very glad this is going viral because things like this can't happen in vain. Aaron Bushnell was a very brave person, beyond brave.
And I am still afraid of copycats. Copycats may emerge and try to emulate what Aaron Bushnell did, the silly thing he did in front of the Israeli embassy. Do you want your son or daughter to become a copycat? And I don't want that to happen to anybody. Okay, lighter note. Hey, if you can't get enough Ryan McBeth, why don't you put him on your desk with a Ryan McBeth in-action figure from the Knife Hand Company? It even comes with a Ryan McBeth trading card with my biostats on the back. You can get that from the Knife Hand Co. And of course, you can always get one of my U.S. Navy, world's largest distributor of Iranian drone parts, shirt, hoodie, or sticker. You can get that at bunkerbranding.com. Hey, thank you guys so much for watching. Please delete TikTok from your phone and the phones of your kids. It is a cyber weapon.
Hey everyone, new Ryan McBeth t-shirts and hoodies from Bunker Branding are available. I'm gonna get the HIMARS shirt. What are you gonna get, Donald? The Patriot shirt, because I'm a Patriot. It's the best shirt, the biggest shirt. Make 14 tangos great again. What are you gonna get, Barack? Let me be clear. I'm gonna get a Drone Sweet Drone shirt. What about you, George? I'm gonna get a Knife Hand shirt because they're weapons of mass destruction. What about you, Billy? Oh, I'm gonna get a Landmine Marker shirt because my presidency always blew up in my face. I'll tell you what I'm gonna get. Ronald Reagan, but you're dead. I came back to tell you that no matter our politics, we're all Americans. And we should buy Ryan's hoodies and t-shirts because they pay for the stock footage and licenses that allow him to make awesome content. So come on down to Bunker Branding and buy a Ryan McBeth t-shirt or I'll start the bombing in 5 minutes.
All right. One more thing and then on to the college stuff. We can finish it tonight. I believe in us, okay? Somebody made this post in the Gen Z subreddit and I thought it was interesting, so we'll read it on stream. You're being targeted by disinformation networks that are vastly more effective than you realize, and they're making you more hateful and depressed. TLDR, you know that Russia and other governments try to manipulate people online, but you almost certainly don't know just how effectively orchestrated influence networks are using social media platforms to make you, individually, angry, depressed, and hateful towards each other. Those networks' goal is simple: to cause Americans and other Westerners, especially young ones, to give up on social cohesion and to give up on learning the truth, so that Western countries lack the will to stand up to authoritarians and extremists. And you probably don't realize how well it's working on you. This is a long post, but I wrote it because this problem is real and it's much scarier than you think. How Russian networks fuel racial and gender wars to make Americans fight one another. In September of 2018, a video went viral after being posted by In the Now, a social media news channel. It featured a feminist activist pouring bleach on a male subway passenger for manspreading. It got instant attention with millions of views and wide social media outrage. Reddit users wrote that it had turned them against feminism. Is there a link to the actual video? Jesus Christ. Okay, I can't scroll this. We confronted man-spreaders on the subway. Is it this one? Why do you type squirts? I thought it said they squirted something on him. Pores bleach subway. Did it just get deleted from everything? Oh wait, hold on. Puggy's got the link. She'd probably show this to all of her friends.
Мужчины, демонстрирующие свою альфа-самцовость в метро, при женщинах и детях, достойны презрения. Если вы публично показываете, какой вы горячий мачо, мы публично охладим ваш пыл.
Okay, we get the point. There was one problem. The video was staged. And In the Now, which publicized it, is a subsidiary of RT, formerly Russia Today, the Kremlin TV channel aimed at foreign English-speaking audiences. As an MIT study found in 2019, Russia's online influence networks reached 140 million Americans every month, the majority of U.S. social media users. Russia began using troll farms a decade ago to incite gender and racial divisions in the United States. Nobody really cared about any of this, but it was very interesting in those Mueller indictments, seeing the types of posts that Russians were making. Does this one have the pictures? Seeing the types of posts. Seeing the types of posts that Russians make on some of their social media accounts were super interesting because it's very well done. It's very sophisticated. Like, these are messages coming from Russians to stir up other people to protest. On or about August 2nd, 2016, on August 3rd, 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators, through the use of a stolen identity of a real U.S. person, TW, sent emails to certain grassroots groups located in Florida that stated in part, "My name is TW, and I represent a conservative patriot community named as Being Patriotic. So we're going to organize a flash mob across Florida to support Mr. Trump. We clearly understand that the election's winner will be predestined by purple states, and we must win Florida. We've got a lot of volunteers in about 25 locations, and it's just the beginning. We're currently choosing venues for each location and recruiting more activists. This is why we ask you to spread this info and participate in the flash mob." There's like a ton of these "Hi there, I'm a member of Being Patriotic online community. Listen, we've got an idea. Florida's still a purple state, and we need to paint it red. If we lose Florida, we lose America. We can't let it happen, right? What about organizing a huge pro-Trump flash mob in every Florida town? We are currently reaching out to local activists, and we've got the folks who are okay to be in charge of organizing their events almost everywhere in Florida. However, we still need your support. What do you think about that? Are you in?" They also did a lot of, so here's political advertisements. To pay for the political advertisements, defendants and their co-conspirators established various Russian bank accounts and credit cards, often registered in the names of fictitious U.S. personas created and used by the organization. The organization in this indictment refers to IRS, the Internet Research Agency. No, IRA, sorry. Internet Research Agency. By the organization on social media. Defendants and their co-conspirators also paid for other political advertisements using PayPal accounts. Excerpt of advertisement. "You know, a great number of black people support us saying that hashtag Hillary Clinton is not my president. I say no to Hillary Clinton. I say no to manipulation. Join our hashtag Hillary Clinton for Prison 2016. Donald wants to defeat terrorism. Hillary wants to sponsor it. Vote Republican, vote Trump, and support the Second Amendment. Hillary Clinton doesn't deserve the black vote. Trump is our only hope for a better future. Hashtag never Hillary. Hashtag Hillary for prison. Hashtag Hillary for prison. Hashtag Hillary for prison 2016. Ohio wants Hillary for prison. Hillary Clinton has already committed voter fraud during the Democrat Iowa caucus. We cannot trust Hillary to take care of our veterans. Among all the candidates, Donald Trump is the one and only who can defend the police from terrorists. Hillary is a Satan, and her crimes and lies have proved just how evil she is. I think they managed to organize both sides of a protest in one city. I don't remember which city it was. I don't remember if it's in this indictment, but I think they managed to organize both halves of a single protest in a city. I wonder if I can find this. Oh, I don't know if it's in here, but it's funny. Was it Texas somewhere? You feel like these ads work on your parents? Absolutely. My mom sends me like obvious Russian disinfo and shit all the fucking time. It was Almost, I believe. I think they tried in multiple places, but I thought in one place they actually succeeded. As an MIT study found, okay, we got this. Russia began using troll farms a decade ago to incite gender and racial divisions in the United States. In 2013, Yevgeny Prigozhin, a confidant of Vladimir Putin, founded the internet. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I shouldn't have just gone and looked this all up. Founded the Internet Research Agency, the IRA, in St. Petersburg. It was the Russian government's first coordinated facility to disrupt U.S. society and politics through social media. Here's what Prigozhin had to say about the IRA's efforts to disrupt the 2022 election. Gentlemen, we interfere, and we will interfere. Carefully, precisely, surgically, and in our own way. As we know how. During our pinpoint operations, we will remove both kidneys and the liver at once. In 2014, the IRA and other Russian networks began establishing fake U.S. activist groups on social media. By 2015, hundreds of English-speaking young Russians worked at the IRA. Oh, also, there were some big Twitter accounts that ended up being controlled by Russians that like nobody fucking knew about. Do you guys? I think we even responded to this. It was like, I think 10 GOP. This account had over 200,000 tweets. I thought it was like the Tennessee like GOP official Twitter account. It might have even been verified. I don't remember. Maybe not. But this account was huge. And yeah, it was just ran by Russians. It's fucking wild. I found it really interesting when you talked about Smirnov. You never mentioned he also had Israeli citizenship. You only mentioned Russian. Why? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Did I just get memed? Is this the Russian hoax that Republicans talk about? The Russian hoax is only helps the Democrats. You don't care about this, but there was a bedbug crisis here in France a while ago, and every news outlet covered it. Turns out it was just disinformation from Russia trying to blame it on sanctions. Oh, I did know about that because I traveled to Sweden at around the time that was happening, and people were like worried about bedbugs through like fucking airplanes and shit. I remember a decent amount of people talked about it. Their assignment was to use those false social media accounts, especially on Facebook and Twitter, but also on Reddit, Tumblr, 9gag, and other platforms, to aggressively spread conspiracy theories and mocking ad hominem arguments that incite American users. In 2017, U.S. intelligence found that Blacktivist, a Facebook and Twitter group with more followers than the official Black Lives Matter movement, was operated by Russia. Oh, I didn't know this. Fake black activist accounts linked to Russian government. Social media campaign calling itself Blacktivist and linked to the Russian government using both Facebook and Twitter in an apparent attempt to amplify Russian tongues during the U.S. presidential election. Blacktivists regularly attacked America as racist and urged black users to reject to reject major candidates. On November 2nd, 2016, just before the 2016 election, Blacktivists Twitter urged Black Americans, choose peace and vote for Jill Stein. Trust me, it's not a wasted vote. Russia plays both sides on gender, race, and religion. The brilliance of the Russian influence campaign is that it convinces Americans to attack each other, worsening both misandry and misogyny, mutual racial hatred, and extreme anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. In short, it's not just an effort to boost the right wing, it's an effort to radicalize everybody. Russia uses its trolling networks to aggressively attack men. According to MIT in 2019, the most popular black-oriented Facebook page was the charmingly named My Baby Daddy Ain't Shit. It regularly posts memes attacking black men and government welfare workers. It serves two purposes: make poor black women hate men, and goad black men into flame wars. MIT found that My Baby Daddy is run by a large troll network in Eastern Europe, likely financed by Russia. But Russian influence networks are also aggressively misogynistic and aggressively anti-LGBT. On January 23rd, 2017, something about this that's important to realize is that, like, when we say, like, Russia supported Trump or Putin wanted Trump to win, it's not necessarily because he aligns with Trump politically, or even necessarily that Trump would be better for Putin as a leader, but just that Russia accurately identifies that Trump is a far more divisive leader, inflames American tensions to hate each other, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be why Russia would support somebody like Donald Trump. Not because they think that Trump is a compromised agent that we can control and use the levers of power on to blah, 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 just because he just causes more divisiveness and, yeah. One hilarious thing of Twinklestein, his claim of 10,000 books is mathematically impossible unless he's literally read 68% of a book every single day for at least 40 days. He said between all of them, so he only needs to read 300,333 books each, technically. Although I am curious, do you think there are more than 1,000 important books to read relating to Israel-Palestine? More than 1,000 books? And then more than 3,000 books? Who's talking about manga? Probably like 10 to 15, no? No, I bet there are over like 100. If you're like a super scholar and you've studied for decades or whatever, I bet there are more than 100 for sure. But more than 1,000 important ones? Maybe if you include like diaries and stuff? I don't know. Okay. On January 23rd, 2017, just after the first Women's March, the New York Times found that the Internet Research Agency began a coordinated attack on the movement, per the Times. More than 4,000 miles away, organizations linked to the Russian government had assigned teams to the Women's March. At desks in bland offices in St. Petersburg, using models derived from advertising and public relations, copywriters were testing out social media messages critical of the Women's March movement, adopting the personas of fictional Americans. They posted as black women critical of white feminism, conservative women who felt excluded, and men who mocked participants as hairy-legged whiners. But the Russian PR teams realized that one attack worked better than the rest. They accused its co-founder, Arab-American Linda Sarsour, of being an anti-Semite. Over the next 18 months, at least 152 Russian accounts regularly attacked Sarsour. I think it's Sarsour, right? They may not seem like many accounts, but it worked. They drove the Women's March movement into disarray and eventually crippled the organization. Russia doesn't need 1 million accounts or even that many likes or upvotes. It just needs to get enough attention that actual Western users begin amplifying its content. This is a really important thing to talk about when it comes to disinformation. There's a phenomenon in physics called I want to call it the Bernoulli effect, but it's not that. I mean, if we're taking 10,000 seriously, then I guess he really thinks Destiny literally only read 2 Wikipedia pages. The problem with Finkelstein is it's hard to be hyperbolic when you literally have no basis for any of his understanding whatsoever. Like, it's hard to know what he knows about anything or what he's read about anything. It's kind of hard to, because he constantly brags about like footnotes and annotations, and he said he read the 15,000 pages of the Annapolis report. Like, to selectively pick when he's being hyperbolic or not is kind of difficult. Wait, is it the Bernoulli principle? Oh, it is.
I wonder how many breaths it would take me to fill up this incredibly long plastic bag. Do you think there's any way I can fill this whole thing up with one breath? I bet you I can. Stay tuned to the end to see the real answer, but let me show you the standard way of
Bernoulli?
filling this up. We'll take our breaths.
Bernoulli.
Okay. One hardly did anything. There's
Bernoulli?
10.
Bernoulli?
I'm not
Bernoulli?
even halfway there and I'm ready to pass out. Is there perhaps a better way to do this? Let's see. Let me take all the air out of the balloon. And now we're going to use something called Bernoulli's principle. We're going to blow into the bag, but we're not going to put our mouth right on the bag. And what happens there is as we blow in, surrounding air is pulled in as well to the low pressure.
Dusty would be screaming right now if a right-wing person made the stupid statements Ethan has, but he's silent now, biased as fuck. Are you looking at yesterday's VOD, my dude? Also, wait, I'm pretty sure I was very critical of Ethan saying dumb shit yesterday as well, but...
Area. This is Bernoulli's principle. Firefighters know about this. We'll talk about that in a moment. So here we go. One big breath.
I think the goal of good propaganda isn't to like start a whole idea or movement on your own and then figure out everything on your own and then pay 1 million people to spread something on your own. The goal is to like find areas that there is some natural sentiment and then drive them really hard with the goal that a whole bunch of other people start joining the movement that you've kind of astroturfed. Like good astroturfing leads to other people organically joining your cause. And you can find that with like a relatively few number of accounts, you can fill an entire plastic wind thing. Just a few accounts, that's all you need. Strategic astroturfing. Russia doesn't need 1 million accounts or even that many likes or upvotes. It just needs to get enough attention that actual Western users begin amplifying its content. A former federal prosecutor who investigated the Russian disinformation effort summarized it like this. It wasn't exclusively about Trump and Clinton anymore. It was deeper and more sinister and more diffuse in its focus on exploiting divisions within society on any number of different levels. As the New York Times reported in 2022, there was a routine. Arriving for a shift, Russian disinformation workers would scan news outlets on the ideological fringes, far left and far right, mining for extreme content that they could publish and amplify on the platforms, feeding extreme views into mainstream conversations. China is joining in with AI. Last month, the New York Times reported on a new disinformation campaign. Spamouflage is an effort by China to divide Americans by combining AI with real images of the United States to exacerbate political and social tensions in the US. The goal appears to be to cause Americans to lose hope by promoting exaggerated stories with fabricated photos about homeless violence and the risk of civil war. As Ladislav Bittman, a former Czechoslovakian secret police operative, explained about Soviet disinformation, the strategy is not to invent something totally fake. Rather, it is to act like an evil doctor who expertly diagnoses the patient's vulnerabilities and exploits them, prolongs his illness, and speeds him to an early grave instead of curing him. The influence networks are vastly more effective than platforms admit. Russia now runs its most sophisticated online influence efforts through a network called Fabrika. Fabrika operators have bragged that social media platforms only catch 1% of their fake accounts across YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and Telegram, and other platforms. But how effective are these efforts? By 2020, Facebook's most popular pages for Christian and Black American content were run by Eastern European troll farms tied to the Kremlin. And Russia doesn't just target angry boomers on Facebook. Russian trolls are enormously active on Twitter and even on Reddit. It's not just false facts. The term disinformation undersells the problem because much of Russia's social media activity is not trying to spread fake news. Instead, the goal is to divide and conquer by making Western audiences depressed and extreme. Sometimes through brigading and trolling, other times by posting hyper-negative or extremist posts or opinions about the U.S., the West over and over again until readers assume that's how most people feel, and sometimes by using trolls to disrupt threads that advance Western unity. As the RAND think tank explained, the Russian strategy is volume and repetition from numerous accounts to overwhelm real social media users and create the appearance that everyone disagrees with or even hates them. And it's not just low-quality bots. Per RAND, Russian propaganda is produced in incredibly large volumes and is broadcast or otherwise distributed via a large number of channels. According to a former paid Russian internet troll, the trolls are on duty 24 hours a day in 12-hour shifts, and each has a daily quota of 135 posted comments of at least 200 characters. What this means for you. You are being targeted by a sophisticated PR campaign meant to make you more resentful, bitter, and depressed. It's not just disinformation, it's also real-life human writers and advanced bot networks working hard to shift the conversation to the most negative and divisive topics and opinions. It's why some topics seem to go from non-issues to constant controversy and discussion with no clear reason across social media platforms. And a lot of those trolls are actual, professional writers whose job it is to sound real. So what can you do? To quote War Games, the only winning move is to not play. The reality is that you cannot distinguish disinformation accounts from real social media users. Unless you know whom you're talking to, there is a genuine chance that the post, tweet, or comment you are reading is an attempt to manipulate you politically or emotionally. Here are some thoughts. Don't accept facts from social media accounts you don't know. Russian, Chinese, and other manipulation efforts are not uniform. Some will make deranged claims, but others will tell half-truths. Or they'll spin facts about a complicated subject, be it the war in Ukraine or loneliness in young men, to give you a warped view of reality and spread division in the West. Resist groupthink. A key element of manipulative networks is volume. People are naturally inclined to believe statements that have broad support. When a post gets 5,000 upvotes, it's easy to think the crowd is right, but the crowd could be fake accounts. And even if they're not, the brilliance of government manipulation campaigns is that they say things people are already predisposed to think. They'll tell conservative audiences something misleading about a Democrat, or make up a lie about Republicans it catches on fire on a liberal server or subreddit. Don't let social media warp your view of society. This is harder than it seems, but you need to accept that the facts and the opinions you see across social media are not reliable. If you want the news, do what everyone online says not to. Look at serious mainstream media. It's not always right. Sometimes it screws up, but social media narratives are heavily manipulated by networks whose job it is to ensure that you are deceived, angry, and divided. Edited for typos and clarity. Apparently the post was removed several hours ago due to flood of reports. Thank you to the Gen Z moderators for reapproving it. Second edit, this post is not meant to suggest that our Gen Z is uniquely or especially vulnerable, or to suggest that a lot of challenges people discuss here are not real. It's entirely the opposite. Growing loneliness, political polarization, and increasing social division along gender lines is real. The problem is that disinformation and influence networks expertly and effectively hijack those conversations and use those real, serious issues to poison the conversation. This post is not about left or right. Everyone is targeted. It's something to keep in mind. Doesn't the U.S. do this too? When Hassan is on Twitch chest bumping a Houthi and on a podcast sobbing over a dead journalist in a country he's never been to, there's a lot of pretty much intentional flame fanning. Yeah, but Hassan is part of the people that like organically amplify, right? Would you be in favor of the U.S. doing the same thing to Russia, spreading disinformation to sow division? I don't know. I haven't thought much at all about like the ethicalness of social media attacks. I'm not sure. Would you be skeptical of all rage bait due to this? Yeah, but you can swing in either direction too far. Like sometimes it's like people will believe every single piece of rage bait that they see. Other people will think that nothing is ever real. I don't know. It's hard. It's truly it's hard and impossible to figure out what's real or what's not real. You know. Okay. How do we know that the Reddit post you just read is real and not disinformation? How do you know that I'm real and not just disinformation? That's the real question. College. Okay. Back to boring shit. Back to the boring shit that we all fucking hate. Okay. We got up through how expensive is a college degree? This is cost of attendance, tuition and fees. And then this is how much is paid per year on average after financial aid and shit. Can we catch up what we learned so far? Not really. It was just a lot of table data and shit. Yeah, that's it. I think we've got to summarize some of this stuff. So, cost of attendance. Okay, so at least something that we can take away from this is the average cost is about $26,000 a year if you live on campus. If you live on campus and you pay for all that. With no financial aid. And then when financial aid is taken into account, the average cost with financial aid factored in is about $14,700 a year. And then I think that's all we have for how expensive is a college degree up here, I guess. For a bachelor's degree. Is that in-state or out-of-state? This is all in-state. I don't think I'll bother even analyzing out-of-state. I don't know if that's relevant to anything. Percentage of students that go to in-state versus out-of-state. Do you regret calling Candace a liar from the get-go about the student debt thing instead of asking probing questions? It seems to have nuked the conversation. No, I think she already lied. You saw her lie. She went from saying, I don't know what the FAFSA is, to why would I get financial aid, to my parents weren't there to help me fill out the FAFSA financial aid, to I got $8,000 in Pell Grants, to like her story changed like 4 times in like 2 minutes. Like, I don't know what more I needed to like. This so delusional from Destiny. Okay. Control F, state. Non-resident, non-citizen enrollment. The word non-citizen differentiates students. That is U.S. citizens. Wait, the word non-citizen differentiates the student demographic from non-resident. Oh, okay. Out of state. College enrollment. Many students are willing to travel out of their state, out of their home state for their college education. California. Fuck. College. How? Okay. What is our data websites? National Center for Education Statistics. Can we search for out of state the where of going to college? Is that the article that I just clicked? No, that was another. Okay. Why do gropers hate you so much on Twitter? Because I won't talk to Nick Loser anymore. After he started blocking me from going on shows, I said I was never going to talk to him again. I said after his stuff with Kanye West falls out, because Kanye West will quit and Nick will tank his career, I'm not going to talk to him afterwards. And his stuff with Kanye West did drop out. He begged to talk to me, and I said, no, fuck you. And now the groper people super hate me. What show did he stop you from going on? He refused to talk to me on the No Jumper show, and then he said that he wouldn't do. There was a valuetainment show that we were going to go on, and he said he wouldn't go there if I was there. I want to find out of all the people that go to school. He actually got you uninvited. No, yes. Of all the people that go to school, how many choose in-state versus out-of-state? Is this not an easy number to just find? Why is this breaking it down by state? Just give me like for the whole country. Statistica or Statista? Statista? I don't know how to pronounce this shit. Share of first-year college students in the United States who enrolled in the state they lived in fall of 2016. Where do these numbers come from? Published by Vera Korhonen. These statistics show first-year students across the United States from colleges that were situated in the state they lived. Addition. Oh, show source. Oh my God. Percentage of students who attend in-state college. Is this the same? Oh, no, wait. I think this is the one we looked at earlier. College run by race, by national, enrollment, Hispanic, multiracial, non-resident, college enrollment by sex, enrollment by age, percentage of high school grads, state college enrollment statistics. International state. It can't possibly be this hard to find this number. You just need to add them all up in this table. Do I have to do this myself? Okay. 73% of students attend their own state schools. Where do they get this number from? Below you'll find statistics published by the Chronicle of Higher Education that pinpoint the percentage. Okay, so we're going to the Chronicle. Oh, and that's a dead link. Oh no, it doesn't. It just goes to their website. Chronicle of Higher Education. It doesn't link to an article? Google this and click the top link. What the fuck is this? tcast.org. Our analysis underscores that reality further, showing that only 1 in 5 undergraduates travel outside of their home state for college. Despite this, media outlets, cultures, and policy conversations often place outsized attention on selective institutions that draw from national or even global markets. In-state versus out-of-state. Figure 1. How do they get these numbers? Here, new music. Shh. D, their sources here. It says if you keep reading. Residence migration. How many degree-seeking undergraduate students are enrolled in post-secondary institutions for the first time in the fall? In fall 22, the number of degree-seeking undergraduate students enrolled in post-secondary education. Oh. Undergrad students enrolled in post-secondary. Okay, so this is out of state, this is in state, and this is total. Okay. Okay. Well, fuck it. Okay, so about 20%. We can round that out. 1 in 5, 20%. Okay. About 80% of undergraduate students enrolling in college for the first time attend college at an in-state university. Nathan just damn me and said, you're an L bottom G. What do I say back? Sorry, you've got no riz. Wait. U equals L riz. What else? You are adopted. Tell him to crash out? Is that like a new thing? U equals L riz. Time to crash out, lil homie. Time to crash out, bro. Bozo. Oh, time to crash out, bozo. Shit, hold on. Delete that. Fuck. He said cap bruh. You just got mogged. Got him. Okay. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay. I wonder where this guy's stuff plugs into our... Let's watch this video and see what this guy has to say. We can research his claims and see where it plugs into the stuff we've already got kind of written here for questions and shit.
Not go to college? That is the question in the game of life. And I'm going to show you the data so that you can make your own decision. And at the very end, I'll give you my honest advice. And so let's talk about playing the game of 1 of 0. Every time I make a point for college, I'm going to move my college graduate forward 1 point. And every time I make a point for my non-college graduate, I'll move him forward in his career 1 point. Let's see who wins in the end. This chart shows you how much the cost of going to college has gone up compared to the starting salaries. Now, you might be like, wow, okay, there is a big difference here. To put this tuition increase in context, this has doubled in just the last few decades, whereas the median starting salary has more or less stayed the same. So you pay twice as much for the same thing. Let me show you what the result of this has been.
Wait, I need to be super paying attention. Sorry. Information dense. When are we doing immigration? After this. Okay.
In his career 1 point. Let's see who wins in the end. This chart shows you how much the cost of going to college has gone up compared to the starting salaries.
So the difficult, okay, he might label this later, but right now we have an unlabeled table. So it's hard to tell, is this what people are actually paying, including, so for instance, there's different tables that we can look at. We can go and we can look at the cost of attendance here. This is the sticker price. That means what it says it costs. Or we can look up the actual effective amount paid after student aid, which is far lower. I don't know what he is looking at here because it's just percentages and numbers. He doesn't have his axes labeled, so.
Now, you might be like, wow, okay, there is a big difference here. To put this tuition increase in context, this has doubled in just the last few decades.
Public universities, private universities, minimum wage, starting salaries.
Whereas the median starting salary has more or less stayed the same. So
I'm so curious what that means. Like, how is he measuring starting salary? The starting salary has stayed the same. What, college degree starting salaries, or starting salaries for everybody, or college... Like, starting salaries are the same now as they were in the 80s?
in just the last few decades, whereas the median starting salary has more or less stayed the same. So you pay twice as much for the same thing. Let me show you what the result of this has been. This is national student loan debt. And you're like, oh, it's measured in dollars.
Historic total national student loan debt.
That's in trillions. 1.76 trillion is more GDP than every country.
None of this means anything. What am I supposed to do with $1 trillion? There's also more students than there ever has been, but it's just, I don't know where, there's nothing here that is like.
Country in the world besides maybe the top 10. So that means that our college-age kids, young adults, are taking on more debt than entire nations produce. And so at some point you have to think, are they going to be able to make that up? And if you're
I hate when people do these weird comparisons. Did you know that over 30,000 people have been killed in Palestine so far? If you were to have the extra large box of Captain Crunch that weighs 50 pounds, there's not even 30,000 Crunch berries in the average box. Like, what am I supposed to do with this comparison? Is this supposed to be meaningful to me somehow? Like,
a parent or loving relative that a young person who's making this decision is sent to, I want to talk to you specifically. I went to Vanderbilt, which is a very good school. Right now, I think it's ranked 13. It's tied with Brown as a pseudo Ivy League school. I graduated in 3 years, magna cum laude. I was president of my fraternity. I was vice president of the powerlifting team, and I did it in 3. Then I went into a white-collar job, management consulting for 2 years, and then while I was at that job, I studied very hard and got above Harvard Business School's GMAT mid-score. And so that was my plan until I started thinking a little bit more for myself about, wait, does the math really make sense here? Fast forward a decade, I now own a portfolio of companies that does over $200 million a year. And I make these videos so that hopefully younger people or just people at different stages in their career can make better picks. And so that's my formal education side. My informal education side is that I quit my white-collar job, started at minimum wage at a gym, where I paid a guy to let me work for him and follow him around all day. Then I got into the gym business, scaled that to 5,000 locations in the US under a company called Gym Launch, and I sold that to a private equity group for $46.2 million. I now own a portfolio of companies that has over 1,000 employees. And so I know what businesses today are actually looking for. And it's not what I used to think and maybe what you used to think years ago, which is no one even looks at where you went to school or what you majored in or even what your GPA was.
What do you mean? You started a business. Of course no one cares. You started a business. That's a totally different set of skills. Also, and again, and there's no way for me to prove it because it's just anecdote versus anecdote, I guess, but he said he went to Vanderbilt. Did he say he graduated and got his degree? That's a private school, isn't it? Vanderbilt College. It's a private research. Like, you're telling me that you went here and you got your degree from this place and you don't think that all the education, you don't think that helped you in any way, size, shape, or form? Like, how can you even know that? You don't think any class, doing any research, any assignment, showing up and being able to do whatever, you don't think any of that helped in any part whatsoever of your... Huh. It's one of the top schools outside the Ivy Leagues? Oh.
All we care about is your experience and the likelihood that you can do the job well. And many of the jobs that are available today, there is no school for. Because the school degrees and the things that they taught have nothing to do with how much the economy has changed. And I know you care a lot about whoever you're helping make this decision. I want you to know I care just as much. And I don't benefit from either of these decisions that they choose to make, except for maybe if they do something that adds benefit to the workforce that might eventually work at one of my companies. But that's really it. And so I make this as even-handedly as I can because I benefited from both sides. And here's one of the worst parts about this debt. Number one is that the interest rates are high. And number two is that you...
Hold on, somebody just said this. Job interviews do not ask for degrees. Shopify has a 5-level interview. Not a single one of the stages asks for anything remotely related to school. I feel like these are always the exceptions rather than the rule. Because when I talk to people that work, it feels like all of them say, like, yeah, usually if you're hiring, usually you're asking for, like, it'll be on your CV, it'll be on your resume of where you went to school. But also, like, sometimes just having a degree nets you a higher earning salary. Like, you'll earn more money. Like, even if you go and work at a place, they'll pay you more if you go back to school. They'll even do tuition reimbursement. They'll pay you to get, like, a master's, or they'll pay you to do some kind of graduate level work. And they'll, and you get more money for it. So I don't know, but I'll look this up. Do jobs ask for degrees? I'll check. We'll look this up.
You literally can't bankrupt out of it. Meaning, once you do this, you're stuck paying high. As I can because I benefited from both sides. And here's one of the worst parts about this debt. Number one is that the interest rates are high. And number two is that you literally can't bankrupt out of it. Meaning, once you do this, you're stuck paying it for the rest of your life. I think that's 1 point for not going to college. Now, what do you actually...
Wait, what? Okay. It costs money? Okay.
Get when you pay for college. This is the median lifetime earnings by education level, meaning if you stop at this level of education, this is how much you can expect to make over the rest of your career. And so if you don't graduate high school, you make less than $1 million for the rest of your life. That's the median, the middle person in the range. Now, if you do finish with a high school diploma, about 30% better, 1.3 million. If you have some college, so you go and maybe you drop out, 1.5, a little better. Bachelor's degree, 2.2 million. All right, now we're more than double our high school diploma. Master's degree, 2.6. Doctoral, 3.2. And then professional degree, 3.6 million. Now that's how much you make over the rest of your life. I would say that that's a strong point for education. So let's move our graduated up 1 point.
Technically, it's actually not even really an argument for education, though, because you would have to take, because let's say that it costs you $5 million to get a degree. Well, now all of a sudden, all of this is axed, and you're actually better just like getting your high school diploma because it's free generally. But whatever, I'll take it.
Now that's how much you make over the rest of your life. I would say that that's a strong point for education. So let's move our graduated up 1 point. Now we see this really high increase in income, but it's not free.
Oh.
So remember this slide that I showed you earlier. The debt that you take on for student loans, you cannot bankrupt out of, which means that until you die, you have to pay it back. And they force you to make that decision when you're 18 years old and you've never made $1 in your life, nor can you comprehend the scope of what $250,000 of after-tax income is. And the interest rates that you're paying, when you make a $250,000 loan out, you're not paying back $250,000. You're paying back $400,000, $500,000 in post-tax money over the span of your career. And so that leads naturally to like, okay, well, how's that going to affect the rest of your life? Well, look at how earnings actually increase over time. And so this is important.
$250,000 is an absurd amount of money. You're going to Ivy League, you're doing some crazy shit at that point, just to be clear, right? We're way away from the average cost of a degree, but...
When you look at your actual life, you're going to be saddled with relatively large payments for a long period of time until you can actually start catching up in your late 30s and early 40s, where earnings begin to spike. When are you starting a family? When are you getting married? When are you buying your first home, if that's what you want to do? All here. And yet, you're still saddled with that debt that you cannot get out of and you have very high interest on. To me, that's a very strong point for not going. Now, the median incomes that I showed you earlier, that's over your lifetime, but those don't all happen at once. And oftentimes, earning power and income happen later on in your career. And the higher your degree, the longer it takes to actually get there. And so you can see some of these bottom rungs more or less stay flat that whole time, whereas some of these other ones that you have to pay for takes longer in order to earn back. So by the time you're late 30s, early 40, you might be making more money, but you also have the drag of the debt and the payments and the interest that you have to carry with you in the tune of a few $100,000 extra.
Wait, there's high interest on the student loans in the USA? I'd have to see the amounts, but it's only if you're taking private loans. My understanding, and I guess we'll look this up when we get into the financial aid section, is if you go to an in-state school, I don't think there's any reason why a person should ever have to take out a private loan. Or if they do, it shouldn't be that much. But I think the majority should be covered by grants, and then if you need to take out loans, subsidized loans. But I need to look at the maxes for what you're allotted. Maximum subsidized, or if do they still have subsidized federal loans? I don't actually know. Were they called Perkins loans? I don't fucking remember. It's been a long time. Maximum subsidized student loan amount. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is over 4 years, right? Dependent students, except students whose parents are unable to obtain plus loans. Oh, so is a plus loan something different? Holy fuck. Plus loans. This says the maximum plus loan amount you can receive is the cost of attendance determined by the school minus any other financial aid received. So that means you should theoretically be able to cover everything with a plus loan? Or maximum loan amount. Your child's cost of attendance. $6,000. Here she received that amount. You can borrow up to $2,000 in plus loans. What are the terms of a plus loan? Direct plus loans are unsubsidized loans for the parents of dependent students and for graduate. Oh, okay. So these are going to be more expensive then, right? And this is for parents. Okay. I don't think undergrads can get plus loans. Oh, wait, really? Eligible to parents and graduate or professional level students. Oh, wait. For graduate school. Oh, you're right. Loans and grants. Undergrad and graduate loans. It's crazy how wrong Destiny's here, but he'll never admit it. Nate Diaz, wrong about what? I haven't even said anything. What are you talking about? They're called Stafford loans. Oh shit, I remember that. Stafford loans. Do they still do these? Why is this on a different website? I got a plus loan as an undergrad. Holy shit. Okay, direct loans have the interest subsidized while you're in school. What is Nate Diaz doing at Destiny's stream? It's probably just the name of the YouTube account, guys. And subsidized and unsubsidized loans, maybe. Okay, first grad. Dependent students. These are for... subsidized and unsubsidized loans. Holy shit. All right, we'll look into this when we get to the student aid section.
This differential, after tax, after lifestyle and family and house, does it make up the difference? Now you might think, wow, then I should not go to college. Well, the odds are against you in terms of earning income. Let's dive in. This line represents bachelor's degree median lifetime earnings. We compare this visually with each of the other levels of education. So you have a 7.3% chance of making more than somebody with a bachelor's degree if you don't graduate high school. The odds aren't in your favor.
Do student loans cover tuition and housing for people who live on campus or not? Yes. So everything I'm reading for student loans, it covers cost of attendance, and cost of attendance will include room and board.
Not to say that you watching this who's investing in yourself, trying to get educated, you're not that 7.3%, because you very well might be. But statistically, you've got a 1 in 12 shot of just beating someone who went to college. Now, if you do graduate, you double your likelihood of beating that person. You go to 1 in 6. If you get some college, 1 in 4. If you get an associate's, 1 in 4-ish. Now let's go to masters. You have a 6 out of 10 shot.
Is this entire articles of Canada's loans? No, college stuff just comes up so much. It's come up, I think, it came up on my Iced Coffee podcast thing. It came up when I was talking to Candace Owens. I don't remember if it came up on my bench. It just college comes up a lot, and a lot of people say a lot of dumb things about college. So it's good to just like have this like 100% on lock. It comes up all the time.
Of making more money than somebody who just has a bachelor's. If you get a doctoral, 7 out of 10. And then finally a professional, 83% or 8 out of 10 shot of actually making more money. When you do have more skills, you do make more money. The question still remains, is it worth it? But in my mind, this is a clear argument for more formal education. 1 point, college. All the while you're thinking through this decision, you need to use Warren Buffett's investment question, which is the difference between what you pay and what you get. So if someone says, hey, I want to give you this Ferrari, you might think, well, obviously I want to do that. Well, for what price? Now, if they say for $10,000, that's a great deal. If they say for $1 million, you might be like, that's a terrible deal. And so it's not about necessarily whether getting more education makes more money or not. It's just, is it worth what it costs? If I said, hey, I can get you to make $200,000 a year, you might say, of course, I'm in. But if I said, in order to make that $200,000 a year, you need to pay me $7,000 for the rest of your life. Okay, well, all of a sudden the amount I'm making is significantly less than that. And so you can't take how much you make without considering how much it costs. I think an important point to make here is that these are percentages, but it also shows that 27% of people who have a doctoral degree still don't make more than people with a bachelor's degree. All that to say, these aren't guarantees the way that they are purported to be. And a lot of college money goes into advertising that this is the guaranteed way of moving forward in life. But looking at these stats, if you're that one of those 5 people or one of those 3 people that's below, you literally got none of the upside and all of the downside. So why is there such a disparity between these earning levels? Well, it also depends what industry you want to get into. So for example, if you want to get into personal services, blue collar, health support, sales and office, the higher education doesn't make nearly as much of a difference. On the flip side, if you want to get into science, technology, you want to get into health professionals, so we're talking doctors, managerial and professional, then it does make a bigger difference. And so part of making this decision is, well, what do I want to do when I grow up? So if you think that you want to go into a very formal career path, you want to be an accountant, you want to be a lawyer, you want to be a doctor, then it might make a lot more sense for you. But if you want to be a salesperson, you want to be a marketer, you want to do any blue collar job, any kind of home services, things like that, then it probably doesn't make sense for you. And so in my mind, that's 1 point for both sides. So one of the questions I would be asking is, okay, well, if 1 out of 8 people who has a high school degree can beat somebody who has a college degree over their median earnings, then I'd be like, what makes that one person special? We actually pulled up a great research study that looked at that exact question, which is how many of these people would have been successful who went to college already on their own without going to college? One of the big skews of college is that people who go to college in general have more money, come from higher socioeconomic families, etc. Well, if those people had just gone out on their own and gone into the professional world, would they have just made the same amount of money? The results might interest you.
This so depends on the type of work you're doing. Again, my understanding is going to be for basically any engineering type job, you're probably going to need some college. Like you're going to need a degree. I don't know how many of these fields you're allowed to go into with just like, yeah, I can do chemical engineering. Like look at my Walter White setup at my house. Like I feel like for a lot of these types of decently earning fields, you're going to need some sort of prerequisite education to get there. That'd be my guess, but we'll look that up in the section of like how many jobs ask for a degree, I guess.
If you are a white person or an Asian person, you have no value add from college if you control for SAT scores, socioeconomic status, and other factors that would differentiate people. On the flip side, if you are Latino or you are black, college does have a significant 30 to 40% increase in median earnings. The results, like life, are a little bit nuanced. It depends on who you are. Now, I could make an argument, or you might say, hey, Alex was going to win either way. But what some of you guys don't know is I went to Vanderbilt, and I graduated magna cum laude. That being said, everything that I do in my life today, I didn't learn in college.
Man, come on, really? You were a star student at a private school and you graduated and you don't think that any of that is helping you at all? Sometimes I wonder, there's like a thing where people will simultaneously be way too braggadocious and way too humble at the same time. And people like try to play both sides of this. Like, bro, seriously?
And so the question is, was it worth the money? The other question is, if I started 4 years earlier, would I be further than I am today? So one of the most interesting statistics I've come across is that there's one metric above all others that predicts your earning income better than anything.
Oh shit, he's gonna say IQ. Do you think? IQ or parents' income? My guess is gonna be, what predicts it more than anything else? It's probably gonna be IQ. Or parental income, like SES, socioeconomic status, or background.
Want to know what it is? It's not your race, it's not your gender, not your IQ.
It's not your IQ, guys. He explicitly shut our answer the fuck down. Parent background, parental socioeconomic status, or parental earnings?
Think how crazy that is. It's not even your IQ. It's the zip code you were born in.
Close enough, I think.
My theory on the reason why that is and the differential between races is that when you go to college, you can figuratively change your zip code because you change your environment and the people you know, and more importantly, the people you compare yourself to. Poor people can feel rich if they compare themselves to other poor people. But as soon as you get into a room where everyone makes 10 times more money than you, all of a sudden you feel like the poor person. And what do? You change your behavior. College may add value to people who didn't already get that value given to them. Interesting. Which makes a strong argument for being the first person in your family to go to college, because then it actually changes the trajectory of your offspring and your prodigy and your family tree. If you're not the first person, it makes a lot less of a difference. And so the thing that gets a lot of people to win at college is the same thing that gets you to win at business and life.
I have no idea who this guy is, but why do you seem so outright dismissive, LOL? What have I are you even listening to anything I've said? The only thing I'm kind of joking about is that this guy went to school, graduated top of his class at a private university. He's like, oh, but I don't think anything helped me. I think that's just kind of a funny thing. I don't think I've disagreed much about any of the factual shit that he said so far. Have I? Did I? His example of $250,000 in debt in the beginning was kind of, that is a Russian bot? True. Okay.
And so the question is the college really necessary if you have those characteristics already in order to get in? Like if you got a high enough SAT score to get into an Ivy League school like Harvard, Stanford, Yale, then you probably are smart enough to do the other things without going to Harvard, Stanford, and Yale and still make money. As a side note, personally, I got above Harvard's GMAT score.
One thing that's important to note for a lot of people too is, I've talked about this on stream before, a lot of people are obsessed with the idea of being an entrepreneur or being self-directed or, having the freedom to explore and blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it's not even, I shouldn't even say unfortunately. There's nothing wrong with being a 9-to-5er. There's nothing wrong with working for somebody else. Like, I've met people in my life that have an amazing amount of talent, and if they would just get a director or a person to boss them around, they would be 50 billion times more successful. Zerka is a really good example of that. Sneeko is a good example of somebody who's good at doing self-direction for the most part. I think Sneeko basically does all his own shit. He travels, he makes content, he Netflixes a lot of people. Sneeko is pretty good at self-direction. Zerka, horrible at self-direction. Somebody like Zerka, if you put him in an environment that has more structure, he would immediately become 10x or 100x more successful. That's probably true of most people. Having some sort of structure, you can learn technically anything you want for probably almost any subject you want if you go on the internet. But most people just don't have the wherewithal to be a teacher and a student at the same time, which is what you are when you're self-directed. You're teaching yourself what you need to learn. It's a very difficult thing to do. There's nothing wrong with having other people give you structure. For some people, that could be an incredibly good thing, and it helps with a ton of things of your life, yeah.
Or for business school. I haven't gone to Harvard Business School, but I've done pretty good in business. Kind of interesting. If I were to go to Harvard Business School and then make money afterwards, was it Harvard or was it me? And I actually faced this decision when I was thinking about going to Harvard, and I thought to myself, well, do I want to not make money for 2 years and incur $250,000 of debt? And when I did the dollars and cents for me going to business school, I thought—
It's so boring that people always well, could I go to Harvard? Bro, come on.
about going to Harvard, and I thought to myself, well, do I want to not make money for 2 years and incur $250,000 of debt? And when I did the dollars and cents for me going to business school, I thought, man, why don't I take the $250,000 and just start a business? And I'll bet that by the end of those 2 years, I'll have learned more than I did in business school, and I'll graduate the game of life 2 years ahead and making more than the median income of somebody who went to business school. And that ended up being true. And so if you want to get into anything that doesn't have a formal degree required in order to make that money, then it doesn't make sense. And that's one point for the career. So one of the big things that pro-college advocates talk about is the network that you meet when you're in college and how much that alumni network can benefit you getting a job, doing a deal, or whatever it may be in the future. And I will put 2 strong caveats on that claim. Number one is, do I think that for $50,000 a year, I could buy into whatever network I want to be of people making significantly more money than me with skills that I'd like to learn for $50,000 every single year for 4 straight years? To me, that answer is moot, or even more in favor of just going the career. And if you want to buy a network, then buy a network. To me, that's an argument for not going to college if we're trying to control for the
What could you possibly pay into that's like the equivalent of like college in terms of like being part of an alumni network, having like classmates that are doing similar types of work, in terms of being involved in whatever college events and jobs are coming to colleges, like the Tate War Room?
the same money. Now, one of the other points that's pro-college that is often made is, what about the social experiences you have? The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be around all people only your age, potentially meet the love of your life, party, have lots of fun, get dressed up in togas, learn how to beer bong, and all of that stuff. For $50,000 a year, $1,000 a week, you could party your absolute face off and make friends with all of these people in that same
Also, his cost here, $50,000 a year. That's so much higher than the average person pays.
Period of time. Now, I would say, though, it is more difficult to meet that many people your age in a professional career than it is to do it at college. And I would say that if you're looking purely from a fun basis, I'm not going to say real world's going to beat college. Now, can you get close with $1,000 a week? You go to Vegas, they'll show you a hell of a time. But I would still argue that from a social perspective, those 4 years would be more fun. The question is what you're optimizing for. Now, if you want to say, I just want to go to a resort for 4 years, I totally understand. But understand that that's what you're choosing to buy. But if that is what you want, then I would say that the social aspect is a pro for college. Now, one of the things worth discussing is, can you get the upside for free? Now, if you have FAFSA and you qualify for it, I mean, you can get financial aid, or you can get grants, or you get a merit-based scholarship for sports or for scholarship. That makes a real difference, because now you're getting all the upside without having the downside.
Is Vegas that fun, or is it overhyped? I think Vegas is super sad. I hate being in Vegas. But if you like certain types of things, I think if you like drinking, dancing, maybe I think Vegas is probably cool, but fuck that.
Or for scholarship. That makes a real difference, because now you're getting all the upside without having the downside. And if you live within these 24 states, you can actually get a bachelor's degree, whereas the other 26 states in the union don't actually offer that. And if you can go to college, because now you're getting all grants, or you get a merit, can you get the upside for free? Now, if you have FAFSA and you qualify for it, I mean, you can get financial aid, or you can get grants, or you get a merit-based scholarship for sports or for scholarship. That makes a real difference, because now you're getting all the upside without having the downside. And if you live within these 24 states, you can actually get a bachelor's degree, whereas the other 26 states...
I don't understand. What does he mean here? You can get a bachelor's degree in these states. Does he mean like there's like the states have financial aid as well? Is that what he's saying, I think?
The union don't actually offer that. And if you can go to college for a bargain, then that might be a great deal. And that would be 1 point for college. I do think that there are some full-price colleges that even if you had...
At a community college... Oh, is that all he's talking about? Is a community college? Wait, do community colleges usually give 4-year bachelor degrees, or community colleges only for like associates or undergrad classes?
Their median income, I don't know what it is, but many of them are in the 10s to 20 ruling class states that or you can get grants, or you get a merit-based scholarship for sports or for scholarship.
Only associates.
The question is what you're optimizing for. Now, if you want to say, I just want to go to a resort for 4 years, I totally understand, but understand that that's what you're choosing to buy. But if that is what you want, then I would say that the social aspect is a pro for college. Now, one of the things worth discussing is, can you get the upside for free? Now, if you have FAFSA and you qualify for it, I mean, you can get financial aid, or you can get grants, or you get a merit-based scholarship for sports or for scholarship. That makes a real difference, because now you're getting all the upside without having the downside. And if you live within these 24 states, you can actually get a bachelor's degree, whereas the other 26 states in the union don't actually offer that. And if you can go to college for a bargain, then that might be a great deal. And that would be 1 point for college. I do think that there are some full-price colleges that even if you had to take loans, it would make sense to go to. If you get into Harvard, or you get into Princeton, or you get into Stanford or Yale, or one of the Ivy League schools, a top 20 school in the United States that everyone recognizes the name, I would say that for how much that will impact your personal brand, that is worth it. Because
I feel like that super depends on the type of degree that you're going after. Like, is it worth it to get I'm wondering, like a degree in history from Harvard, if you qualify for no financial aid and you need to pay full price, is that a worthwhile degree? Harvard average cost. I wonder what the after financial aid the average cost is. $13,259 a year. You can get a lot of financial aid for Harvard, I guess. Damn, that's a lot of financial aid. Huh. If you can get the cost down to like these numbers, then yeah, I think probably sure.
One, every single time you walk into a room, people will be like, oh yeah, he went to Harvard or he went to Yale. And that will immediately shift their perception of you and the types of jobs and how quickly you can progress in your career. The second factor is that the people who go from those colleges become the ruling class. They rule the world. They go to the highest paying jobs. The people who graduate from those schools, their median income, I don't know what it is, but many of them are in the tens to 20s to 50s of millions of dollars per year. And so in those instances, if you can get in there, then the arbitrage of what you pay versus what you get is still a great deal. Now let's look at the lifetime earnings a little bit more nuanced, because this is across all degrees in all schools, but I think we can both agree that all degrees are not created equal. If somebody says, hey, I have a PhD from State U versus I have a PhD from Harvard, you could probably bet that that Harvard PhD is going to be going to top firms, move faster, and ultimately just make more money over the long term. They can also network with other Harvard PhDs who get into those great places.
I feel like this super depends on the type of job that you're getting. Like if you get a degree in like mechanical engineering, the prestige of the school, I would imagine, is less important than maybe like law school, where I think prestige might matter a lot more. I feel like it super depends on the type of education we're looking at here, but
whereas that might not be as prevalent. And so the 75th percentile at Harvard for a bachelor's degree might be not 3 million, but it might be 6 or 10 or 15 million. And so in that instance, it does make sense. And as much as you're like, man, this is a more complex decision. Yeah, many variables exist and many variables must be studied. Welcome to the real world. Because the ruling class are so scrutinized for having advantages, there are such generous endowments for those Ivy League schools that most people who don't come from the ruling class can get significant financial aid for going there, making the trade even more worth it. So if you look at the scoreboard between college and not college, we're dead even. And so let me just give you my honest opinion right now. So I'm looking down at my life 4 years in the future, and I see college and I see career me. Which one do I choose? So if I started going down the college path, if I come from a wealthier family, then I don't get the benefits of college and I incur the debt. So that might not make sense.
I don't understand that. You don't get the benefit and you incur the debt. I feel like it's really strange how we factor this or how we look at this. Because if you're coming from a wealthier family, you might not have any debt because your parents might just pay it for you, right? And like college degree holders tend to produce more college degree holders that earn like equivalent or more than their parents. Like I feel like it's a weird way that he's kind of like constructed this, but.
Flip side, if I am less fortunate or coming from a less fortunate family socioeconomically, then I do get a better benefit from college and I will likely get some sort of financial aid, increasing the difference between what I pay and what I get. And I have a new network, so my zip code improves. That might make a lot of sense for me. If I'm super well off, then I already have the benefits of going to college and I might as well start my career with those benefits already, not incur debt.
Also, for those studies that talk about zip code and how much you make in the future, is that zip code you live in or is that zip code you're born into? Like if you just happen to move to a really wealthy zip code, is that going to put you on a trajectory to earn more money? I thought it was a zip code you were born into. I could be wrong on that, but.
And make 4 years more income and be 4 years further in my career path, provided I don't want to do science, technology, doctor, lawyer, accountant stuff. If I'm lower socioeconomic status.
Candace was 100% correct on college. It's not worth going unless you have the tested aptitude for it and you know what you want. Anything else, and you just need to learn a trade. Thanks, Nate, for your opinion. In this stream, we try not to go by our feelings and by the things that make us the happiest on social media. I like to have concrete numbers and facts and figures to back up the things that I say. But thank you for registering your emotional response in chat. Everybody here is noting it, and we are all clapping, applauding you for typing your opinion with absolutely no factual or substantial basis behind it in chat. Thank you for your contribution.
Then I might not have the same benefit and I might find myself in the bottom part of that circle that represents the statistics. Not to say that you're not the one of 8 people who can earn more, it's just less likely. So given those variables, where do we go from here? If I came from a lower educated, lower socioeconomic family and get financial aid significantly, I would say 50% or more of that tuition, I would say go to college. You pay less for what you get and you get more than anyone else does. On the flip side, and this is counterintuitive, if you already come from a highly educated family and you have higher socioeconomic status and you're not going to get favorable financial terms for paying for school, it makes less sense for you to go. The counter.
If he's saying that just because you don't out-earn your parents if you go to college, therefore there's no point in going to college, what about people that have parents with degrees that don't go to college? Do they earn significantly less than their parents? I'm trying to... Did he address that in that earlier study, or does that have to do with out-earning your parents? Like,
counterintuitive thing here is that the rich families, the better off families, are the ones that encourage their kids to go to college the most. I don't even say they encourage them. They expect it. They demand it. It's assumed. It's the default choice. This box is already checked for them at birth. If you get no benefit from college and it costs you money and 4 years of otherwise career development, then you shouldn't do it. The big caveat off the top is, if you want to go into one of those careers that requires a degree, it requires a degree. It is what it is. But I will say this, if you don't have a plan for what you want to do with your life, don't expect that $200,000 in 4 years is somehow going to give you a plan. You just need to confront the fact that right when you graduate, you're still going to be looking at life with all the directions coming from your feet and being like, well, what should I do now? Because I can promise you, even if you fell in love with a class, there's no career path that's the class. And so it doesn't even mean anything to get good at that. And so once you get into the real world, you're like, well, I loved biology. Well, unless you're going to be a scientist or you're going to be a physician, you're probably going to go into HR. It makes way more sense to actually learn what the departments of a business are and what those roles entail.
this dude seems like the kind of guy who can go through 4 years of college and not learn anything. Really? He's got a YouTube channel with over 2 million subscribers. The dude looks like he's physically incredibly fit, probably at a really high level. He speaks very well. He put together this whole video on his own. Like, he sounds intelligent. Like, I don't know what. Doesn't seem like a dumb guy at all to me. I disagree with some of what he's saying, but it seems like a guy that came from a wealthy family, went to a good school, like, speaks well, can do research, can build a business. Like, yeah.
On a day-to-day basis and think, well, these are the types of things I like. If I like talking to people, I could be a recruiter for a company. If I like talking to people, I could be in sales. As somebody who employs almost 1,000 people now between our portfolio companies.
And has owned like multiple businesses. I'm making fun of him. Oh, okay. Well, if you're just making fun of him, then.
We don't care at all what someone's degree is. You know what we do care about? Experience. So if I'm a recruiter for a company, if I like talking to people, I could be in sales. As somebody who employs almost 1,000 people now between our portfolio companies, we don't care at all what someone's degree is. You know what we do care about? Experience. So if I had a 4-year college graduate who comes out with a philosophy degree, and I've got somebody who's been in sales for 4 years and didn't have a degree, and they're the same age, who do you think I'm picking for the sales job?
Okay. That's a deceptively sneaky thing to say, though, right? Like, oh, well, I don't care if you have any, I don't care if you have the degree or not. I just want to know you have experience working the job. Oh, okay, well, I don't have experience, so what do you want me to do? Go get experience. Okay. You go to apply at another firm. Hey, what's up? We don't give a fuck if you have a degree. Do you have any experience? No. Oh, well, you know, get someone come back. Okay. Oh, no experience here. Oh, cool. I apply for this job. You guys don't have any experience, right? Yeah. Do you have a degree? Fuck. I mean, I guess it's like saying, like, I don't need you to have a degree to be a doctor. If you want to be a surgeon at my hospital, that's fine. You don't need a degree. I just need to make sure that you've worked at another hospital for at least 10 years. Okay, well, if you worked at another hospital for 10 years, you probably already graduated med school and have done your internship. You already done, right? You've already like hit that threshold, you know? Depending on what you mean by experience, of course, but.
The guy's been in sales for 4 years. If I were decided between going to college and not going to college, this is what I'd be thinking about. Now, if you're not going to college and you've made that decision, let's talk about how to actually maximize that path. Number one is that you are still prioritizing education. You're just not prioritizing formal education. So you should absolutely take money, take time, and spend the majority of your day trying to learn. If you play video games all day and you just watch Netflix and you smoke weed in your parents' basement, you're gonna be the 7 out of 8 who lose. But if you are the type of person who can work all day and work on themselves and get experience in the real world, then you can learn at your job all day, get paid to learn, take that money, spend it on learning more in the evenings, and 4 years from now, you will be so much better equipped than anybody who has graduated 4 years in a 4.
You need to speak more about it, but this is true. Like, if you can self-direct, if you can, yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you can do it. It's hard to do it, but.
Formal degree who just knows how to shotgun a beer really fast. I will tell you how I've learned everything outside of school. I pay people who already have the skill by the hour to learn. Now, if I can't afford them, I will see if I can buy a course or a book or watch their videos or whatever it is. But if they don't have any of that stuff and you're just saying, man, I really want to learn how to do storage units from this guy, well, then you can ask to pay for 1 hour a week to learn what to do. And I can promise you, entrepreneurs and people who have skills are always happy to help people who take initiative. There's nothing that fills someone's heart more, speaking from personal experience, of somebody who asks you for advice and then executes on it. And as long as you do that, you will have more help than you know what to do with. Start 1 or 2 steps ahead of where you're at, pay to learn the skills, and then take one or two steps. Whether you're taking this path or you're taking this path, you have to choose to invest in your ability to learn so that you can earn in the future more than you are. Everything that you make in the first 4 years of your career is not what you're trying to get rich on. It's what you're trying to get smart on. And the fact that you get paid for it is just bonus. So don't get your ego caught up in the fact that you're making $30,000 a year or $40,000 a year or minimum wage. I started at minimum wage after having a white collar job for 2 years and getting above Harvard's mid-score. And so you have to take a slice of humble pie to realize that I might have been really good as a management consultant, but I didn't know shit about running a gym. And so not coming in pretending like you know something that you don't, and being willing to accept the fact that someone who might be less educated or less polished than you still knows more. Now, if you get into the Ivy League school, then by all means, like I said, go. But if you don't get into one of those schools and you're just into the middle of the pack that...
I also think it's worth noting that, like, when we talk about failing at school or you get a degree and you don't use it, there's also the people that start businesses and those fail. And depending upon what you're talking about, that can get a lot scarier. Let me check before I say some dumb shit. What happens if you default on a student loan? Is the worst they can do is garnish wages? Lose out on tax refund or social security check because of money. They can't like put a lien on your house or something, right? Yeah, okay. I don't think they can come after assets and shit. But if you start doing loans for businesses and your business fails and you start to default on those loans, those people can take you to court. And you can your life might get fucked. You might have to bankrupt yourself in order to escape that debt if you fucked yourself. So I think that Destiny, that's what LLCs are for? No.
That costs too much and doesn't give you anything extra, then I think that you need to pull up to the table, put the napkin in your collar, and take a slice of humble pie and realize that you don't know everything, and you have to be willing to suck, and you also have to be willing to be doubted by your family because they probably...
How do you default on a loan? Defaulting on a loan is when I think the formal definition, you've defaulted on a loan when you just have missed a certain number of payments, and then you might lose the right to some other things relating to that loan. Oftentimes, a defaulted loan will also be sold off to a debt collection agency, who's going to be a different loan servicer than the people you originally took it out with.
That you don't know everything, and you have to be willing to suck, and you also have to be willing to be doubted by your family because they probably won't agree with this decision. Because
LLCs do protect you to an extent, but only for normal practice of the work you do. If you are creating an LLC as a new human being that doesn't have any other prior businesses, or that LLC doesn't have any assets into its name, you are going to be personally guaranteeing those loans. You cannot just create an LLC and start borrowing a fuck ton of money in the name of the LLC. No one is going to lend you money. That's not how that works. LLCs aren't even real, okay? They're just like state-formed like entities, okay? They're not even like federally recognized. Okay? You can't, to take like an LLC and then to say like, oh, I made a new LLC. Can I borrow $5 million against this LLC? And then if it defaults, it's just like in the name of the LLC. And I'm like, good, like that's fine. Like no one's gonna lend that LLC money if it doesn't have like a bunch of assets, if it doesn't have a credit history of its own, which I'm not even sure how that necessarily works in LLC. Yeah, you're gonna be personally securing all of that debt that goes to a new business that you create. But that commie TikTok girl said that, yeah, she has no idea what she's talking about. All of her business advice was fucking trash. She either has somebody that does it all for her, or she comes from a rich family and pays it all in cash and pretends she does other shit.
they're going to think, well, this worked for me, my life is great, and I want the same for you. But remember, they're doing this out of love for you because they want you to win. But you just have to explain to them, I want me to win too, and I think times have changed. When they came out, hierarchy and tenure mattered a ton, and pedigree. Whereas today, because everyone has equal access to information for free on the internet, and you can learn more on YouTube than you can from most colleges, you don't need what once was required. So big picture, you don't need to stress. You're gonna win either way if you're a winner. This will probably just get you there faster with less debt. On the flip side, if you are born in a bad zip code, you have a family that the majority of them has not gone to school or any kind of formal education, and you don't saddle your family or yourself with debt in order to go to school, it almost always makes sense to go to school. Because all you're doing is you're getting a different network of people. You will then change the trajectory of your progeny, your family tree that comes after you. And all you do is you start 4 years later. And again, you have all the earning potential benefits of going and getting a bachelor's degree, but without all the costs. And you got a real value add from college where somebody...
If your LLC gets sued for like $2 million and it's only worth $1 million, they can't come after you personally for the rest, right? Asking for a friend. It super depends on a lot of different things about what you're talking about there. Because especially if you're like a single member LLC or whatever, or especially depending on the type of content conduct you're engaged in, you absolutely can be held personally liable. Let's say, for instance, that you're the CEO of LLC Waste Dumpers, Waste Dumpers LLC. And let's say that you, as the business owner, decide, okay, well, I'm just going to dump all this toxic waste into the river because I'm going to save a fuck ton of money and make a lot of cash doing it. Well, let's say that you get federally fucked for that or felony fucked for that, state laws, whatever the fuck, you get in huge trouble. And then people come after you like, okay, well, now your business and you are getting sued for a huge amount of money for illegal conduct. You can't just go, oh, no. Oh, no, sir. Do you know what the L in LLC stands for? Liability. And it's limited. So fuck off. If you've performed illegal conduct, you will absolutely be held personally responsible for that, criminally and even civilly, or criminally, and then even for fines and shit, you can be held liable. Like, yeah. The reality is, without getting into, we're talking strictly about debts and loan defaults, though. LLCs protect against that. It depends on the. Here's the reality, okay? I don't want to be, I'm trying to be an asshole, okay? If you have to ask about this or you're not sure, you are securing the debt, period. That's it. If you start a new business, okay, and that business doesn't own any fucking assets, right? And there's no cash flow, there's a couple things that can happen. You personally might loan your business $1 million or whatever, but then if the business goes under and it gets fucked, you're not getting any money back. So now you've lost the $1 million that your business owes you, right? Or if you have a brand new business, so you do lose money there. Or if you have a brand new business and you don't capitalize the business or put any money into it or do anything else, and then you go to a Chase and you're like, hey, here's a new business I've started, I'd like to get a loan of credit, or I'd like to get credit cards in the name of the business. They're going to look at you and they're going to go, okay, well, your business has absolutely no cash flow, your business has no assets, your business was just created like 2 weeks ago on LegalZoom.com. Why the fuck would I give you an unsecured line of credit? I can give your business a credit card, but your name or your bank account or your assets are going to be things that's secure. You're going to have to co-sign for the line of credit. And if you co-sign, that means that even if that bank gets fucking obliterated, okay, it goes to Gaza and gets nuked by Israel and it's gone, you're still on the hook for the initial credit that you got for the LLC. If you have to ask about like, well, I think if I have an LLC, I'm not liable, you're probably going to be liable. You just, yeah. Destiny, my favorite is when my clients come in and say they just opened their LLC and they're ready for all their tax breaks. Limeo, I'm like, that's not how it works. Yeah. Now you're arguing against how much you'd be loaned as a new LLC. Nothing to do with LLCs protecting against personal liability. This is so stupid. No, I'm talking to you about the real world rather than the fantastic world of here's a business plan that I read on Reddit, right? In the real world, hold on. On paper, an LLC might shield you from liability in terms of like debt on paper. But in the real world, you can't get a bunch of debt on a new LLC. Who's going to fucking, just think about that logically for 2 seconds. Why the fuck would you? You're a bank and some dumb fuck comes in and he's like, here's my new business. I just opened the IRS forms. I just got my EIN fucking 2 seconds ago. Can you please loan me a line of credit? Can you give me $100,000? No one's going to make that loan. Why the fuck would you? For unsecured debt? No, even if they charge you huge interest rates. You have absolutely no established credit history. You've got no history of operating as a business. You've got no revenue. You've got no assets. Why the fuck would they loan you money? They'll treat it like a normal individual, a normal entity on its own. There's no reason. They'd say, okay, sure, we can loan money to your business and your business name or whatever, and you can build credit, but you're gonna have to co-sign that. You're gonna have to be a guarantor on this line of credit. You're gonna be a guarantor on the credit card. You're gonna be a guarantor on the loans itself. Like, you're gonna have to do that. Why am I arguing this? Or not? No one said new LLC. Your original statement was that taking out a loan fucks you as a business. It was way too broad. No, this guy's talking about starting an LLC and instead of going to college or whatever. The implication here are new LLCs. If you're a seasoned fucking business owner and you're like doing all the shit, you're not in chat typing like, well, actually, Destiny, my LLC, that by the way, we're gonna be like, no, stop. Why am I getting in trouble by this guy? Nobody with an LLC that's been established for over a decade with tons of assets and cash flow are talking about this conversation. That's not what we're talking about. This is like me earlier saying like you should probably not eat as much processed foods, not eat as much simple sugars, and eat like a variety of greens. And some guy's like, well, actually, I'm doing Mount Olympia tomorrow, and your dietary advice is fucking trash. You have absolutely no idea the correct composition of proteins and blah 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 that I need to eat for competition. Like, bro, you're not listening to me if this is the level that you're on. If you have an LLC or you've got multiple businesses that all have cash flows in the 5, 6, 7, probably 6, 7, 8 figures of range or whatever, you're not thinking like, well, I'm going to use the LLC to show me from liability because this YouTube video. You're on a totally different level of like people that are encouraging you to like start an LLC because it protects you from liability. Fuck, I don't care. All right, we're done.
Somebody who started with an advantage doesn't. And so in that sense, it absolutely does make sense to do that. I'm going to as many credits as I can, and I'm doing that so I can meet as many people as humanly possible. All right, so that's where you sign up for the social club, sign up for the sororities and fraternities, go to all the things that you can. Your luck surface area will increase with the amount of people that you expose yourself to. And it will also introduce you to a lot of diversity of opinion. And if you're going to college because we want to change your environment and change what you compare yourself to, then the best thing to do is get exposed to a lot of different things. And if you find yourself in a position where you have a hard time not partying as much, not to say that you can't party, have fun, but if you're slacking at school, you're paying to go to school. It is your job to learn, and you need to treat it like that. You're paying, not even getting paid, you're paying $1,000 a week to get educated. And you're gonna have to make up that $1,000 later on with interest. And so you better fucking learn something while you're there. And so the idea of the 5th year senior and taking 12 credits a semester, the bare minimum required to be a full-time student, what a joke. Take 18, take 21 credits, and do it in 4 years. You can graduate with a double degree. I just graduated in 3, I cut a year off, right? If you can go to summer school, you can also save money, and you can still get the same benefits. And so you can graduate in 2 years or 3 years if you absolutely hustle your ass off, because you are a professional student. Act like one. The TLDR is, in either of these paths, you are choosing to learn, not earn. The money goes in different directions, but that is the objective. And in both of these career paths, objective number 1 is being a professional. And you're either being a professional student or you're being a professional student that just happens to get paid for it. But in either situation, learning comes above everything else. The side benefits are that you'll meet a few more people and you'll party a little harder. The side benefits here are that you're not going to go in debt and you're going to get paid to do it. I want you to know that I am more impartial than probably anyone else in your life. And I say that because I don't know you and I don't know anyone else in your life. Now, they will get status based on their friend group who are older and might not understand stuff like this video. And so they want you to do that because 1, it probably comes from a good place, but 2, because they're afraid of their downside of what if you become a failure. But by the way, you can become a failure if you go to college too. So the one thing that you can do to guarantee this is that you have to decide for yourself, number 1. And number 2 is that either of these paths is education. And you have to understand that. You're not getting into the workforce to go make money. You're getting into the workforce to learn better, more relevant skills and just happen to get paid for it. As long as you keep that clear and that you're going to stay disciplined about it, because you're not going to be more necessarily disciplined when there's tons of naked girls and parties around you, and some of you are like, I'm sold on college by that alone. I get it, but I promise there's plenty of time for both. Send this to anyone who is debating this decision right now. Thank you for playing the game of 1 of 0. I hope you win.
Cute. Okay, fine. Good enough. But we didn't really get anything out of this. Okay. Isn't giving a lot of uncovered loans is exactly what happened in 2008, which caused a great bubble. Do you not think that there are banks that will give loans even now for LLCs without basis? No. Generally, your new LLC will not get a loan, especially if you're a single member LLC. They're not even like federally real things. You're not even like an actual thing. They're going to look at your personal income history and they're going to see what you personally are willing to guarantee. That's it. Also, the 2008 financial crisis wasn't because of unsecured loans. It wasn't because of Nina loans or no income, no asset or any of that. It wasn't because of too many blah, 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 blah. Those things caused a bubble, and they might have caused like a housing market issue. But the reason why it was a global catastrophe was because people found a way to connect the housing market to global financial markets. That was the thing that made it a huge issue. Because if housing markets have bubbles, they come and they go, they pop, they burst, they inflate, whatever the fuck, it happens. It's a natural cycle. But 2007 was bad because they found a way to plug that cycle into an international investment interest, basically. And that's what blew that up and fucked it up so horribly. Sonic inflation, some might say. True. Can you explain that? I realize I don't really understand 2008. Yeah, it's super simple, okay? There was a whole bunch of people that took bad loans. No, there's a bunch of people, they took loans on houses, okay? Banks like to sell mortgages, they make some money on it. The thing that made it really, 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 really bad was somehow, through some cute memes, these guys found a way to take all these mortgages and turn them into financial products that every single person in the world could start to invest in. And this creates a really bad demand on these people because now they want to sell more mortgages, and they went, and then this caused a bunch of bad pressure and blah, and then it's blah, 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 blah. Like this. See this? Do you understand? Do you see what's happening here? Do you see that? And then this is, and then all this. Boom. Do you see what happened? Boom. 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 Do you understand now? See what happened here? Funny memes, but explain for real. I'm retarded. Didn't you guys all watch The Big Short? Don't they explain this a million times in here? Wait, let's see. I can't watch the movie because you banned movie streams. Okay, I'm not a financial expert, okay? I only play one on TV. Okay, the issues are you have banks. There's a normal bank, okay? Chill bank, okay? And these are the spooky banks, the investment banks, okay? So a normal bank will take a human being, okay, a civilian, C, okay, and they'll sell this dude a mortgage, okay? So what does a mortgage represent, all right? A mortgage means I'm going to give you 100K, and then over a long period of time, because I have this note that represents your mortgage, you're going to make payments to me for some amount of time, okay? So I'm going to loan you some money. You're going to pay me back this money. And cool. Now I'm making money on this, okay? I don't know how this happened. I think it's illegal now. I don't know if a law changed or what happened, but for some reason, these banks were allowed to, I don't know if the banks did it or the investment banks did it. I think the banks, what happened was investment banks figured that if they get a bunch of these notes together, if they get a whole bunch of these notes together, what they can do is they can buy all of these mortgages, okay? They buy all of these mortgages and they package them up into, I think they were called mortgage-backed securities, okay? So what a mortgage-backed security is, oh, well, this guy owns 100 notes, okay, which represents 100 different lenders, 100 different borrowers that are all paying every single month into these notes, right? Oh, cool. So if the bank is selling mortgages, and if for some weird reason, I think this is illegal now, it might have been the repeal of Glass-Steagall, for some weird reason, they were allowed to sell these mortgages to investment banks, and investment banks are able to take oh, cool, all these mortgages and package them together mortgage-backed securities. Now, remember at around this time, I think the Federal Reserve rate was very, very, very low. So nobody really wants to buy U.S. Treasury bonds or whatever. The whole world has all of this money. The whole world economy, I think, is relatively growing, relatively booming. And everybody's like, okay, well, fuck, what? I don't know, where do we put our money? U.S. dollars, Treasury bonds are kind of shit right now. And then this Glass-Steagall, not Glass-Steagall. Did I say Glass-Steagall? Whatever. Now people are like, oh shit. Well, what are these hot new fucking investment products? Mortgages. Now, mortgages are awesome for a variety of reasons. One is because mortgages tend to be lent to people that can usually pay them because there's a decently strict process on applying for a mortgage. And two, at the very least, they're also backed up by underlying assets. And three, the assets themselves are part of the asset market of homes that always go up, right? Housing prices always increase, right? So you've got good loans, you've got people that pay them back, you've got increasing housing prices, okay? This is cash money. This is awesome, okay? So basically, here's what I want. If I'm an investment bank, I just need you to sell me all of your mortgages, and I'm going to take these mortgages, and then I'm going to sell them. I'm going to package them into a mortgage-backed security. At another point, too, there's another level of fuck shit going on. I don't know why, but you can take a bunch of these mortgage-backed securities, and you could package them into even more packaged things. We can call them collateralized debt obligations. And there's all sorts of weird, you can make, I think you could make CDOs of CDOs. You can put together synthetic portfolios, whatever. But basically, investment banks found a way to make these products super attractive so that a ton of people can invest in them. So the issue with this was these investment products are super hot, okay? You've got good as gold investments, okay? Highly rated investment products that are incredibly reliable, that are generating cash flow, and the underlying assets that are securing these investments always go up because they're homes. It's actual financial alchemy. So what happens at this point is the investment banks, and you've got a world right now, I think, where Treasury rates for the U.S. Treasury Department they're very low. So fuck, I don't want to buy T-bonds. It's fucking lame, okay? Well, so now what happens? The investment banks go back to the mortgage banks like, hey, listen, these things are fucking awesome. Okay. We want more mortgages. Okay. So then the banks are like, okay, well, we're going to fucking push mortgages hard as fuck. Okay. Well, the problem is a couple things start happening. One, there's only so many people that can qualify for good loans. So what happens is the banks start getting a little bit more exotic in the way that they're writing these loans. And the way that they do that is they start to lax some of the qualifications for who they write loans to. Now, even though that seems like a bad idea, it actually is all a good idea. It actually works. Trust me, okay? Now, here's what I'm going to sell you on, okay? So, yeah, the guy might not be able to afford it. Yeah, he might not necessarily have a job. Yeah, he might not necessarily have like good income. But none of that matters because guess what? If I give him this shitty loan and he can't pay, we'll just take the house. The house is relisted for 2x the value, and now we just get another person to do it. So it's fucking good as gold. We're still fine, okay? So now we're no longer doing good loans, but it's fine. Like most people are gonna be able to pay. They can borrow against the equity of the house to make mortgage payments. Like all of it is still okay. This is fine, okay? So even if the loans are kind of shitty, because the underlying asset value is increasing, people can always take out like equity against the home. People can still pay the loan, so it's fine. So even though we're kind of doing shitty loans, it's fine. So banks start to act kind of fuck here, but that's okay because now they can sell way more of these products to the investment bank, or rather the mortgages to the investment banks. The banks can continue to package them up in MBSs, CDOs, and things, whatever, and they can still get like international investors to invest in these products. Okay, so still fine. Okay, this is still okay. Well, now remember, okay, because unfortunately we still have markets and we still have economies that are real and things are actually happening in the real world. In the real world, something is happening that makes this work. Remember, the increasing value of the underlying asset is really important. So housing prices are starting to explode, okay? So as housing prices go up and up and up and up, you're running into this thing to where, okay, well, the underlying assets are increasing like crazy, so people can still borrow against it, but the cost of this home ownership is going up more and more and more. At some point, though, it can only go up so much, okay? And now you're running into this issue where things are so expensive and people are starting to fail on their mortgages, but the prices aren't necessarily increasing more. They can't really do much. And we're running into this weird world where some people are starting to default on these mortgages that they shouldn't have defaulted as much on. To back up a little bit, remember, the reason why these mortgages are so attractive is because they're so secure, okay? There's not a good risk rating on these mortgages. All of these are being rated incredibly highly, incredibly securely. But the reality is a lot of the people that were taking these loans out didn't really have the assets or the income to pay for it, but it was okay because housing prices were always increasing. But remember, as markets start to get flooded, as people start to run out of, like, housing prices begin to increase like to ungodly amounts, and you ran out of people to sell loans to, like eventually it can only go up so much. You run out of people being able to pay their loans. Eventually they start to default on them, issues happen. And as a result of this, now some of these mortgages that were being passed on and sold to Wall Street are not paying out the way that they're supposed to. And as soon as this ball starts rolling and investment banks are like, well, hold on, we don't want any more of these mortgages. Now it kind of sucks. Well, the banks are holding them and they're like, okay, well, fuck, I don't want these fucking mortgages. They stop issuing new mortgages and now housing prices decrease immediately. And now you've got all of these huge investment products that are full of not good loans. They were okay because people could still pay for it by borrowing against the equity because the housing prices were increasing constantly. But as soon as the housing price started to tank, all of these underlying like things that secure these loans, now these are garbage. And now the issue that you run into is not just that people lose their homes. It's not just that banks kind of go under because they still bad loans. Now the entire international market that have so many different connections to the mortgage market of the United States through these exotic investment products, everybody is getting fucked. Because my CDOs are collapsing, because the underlying mortgage-backed securities are collapsing, because all of the mortgages contained in these securities that were supposed to have a 99% payback rate, 1%, 2% default rate, are now defaulting at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 70, 80%. And now everything is fucked. And this is why, so the issue wasn't really that banks are giving bad loans. It kind of contributed to it. But the reason why they were giving bad loans is because there's a lot of pressure from investment banks to get these types of mortgages. And it was okay if they gave bad loans because, like, hey, they could just sell it on down to Wall Street. It's not like they had to hold it on their books, right? They pass that shit off immediately. And, like, the property values and everything are going up anyway. So, like, who cares? Like, if some people default, they can take out more equity, or, like, we get to repossess the house and who the fuck cares, and blah, blah, blah. I think this is, like, my understanding of, like, why everything got hyper fucked. It was the connection of the international investment markets through Wall Street to the domestic mortgage markets that caused a whole bunch of fuck shit to happen. So every time you hear somebody say shit like, oh my God, there's a housing bubble, it's going to be 2007 all over again. No, that's not true. 2007 was not caused by a housing bubble. It was caused by a housing bubble that the entire world was taking a speculative financial interest in. That's what caused it to be like 2007 instead of just like another housing bubble or whatever, right? Ugh, I think. That's my understanding of it. Anyway. What I'm trying to say is it was Obama's fault. True. Big thing was banks didn't have to count the assets on their leverage ratios. That's why we introduced the supplementary leverage ratio, or SLR, which means banks have to count off balance sheet assets on their leverage. Okay. What huge insight did the guy who predicted this before anyone else and cashed in on it see? Now, why didn't everyone else? Michael Burry probably just got lucky, to be honest, because I see everything else he writes about finance and he seems fucking retarded. But I think Michael Burry, for whatever reason, felt like, I don't know what his exact analysis or underlying analysis was, but some people try to short markets. They try to look for things that other people are overseeing. I think Michael Burry was like a short researcher guy, right? I think that's part of what he looked for. And I think that he felt like these mortgages weren't that good or that they were going to start defaulting more than people thought. And then he decided to short the market on that, basically. And I don't... Did he short the market or was he buying? I say short as a very general term, but I think there are more exotic ways that you can short these types of investment products. I don't remember how. Credit default swap? I don't even know what the fuck that is. I'm repeating that I've heard of. Was that what he was buying, or? Which I think is like insurance against a default, basically, or something, I think. I don't remember. He looked into the AAA CDOs and saw that they were shit. Yeah, but I'm curious, when you say looked into, what does that mean? Like, were you able to bring up a financial institution's website and just start peering through, like, the underlying assets in any large package? Income documentation, he had partners at those firms. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. If he was like a partner at these firms that had access to other stuff, maybe? In 2005, Burry started to focus on the subprime market. No, hold on. I'm sorry. What I just said was fucking retarded. That wouldn't make sense at all. That would be insider trading. You can't do that. It had to have been publicly available information. In 2005, Burry started focusing on the subprime market. Through his analysis of mortgage lending practices in 2003-2004, he correctly predicted that the real estate bubble would collapse as early as 2007. His research on the values of residential real estate convinced him that subprime mortgages, especially those with teaser rates and the bonds based on these mortgages, would begin losing value when the original rates were replaced by much higher rates, often in as little as 2 years after initiation. This conclusion led him to short the market by persuading Goldman Sachs and other investment firms to sell credit default swaps against subprime deals he saw as vulnerable. Okay. Swaps are just another derivative structure like options. They just service much less liquid and bigger nominal exchange markets like industrial contracts, etc. Gotcha. Have you ever considered maybe learning the English language? I would, except I'm a fantastic moron. Fantastically moronic. I don't remember what he said. Okay. Let me use the restroom real quick and then we'll go back to reading this stuff. One sec. Sorry, I saw somebody type in chat. An important thing to know is the total value of all the CDOs were way higher than the total housing market. That's not that surprising. In fact, I would expect them to be, I think. It just depends on how much higher, and it depends on like what types of products we're considering. Like for instance, let's say that I have a mortgage for $100,000, and then let's say that there's a bank that owns the note on that mortgage. A $100,000 loan for an underlying asset that is worth $120,000. If I wanted to buy that loan from the bank, it's possible that depending on what products I'm selling against that mortgage, I might pay more than $100,000 for that note because there's cash flow associated and I could sell other products based off of that, right? It's not going to be like, because by the end of the mortgage, there's going to be more paid than the total value of the home. So it's possible that note is worth more than the $100,000 of the home, maybe, right? Like there's like different products, synthetic or real, that are sold off of other products can influence the total price of it, even if the underlying assets end up being less than what the overlying or abstract products are, if that makes sense. Fuck me. I don't do finance, okay? Why does the cash flow matter? I don't know. I think people like those products. Maybe they're predictable. Maybe they pay regular dividends or something. I'm not sure. Don't treasury bonds pay cash flow, or am I crazy on that? Aren't there types of bonds that pay a little bit too? So maybe somebody who's more into finance might know the answer to that. Maybe because cash flow is like a more reliable type of loan. Like I'm loaning something and I get money related to the loan. Well, that's all loans. You get cash flow, right? Because the value of a security is the present value of its future cash flows. Okay. Okay. We've got links for information. We've got how expensive is a college degree. Is college economically advantageous? Okay. So we've got the cost down. So now what we're asking is average earnings increase with bachelor's degree. That's one factor to look at. That guy talked about it a lot. Let's see. How does a college degree improve graduates' employment and earning potential? Is this another one where I can just do the National Center for Education Statistics? Will it give me earnings? Annual earnings by educational attainment. Hover. Click and tap to see more. Oh, okay. Median annual earnings of full-time, year-round workers aged 25 to 34 by educational attainment. Why the fuck is bachelor's or higher degree to the left of bachelor's degree. Why would you do this? What the fuck? Represents the median annual earnings of full-time year-round workers aged 25 to 34 with a bachelor's degree or higher. No, data are based on sample surveys of the non-institutionalized population, which includes persons living in institutions, e.g. prisons or nursing facilities and military barracks. Full-time year-round workers work 35 more hours a week for 50 or more weeks per year. For additional information, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Cost of attendance tables. So we would call this earnings tables. A confidence interval. What the fuck is this for? Oh, cute. Okay. Don't think it's that relevant. Dollars. Standard error appears in parentheses. Is this like your is this like your confidence interval of like your, what was it, within your first standard deviation away or something? What I just say, did that even make sense? Okay. Fuck this. We don't need this shit. Okay. Oh God. Delete. Delete. For 25 to 34-year-olds who worked full-time year-round at the median earnings of master earners are 20% higher than the median earnings of bachelor degree completers. Bachelor degrees were 37% higher than the median earnings of associate's degree holders. The median earnings of associates are 13%. Okay. Okay, the pattern of higher earnings associated with higher levels of educational attainment held for both males and females, as well as those who were white, black, Hispanic, and Asian. So these are in median earnings of full-time year-round workers aged 25 to 34. Wait, what the fuck is... Oh, is this just by year? Yes, okay. Median earnings increased between 2010 and 2021 at some, but not all, educational attainment levels for 25 to 34 years who work full-time year-round. So median earnings... Okay. Use the Fed link. What am I using the Fed link for? What do you want me to do for this? Unemployment rates for recent college grads. What does this have to do with anything? Wages? Okay. Click wages and wages by major. You mean outcomes by major? What is mid-career defined as? Is that 10 years into your career or 20 or what? What is the underemployment rate? I don't know how they defined it or define it. I'm guessing it just means working a job that's not in your major, basically. Definition of unemployment is based on the kinds of jobs held by college grads. College graduate working in a job that typically does not require college degrees is considered underemployed. We use survey data, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Median annual earnings of full-time year-round workers age 25 to 34 for male and female. Okay. Okay, we don't need any more here. Okay. How about lifetime earnings? Annual lifetime or annual earnings by educational. Oh, wait. Do they not have a lifetime earnings NCES? Lifetime earnings education level NCES. They didn't have lifetime on this, did they? No, we already checked this page. Bruv. Who are we debating first after the college research arc? I have no idea. This comes up like in every fucking debate that we have, so I mean, like every anti-institutional person that we debate hates college, so it's a pretty easy thing. Annual earnings by educational attainment. This is the thing we already looked at, right? I think we did. We don't care about this. Lifetime earnings for education level. To be sure, having more education typically pays off. See the report, see a graph. Then an associate's degree typically conferring a 25% boost and a bachelor's degree 75% of a bachelor's degree on the median. Average annual earnings about 70,000. Education level is only one part of lifetime learnings. Holy Christ, this horrible fucking graph that doesn't get made any bigger. All right. Oh, Social Security Administration. That's good. Okay. Social Security Administration. Wait, hello? Where did you go? Oh. There's substantial differences in lifetime earnings by educational attainment. Men with bachelor's degrees earn approximately $900,000 more in median lifetime earnings than high school grads. Women with bachelor's degrees earn $630,000 more. Men with graduate degrees earn $1.5 million more median. After currently the influence earnings probability of college completion. Regression estimates show that men with bachelor's degrees would earn $655,000 more in median lifetime earnings than high school grads. Regression. Why would you? What's the difference here between the regression estimate? Is that including like debt or? Estimated lifetime earnings by educational attainment in millions of dollars for men and women. Fuck me. When we do immigration border research, it'll be after this college stuff. No, I just need you to work and do a table. Just do the table automatically, please. Oh no, I know you can do this. I know you can do this. Oh my god. Lifetime earnings by education in millions of dollars. M. Okay, we have net gross without controls. Oh, I see what happened here. Do you have a written position anywhere speculating as to the reasons why people are against higher education? Having the data as to the merit is one thing. Addressing the rhetoric. Oh, the rhetoric is just culture wars. That's it. But the thing is, they lie about it being culture wars. So you just argue with them on that point. But if you get the data to support that it's a good economic proposition, then they have to own the culture wars argument, which is stupid because nobody should really admit to that. So this is the average. Wait, hold on. Whoa. Median salaries. Median salary of 20. $25 to 34-year-olds, old workers, full-time workers. I get tired of being wrong? Not usually. I only get tired of things that I do a lot, and I'm very rarely ever wrong, so it's still very fun when it happens, every 2 or 3 years. Oof, this data kind of sucks. Hold on. So it's on the Social Security website, but then I see that they're sourcing something from 2015. But the results are based on median regression using data from the 2004 Survey of Income and Program Participation. Is there anything more recent than this? Because that means that technically these lifetime earnings are estimated from this data from 2023 uses newer data. Talent disrupted. Give me a page. Hold on. Talent disrupted. College graduates, underemployment, and the way forward. This is from February 2024. Employment of severely underemployed college graduates by occupation. Earnings premium over high school by degree field. Earnings premium over high school by degree field. Does this... Oh, this is like 156. This is 56% on top of, right? So 156%. Or 125%, I'm guessing is what this means, right? Yeah, it must be. There's no way to make this into a neat table, huh? Let's see, how ugly is it going to be if I paste an image in here? Control V. By the Burning Glass Institute. Oh, wait, they have sources at the bottom for everything. Oh. Earning premium. Source, Burning Glass Institute Analysis, American Community Survey 2022. Calculated for workers ages 22 to 27 with terminal bachelor's degree. Oh, sick. Okay. Christ. Really? It's this? Yep, okay. details for this. Okay. Is a college degree worth getting? I'm trying to think how we would. 2, 3. We would put this under. How expensive? Quick facts for. So to know if a college degree is worth getting, what we have to do is we have to do an assessment of, if we're really trying to like analyze it, we would look at the cost of a loan or the cost of education, the opportunity cost of working, and then compare that to lifetime future earnings. I imagine there's probably people that have already done this. So Rage Pope, what am I looking for? Let's think of college degree worth it versus working earlier. There's probably like I see this number a lot. This $2.8 million thing. Conflicting data exists relating to how much you will earn with a college degree versus that one, according to researchers from Georgetown University. The lifetime earning potential for work with a bachelor's degree is $2.8 million. Some college, bachelor's degree with college. Gross without controls, net with controls. Oh, I see, okay. Oh, this is the same thing that one guy was referencing too. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, if somebody challenges us on this, we'll do the... I know I've seen articles on this. I don't know if it's worth... Fuck it. We'll stick the question down here just in case. Is it worth it to get an arts degree, or should people only get STEM? It seems like even if you get... where are we? Even if you get like a dumber degree, some of these still give you like a pretty high income over like just high school. Like a social sciences degree will get you 63% higher lifetime earnings, or a higher earnings premium over just having high school education. With your lowest down here being reaction and wellness studies, visual and performing arts, education for teachers, that sucks. Humanities and cultural studies. But like even these are beating high school earners. Let's see. Bachelor's degree holders. High school grad is 1.5 million. Bachelor degrees is 2.4 million. This is without controls. What does with controls mean? I wonder what they're controlling for here. Selecting earnings by education level. For controlling for key socio-demographic variables that influence earnings and the probability of college completion. The differences in lifetime earnings by educational attainment are reduced, but still substantial. Oh, so this takes into account even like dropouts and stuff. Regression estimates show that men with bachelor degrees that earn 635,000 more in median lifetime earnings than high school graduates. Most of the bachelor's degrees also measure the lifetime returns of educational attainment using the discounted present dollar value. Applying a 4% annual real discount rate, the net present lifetime value at age 20 of a bachelor's degree relative to a high school diploma is 260,000 for men, 880,000 for women. For those with the graduate degree, it's 400,000 for men, 310,000. Long-term, okay. We measure the lifetime returns of educational attainment using the discounted present dollar value. Discounted present dollar value. What does this mean? Somebody explain this. Where are my finance bros? Future dollars worth less than current dollars. Okay, gotcha. Lifetime earning premiums. Even when accounting for those who failed to complete their degrees. Is it worth it to get an arts degree, or should people only get STEM? I think this had earning premium by, this is by degree field. Occupational employment outcomes by degree field. College level employed or underemployed. I mean, visual and performing arts are down here at the bottom, but they're about on par with teachers, which kind of suck, but... I think Born in the USA is an anti-war song. Kind of, I think, yeah. Even... $25%. Okay. Whoop. Does your ADHD cause you to have a song stuck in your head for multiple days? I've had a song stuck in my head for my whole life. How do college degree attainers earn compared to ordinary people? Kind of answered this. What are the average earnings of certain degrees? Kind of have the, oh, this is all listed here basically. Do people who graduate college have problems with underemployment? There does seem to be an issue with underemployment. I wonder if, when it says earning premiums over high school, and then it lists like computer science, does that take into account all the people that are underemployed as well? Or does it only take into account the people that are college level employed? There's a strong association between college major and post-completion underemployment rates. While most employers of college graduates value critical thinking communication skills, many employers of college graduates also appear to place a premium on the kinds of quantitative reasoning skills that are cultivated in fields such as engineering, computer science, mathematics, and math-intensive business programs. Is there any way to access your Israel-Palestine debate notes? Bro, all this shit is published. Somebody link it in chat. Not all STEM majors are created equal. Graduates with a terminal bachelor's degree in computer science, engineering, or math have substantially higher college-level employment rates and earnings than those with a degree in the physical sciences or life sciences. Popular majors like biology do not have the same ready-made career paths as the undergrad degree level, but many such graduates complete a graduate degree to become a medical doctor or research scientist. As a result, graduates in some STEM fields face many of the same challenges in landing a major level job as do liberal arts majors. For example, 53% of biology graduates are employed in a college-level job 5 years after graduating, compared with 74% of engineering graduates. Math-intensive business fields such as accounting, business economics, and finance have substantially lower rates of unemployment. Graduates with a math-intensive major such as engineering, math, and physical sciences have among the highest rates of college-level employment. While fields with the lowest rates of college employment tend to be less quantitatively rigorous. A similar pattern can be observed within broad categories of degree fields. Among business degree fields, for example, quantitatively rigorous fields such as accounting and finance, substantially higher rates of college employment. Okay. Earnings premiums over high school. Calculated for workers age with the terminal bachelor's degree employed full-time. Okay, wait, I'm still so curious. Are the earning premiums here taking into account the underemployment? It just says that they calculated for workers aged 22 to 27 with a terminal bachelor's degree, meaning they finished it, employed full-time, year-round, and not enrolled in school. So it must take into account the underemployment, I think, yeah. Okay. People who graduate college may have issues with underemployment, but they still enjoy significant wage premiums even when taking that into account. What if you worked right out of high school? This is boring. I don't fuck this analysis. Do jobs ask for degrees? Okay, people make this claim a lot. Percentage, how would we even find this? Percentage of jobs that don't require degrees. Is there a way we could even look this up? Like, how would we even... Fast growing occupations that pay well and don't require a college degree. I don't know if there would ever be... Between 2020 and 2030, BLS projects about 60% of new jobs in the economy will be occupations that don't typically require an associate's, bachelor's, or graduate degree. This sort of highlights some of those occupations: construction and installation, maintenance and repair, transportation. I don't know if I could ever find, like, if I think, like, percentage of high-paying jobs that don't require a degree. I don't know if we could even... You can find data on percentage of LinkedIn/Indeed job postings that require an undergrad degree. Would that be like a good representative sample though? You'll have to counter arguments on how the professional works is seeming to trend away from requiring degrees, reducing potential ROI. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to find information for. Like, I don't even know how you could quantify that. Or I mean, you could, but I don't know if anybody does. Like, if you were to go through all the new job openings in previously degree required jobs that now don't require degrees or something, like, I don't even know. It's also very difficult to really analyze this since there is a shitload of jobs that post bachelor requirements without really needing one. Okay, fuck it. This isn't even relevant. It doesn't matter. I think we can just go by averages and everything here. I need to start, if we have college debates with people in the future, we'll be able to, we'll add more here if we need it. Are trades superior to bachelor degrees? How do degrees compare to great trade schools? What are average earnings of bachelor jobs versus trade jobs? Okay, let's see if we can find information on this. Trades, wait, control F, do they talk about that in here at all? Construction trades. Employment of severely underemployed college grads by occupation. Electrician. Do they talk about like this stuff at all? Oh shit. Share of initially underemployed college graduates who escape unemployment by occupation group. I don't think this is going to give us what we want here. Trades. We're not going to find information over here. Okay. Let's see. Average earnings, trades, work. ZipRecruiter. Fuck. There's got to be like a better... What does Rage Pop have for us? The emerging degree reset. Oh, another burning glass thing. Okay. Hmm. 30 pages. Sorry, let's skip through here. Middle skill structural reset occupations, high skill structures up. Okay, career family change. The biggest occupations experiencing significant structural reset divided into middle and high skill categories based on their bachelor, BA shares, bachelor's and associate's shares. Is that what this means? Requiring a BA or above. Oh, BA is just Bachelor of Arts or above, right? Okay. Okay, so this is basically showing that there are some occupations that are requiring less degrees than they used to, I think, right? And that's the decrease in requirements as time is going on, I guess. Where do you normally go for your news on recent Palestine events? Ground news, Reuters, not sure where to find reliable stuff. I don't know, I just start Googling around if I see a bunch of shit to try to figure out what the fuck is going on. I'll start bouncing through a bunch of different things. Might be open source OSINT people on fucking Twitter, through like articles on mainstream media stuff, through fact check articles, through whatever, just it's a ton of different shit. You just have to start Googling around and reading a lot. Degree requirements across tech firms for select IT occupation. Notes. Okay, orange shading reflects a higher prevalence of degree requirements than the national average for that occupation. Green shading reflects lower. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Is there a debate set between you and History Speaks on Twitter? No, I blocked that guy. He's way too obnoxious for me. Wait, holy shit. Did this not have anything to do with what the fuck I asked for? Was this... Fuck me. I just got rage poked. Fuck. Okay. This has nothing to do with what I was looking for. Okay. Average earnings, trades, work versus bachelors. Can we find this? Let's see what these people are citing. Most important trade school versus college statistics. About 74% of trade school students are employed after graduation, compared to 64% of bachelor degree students. The average trade school education takes about 2 years, whereas a bachelor's degree typically takes about 4 years. The average annual income for a trade school grad is $35,720, whereas for a bachelor degree holder, it's $59,124. 70% of young adults get a 4-year college degree is very extremely important. Dropout rate for 4 years, 41% trade. Over 30. The dropout rate at 4-year colleges is 41%. Is that true? Jesus. What do they cite here for their data on this? Do they put it at the bottom? Control F, dropout. With nearly half of college students not completing their programs. Does that include like trading majors? Percentage of college students who drop out. First-time undergraduates, first-year students have a 12-month dropout rate of 24.1%. Among first-time bachelor's degree seekers, 25.7% ultimately drop out. Among all undergraduate students, up to 40% drop out. What does this mean? Among first-time bachelor's degree seekers, 25.7% ultimately drop out. Among all undergrad students, up to 40% drop out. What's the difference between these two things? Some are second degree students? Wait, what? No way that it would do that like that. They drop out and then go back again? Yeah, that's true. I wonder if that's what that means. So, so among all undergraduates, about 40%, up to 40% will drop out, but they go back. And then among first-time bachelor's degree seekers, about 25.7% ultimately drop out completely. Okay. That's what, I think that's what, okay. College dropout re-enrollment rates. Okay. Fuck. Oh, whoops. Okay. It's not really that important, I guess, but it's good to know. Trade schools. Oh, because we were looking up trade school stuff. That's where this came up. Kick or keep today? Apparently not. Trade school. Where do they get these earnings here for trade school and bachelor degree holders? Control F. Earnings. Wait, what is this? The median amount of loan debt for undergrads at a 4-year degree institution is $27,000. On the other hand, the average trade school degree costs $33,000. Well, these are two different numbers. Why are they comparing them like this? Wait, what? The average trade school education takes about 2 years, whereas bachelor degree takes 4. Average annual income is this. Is the average annual income for a trade school grad really $35,000? That sounds low. It must be a little higher than that, right? This is less than just high school completion. I don't know what this fucking website is. I don't trust it. $35,720. Oh, this number is coming up multiple times. It must be getting, it's getting sourced from somewhere. 35,720. Where are they getting this number from? Oh, here we go. Hold on. We're linking to another site. Oh, it's coming from our, okay, NCES. Okay, that's good. All right. Median annual earnings, full-time. Wait, we looked at this graph. We literally have sourced this graph. What is Control F trade? Our trades aren't listed anywhere here, on there, are they? 37,000. The fuck? Trade school graduates earn comparable salaries to those with a 4-year degree, with a median annual salary around $35,720. Trade school jobs differ by roughly $11,180 compared to bachelor degree holders earning about $46,900. However, am I retarded? Maybe it's under vocational? Well, it's less than high school degree, some college no degree, associates, bachelors, masters or higher. Control F vocational, electrician, trade, apprentice. Here's a .gov. Okay, occupational employment and wage statistics. Oh, are we gonna have like a nice and easy, like, can I break this into like technical and trade schools, construction trades? Oh, this is, all of this is national, okay, technical and trade schools is part of this. Fuck me. If I wanted to find the... So if I was looking for like a carpenter here, would I find this? Carpenters. Nothing listed. Spooky. 8. Estimate not released. What? Why? Okay, electrician. Annual mean wage. Why is it the annual mean wage? Wait, why is it not medians? Mean wage RSE. Oh fuck, these are also giving us wages that are averaging out the all age classes as well. Oh fuck. Fuck, this is annoying. Okay. I'm curious if you do the same thing and if you look for National Occupational Employment and Wage Estimates, cross-industry estimates. All occupations. I probably can't search for like trades here, can I? Construction trade workers. Computer science teachers? Would like programmer be here? Software, web dev. Oh yeah, see, so like 125,000. This is averaging across like all ages and all Hmm. Okay, fuck it. I guess we can pick out some jobs. I don't know if we could aggregate together all the trade earnings versus all of the bachelor's earnings. Do you know what RSE? No idea. I don't know what RSE means. Mean wage RSE. Like the percentage of all fucking workers or something? I have no fucking idea. RSE. The relative standard error is a measure of the reliability of a survey statistic. The smaller the relative standard error, the more precise the estimate. Oh, okay, gotcha. What are the most common trades that people always say? So they'll say like electricians. So for trades, for bachelors, we'll do top 5 trades, top 5 bachelors jobs. So let's say that we go to, okay, we can do this because we're using the Bureau of Labor Statistics site. Let's say we go to major occupational groups: management, business, computer, architecture and engineering, life, physical, social science, communities, legal occupation. Well, hold on, let's actually. Bureau, I don't know how to spell this right. Did I get that right? Of labor statistics. Collects data about the entirety of the U.S. workforce. Which trade is the higher body count on average? True. The real questions. Okay, legal occupations, education instructor, arts designs, healthcare, protective services, food prep, building and grounds, personal care and service, sales and related occupations, office, farming, fishing and forestry, construction and extraction, installation, maintenance. Okay, all of these occupational groups are probably going to have like trades in it. Let's see, employment, office and admin, okay. Material moving workers, retail sales workers, laborers, and material movers. What would I consider like a trade in here? What counts as trades? From sources across the web. Every successful transaction you make is counted as a trade. Thanks, loser. Physical skilled labor. Browse specs by CSI divisions. What? Browse specs by CSI division. This Bureau of Labor Statistics. I feel like that isn't helping us, no? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Helpers, construction trades. Helpers, construction trades. Wait, is this it? The legendary list that we're looking for? Brick masons, block masons, stone masons, carpenters, electricians, painters, pipe layers, roofers, construction trades, all others. Construction trades workers, 47,200. Or helpers for the construction trades. It's 4900 installation, maintenance, and repair. Computer. So these are supervisors, mechanics, installers, and repairers. Do you think undocumented labor is included in the 35K number? It shouldn't be by definition, but it's undocumented, no? No, actually, I guess maybe through surveys. If this is going by surveys that include on it, it's possible, I guess. I don't know. Destiny, you should maybe hire an experienced econometrician at need. I suggest looking at iPums USA to create panel data aggregated to level of your liking, then taking an undergraduate course in regression analysis. Wow, I'm right on that. Okay, fuck it. Let's just go by the popular ones that people talk about. They always bring up electricians. What the fuck? They'll bring up electricians. They'll bring up plumbers. They'll bring up carpenters. These are the three that I always hear brought up. Oh, we can do welding and HVAC as well, I guess? Sure. You can respond with construction workers. Okay, electricians. So we've got $65,000. What are all these columns again? Employment, okay. Employment per 1,000 jobs. Median hourly wage, mean hourly wage, and annual mean wage. Okay. Pipe layers, plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters. Helpers. 37,000, 64,000, 65,000. This is under the 472152 thing. 47 dash -2 construction trade workers. For a plumber, so 47215215. Pipe layers, plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters. Plumbers. Okay. What's the difference between 2150? Oh, it separates out pipe layers. What? Okay, cringe. And then these guys get fucked. Helpers. But I wonder if they work less. What does it mean if you're a helper? 47.3. Helpers for construction trades. Is a helper just like probably less educated, I'm guessing? That's probably what that means. Because these guys make way less money. Okay. Okay, so 5.2. Okay, so this is more specific. Okay. Oh, we should link the actual. 65,190. Control F. Electricians, not the helpers. These guys. And we said that they were earning 65,280, correct. And then when we click in for more details, we've got, wait, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Yeah, okay. Boom, boom. Wait, I'll just keep those up just in case. Oh, okay. 50% median, percentile wage estimates. Okay, so these guys do take into account medians as well. It's just on the next page. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay. Control F. Carpenters. Oh, right below. Cute. Okay, okay, this is something more. And then helpers we don't care about. Okay. 58,210. Wait, hold on one sec. The definition of helpers according to this BLS site. Helpers is just construction trade works with a variety of tasks. They may carry tools, materials to help set up equipment. For example, some helpers work with cement masons to move and set the forms that determine the shape of poured concrete. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Let's look at welding. This is a broad, and then this one. Okay. Damn, welders get fucked. Or not, I shouldn't say fucked, but okay, 46,000, 110. And then let's look at HVAC. Oof. Heating, ventilation, air conditioning. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. HVAC. 57,460. Okay. Okay. What are like 5 jobs that we should pick out? It feels like cheating to do like computer stuff. This is a broad field, so like if I do like software developer, people are gonna say, but I mean it's our audiences too though, but software developers are 132,930. Accountants, Control F, accountants and auditors. What's the difference between accountant and accounting? Bills and account collectors, new account clerks, bookkeeping, accounting, and auditing clerks. What's the difference between an accountant and an auditor? Ooh, these are in way different job classifications. Okay, bookkeeping, accounting, and auditing clerks. Compute, classify, and record numerical data. Oh, so these are like basically secretaries, kind of, right? Accounting, tax prep. Oh, these are the industries that they work in. So I'm guessing these are like bookkeeping people, basically. They're clerks. Yeah, okay. And then and then this is for accountants and auditors. So these are the guys that do the okay. And auditors. Auditors 86,740. What's the next? What's like another white collar, or not white collar, but like college degree? I could do like any engineering thing. There's like a ton of, fuck it, even a civil engineer. $97,308. Well, to be fair, wait, civil engineers might be masters or higher normal, right? Well, let's say like educational. Perform engineering duties and planning, design. Oh, no, never mind. Overseeing construction and maintenance or blah, blah. No, okay, maybe not. That microwave is going to kill somebody. I can feel it. Do industrial or mechanical engineer? Industrial engineering. Technologists and technicians. Apply engineering theory principles to problems. No. Perform time and motion studies on work operations. Industrial engineers. Okay. Do pharmacists don't go to med school, right? Pharmacists, don't they go to like pharmacy school, which is like an extra 2 years or something? Jesus. Should pick a job that philosophy degrees get because that is a common degree to shit on. Okay, most common job philosophy degree holders get. Is there a way I can look this up? It's all over, boys. How are you not calling someone? I need to put in a ticket. I'll do it tonight, okay? Earning a philosophy degree, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking for like terminal degree, right? Like you're done with school. Philosophy degree. Not like you go on to become a law school. Not like you go on to more school. What? Minister, priest, rabbi? What the fuck? This is not what I'm looking for. Most common. Use the occupation website. See all occupations. Find and list. How is this helping me? This is just my occupation thing. Or this, it looks like the BLS data. What's the point of this? Philosophy. Can I look up? Oh, no. Oh, thanks. Advanced searches, maybe. Professional, related activities, soft skills, technology skills, job duties. Most common job philosophy degree. Can we find this? Most common occupation? Philosophy degree occupations. Fuck it, I don't care that much. Control F teachers. Let's just do teachers. Fuck it. Elementary school teachers. Holy shit. Secondary school teachers. Secondary school is like, is that just high school or is that middle school and high school? Oh, middle school. Okay. Preschool teachers. Damn. Preschool teachers get fucked. Substitute teachers. Self-enrichment teachers. Okay. Elementary school teachers. Secondary school teachers. Why can't I click through here? Oh, because they're grouping them in with the other. I see. Okay. And then middle school secondary school teachers, middle school teachers. And then last one is high school teachers, preschool teachers. It must be under secondary school teachers. Elementary, secondary, middle school. Okay. That must be what's going on. Okay. Okay, whatever. All right, good enough for me. Look up basket weaving. Is that a job that's recognized by the BLS? I don't know if there's a basket weaving job. Like arts, design, 20, it would be under 2,700 probably. Although as a category, these guys make 76,500. Arts, design, entertainment. And what are most of our, let's see, electricians and are all under 4,700? Control F, 47 dash. These guys make 58,000. Construction and extraction operations. Are these guys all 47 dash jobs? Yes, yes, yes. 51 and 49. Oh, nursing is a really popular one. Nursing assistants make 36,000. Oof. Nursing instructors. Oh wait, I should just look for nurse. Sorry. Nurse practitioners, NP. I think that's isn't an NP a master's? Anesthesists, anesthetics, anesthetists, a nurse anesthetist, wait, oh my god. Anesthetists. I think it's that, right? 205,000, damn. RNs, registered nurses, 89,000. Okay, fuck it. That's good enough for now. That's med school shit? RN does not go to med school. I think RN is like a year or two after bachelor's, maybe? NP is after bachelor's, and it's typically only... Wait, what's the difference between NP and RN? Oh, it might go NP and then RN. Registered nurse, nurse practitioner. Why would a nurse practitioner make so much more than a registered nurse then? Nurse practitioner versus registered nurse. Oh no, okay. RN then NP. How many years of school for NP? Okay, so these are like college. So this would be like a graduate level master's. NP is 2 years after bachelor's. Okay, so but we won't include that if it's that much training. Okay. Okay, we've got college degree cost, economic advantage, trades, kind of seem like they suck. Everything about student loans and financial aid. I've got a bunch of financial aid tables. Questions of how easy it to qualify, how much do people get, what percentage of students need to borrow, how much do people borrow. Okay, so this is all like financial aid information. We can do U.S. education versus college integration. What should the advice be to adolescents about college? Okay. Okay, fuck it. I think we're good on this for now. Oh, and then I've got some articles I gotta read later on this. Okay, we'll see what our next debate looks like and how it goes. Okay, give me something to watch. I'm eating food. Are you debating Candace Owens again? No, I don't know if she'll ever debate me again. We'll see. Destiny is posted on an anti-Israel website. Oh shit. Reverse Canary Mission. Stephen Bonnell appeared on the Lex Friedman podcast finding Israel. He's been a consistent genocide denialist throughout the entire genocide in Gaza. Who is Stephen Bonnell? Destiny, a washed-up StarCraft player turned political streamer. Category influencer. Details. He has also stated that he is pro-genocide and that Palestinians should just go live in another place after Israel draws its border. His separate r/Destiny is one of the largest gatherings of pro-Zionists on the internet. Here are some examples of the types of views and ideas he espouses. Behaste. Timothy, I still don't know how to pronounce this guy's last name, has made a distasteful Hamas joke on SNL. He's also been spotted multiple times since the Starbucks boycotts began with Starbucks in hand. Holy shit. In the SNL skit, Timothy said that his band's name was called Hamas, but because it was spelled Hamas, he was told he couldn't promote his music. If this joke doesn't sound funny, it's because it's not. This has to be a troll, is it? I don't know. Reverse Canary Mission. We track anti-Palestinian actions and statements by individuals. Is this like in response to the Jewish Canary Mission thing or whatever, where they try to track anti-Semitism? Norman Finkelstein. Do you think they like list their heroes on here? Nope. Who could we find? Nick Fuentes. No record found. Okay. Benny Morris? Oh shit, no shot. No record found. Wait, this site sucks. What if it's like Benjamin Morris? Click the most viewed. Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh shit, he's here. Damn. A meme justifying bombing hospitals. What is this? Based Israel. Let's hide on the hospital. Send in the commando unit. No, that's a war crime. Well, wait, this wasn't about the bombing of hospitals. Wasn't this about the people infiltrating the hospital? Making light of the current genocide. Making light of Aaron Bushnell's death, who self-immolated to raise awareness about Palestine. My mom's making nafa to celebrate. I cannot. She's been waiting for this one. My head can't process that this is a second knock button. Nothing's being done to stop it. I'm so devastated. Okay. Jesus Christ. It's pronounced Kunafa. AOC is on that website? I believed these 4 lies. Oh shit. We've got some vlog brothers.
Good morning, John. A couple of months ago, I embarked on a project. I decided to start keeping track of every time that I believed something outright, and then later discovered that the thing that I believed was either not quite...
Oh, this is why I started like Googling every time I would say something. Let me Google this, because there's so many things that you believe, and then you're like, when you look at it, you're like, oh wait, this is not true.
right or like really totally wrong. And today, not because it's not embarrassing, but because I feel like it's useful, I'm going to go through 4 of those things. Let's start with the one that I believed that was most incorrect. It's this graph showing the cost of rent and household income. And I saw it on TikTok in an animation with a fun song showing how rent and income had dramatically diverged since the 1990s. This aligns with my understanding of how things have gone, and though I was shocked to see how much they had diverged, I did not question it. Turns out, however, that this sentence at the bottom here is incorrect. In this graph, income was adjusted for inflation, but rent was not. And that is like the majority of the reason that they diverged. Now I can really only speculate on how this graph got created. My guess is that it was a mistake. Like they made the graph, it was a mistake, and it went super viral because it showed a really dramatic thing. The more outrageous thing is gonna go more viral. If there was a similar graph, which would show a divergence, but not one as dramatic, it would not go as viral or viral at all. So my guess is that this was just a mistake that went viral once, and then it went viral over and over and over again because people saw that if they post this graph, it would go viral. Now, a more useful thing to look at is just rent as a percentage of income, which since the year 2000 anyway, has increased quite a lot, and then it skyrocketed in 2022 and 2023. So it's not like there's nothing here. And this also, of course, varies a lot depending on what part of the country you're in. And it is useful to know that the places where it has gone up the most are the places with the largest homeless populations. We hear a lot about how homelessness is a problem of this or that or this or that. It is a problem of a lack of homes. When there are more people than there are homes, the cost of housing goes up a lot, and the people who have the least end up without a home. Homelessness is a problem of a lack of homes. Please advocate for the construction of new homes in your community. Thing number 2, there was a fairly large Twitter storm one day because Jane Goodall advocated for reducing the global population to 500 million people. I accepted this because I know a lot of old school environmentalist types who advocate loudly for population reduction. And I did not like it. Now I agree that the Earth cannot handle
500 million? Dog, that's like an order of magnitude of the population deleted. What the fuck?
Handle an infinite number of humans, but we see that population growth goes down when people are in more equitable societies that have more resources for them. So we should focus on that. Whereas the active tense of reducing populations is for me a red flag. People should be granted their own destinies, not paternalistically controlled by well-meaning outsiders. I actually looked up the tweet that I saw, and it said that she said, we can solve all of the world's problems if we reduce the world population to where it was 500 years ago. Thing is, she never said this. I actually ended up Googling this a couple of months afterward because someone said something nice about Jane Goodall, and I was like, yeah, except for that thing that she said. But it turns out I was fine with having the information put in my head, but when I put it in someone else's head, I felt a little weird about it, so I went to check just in case. And here is a clip of what she actually said.
We cannot hide away from human population growth because, you know, it underlies so many of the other problems. All these things we talk about wouldn't be a problem if there was the size of population that there was 500 years ago.
And here's a clip of what she had just said before that.
If we can't do something to improve the lives of these people, we have no hope of even trying to save the chimpanzees. It just won't work. And so it was in 1994 that the Jane Goodall Institute began its program, Take Care, or Takari as it's known, in the 12 villages around the small Gombe National Park. Not a bunch of arrogant white people going into a poor African village and telling them what we were going to do, but a very small hand-picked group of 8 local Tanzanians going into the villages and asking them, what they thought we could do to help them.
And like, these are just true things that a person heard and took an implication from and then attributed the implication to Jane Goodall when she did not say it. Whether she meant to imply it is entirely subjective. From my read, she did not. Number 3. Jon Stewart is a guy who I trust a lot. And here is a clip of Jon Stewart talking about taxes in America.
We got to be the most taxed people in the world. What do we got there? Really? 8% is the average tax burden? What do we got?
Average income tax burden, 1 earner, married couple, 2 children. 8%. Actually, yeah, this is probably true. But your average here is skewed really down based on the bottom 50% of people who have almost no tax burden, right? But I don't know what the purpose of this graph is.
Number 3. Jon Stewart is a guy who I trust a lot. And here is a clip of Jon Stewart talking about taxes in America.
We got to be the most taxed people in the world. What do we got there? Really? 8% is the average tax burden?
And I watched this and I was like, wow, that is much lower than I thought it would be. But I'm watching a thing that aligns with my perspectives from a guy who I trust, and I just moved on. And then I came across a TikTok from a guy who was like, this is not right. And I watched it, and indeed it is not. And I should have known this, because like, I know that the average tax burden in the US is 25%.
8% is the...
Oh, you're right. That's an even bigger thing. 1 earner, married couple, 2 children. We're getting into very specific territory here. Oh, and 2, oh, Jesus. So this is a single earning household that's potentially collecting 2 earned income tax credit. No, I'm sorry, 2 child tax credits, which are refundable. And it's a married couple, so it's going to be 1 earner with 3 dependents. Is that an average, is that a $30,000 deduction now, standard deduction, that you get to eat from all 3 of those people? So what, is that a $40,000 standard deduction plus 2 child tax credits? Holy shit. This guy has like no tax burden. That's like an insane sample. Jesus. Are deductions factored into tax burden? Yes, this is looking at effective tax burden or average tax income tax burden, not just the posted rates, yeah.
The average tax burden?
And I watched this and I was like, wow, that is much lower than I thought it would be. But I'm watching a thing that aligns with my perspectives from a guy who I trust, and I just moved on. And then I came across a TikTok from a guy who was like,
you don't get the full 15K standard deduction for every dependent? Oh, how much do you write off for each person? How much standard deduction from each dependent? I thought you basically just ate their standard deduction. Dependents. If you can be claimed as dependent by another taxpayer, your standard deduction is limited to the greater of $1,250. Okay, typing. How much deduction for claiming or for a dependent? Child tax credit or here we go. So dependent. Investopedia. Yes, the best website. If all the other taxes in all the other countries are the same, shouldn't it matter, right? I don't even know if you would collect that data from other countries, how that would work. I don't know how much I believe that graph. Singular household. Oh. You only get an increase in standard deduction for your spouse? Oh, is that true? Okay, then you must just get a tax credit for the children, I guess. Although, to be fair, if you're earning like less than 40K, $2,000 tax credit might be worth more than a $10,000 deduction, maybe. It probably depends on a lot of things.
And I watched it, and indeed it is not. And I should have known this, because like, I know that the average tax burden in the US is 25%. I've read that a bunch of times. But it turns out there's some fine print on this. This is the average tax burden for a 1-earner married couple with 2 children. And if that sounds really specific to you, that's because that's really specific. He also had just talked about sales taxes and property taxes and gas taxes, but those numbers are not included in this 8%. This is just the federal income tax for the average married couple with 1 earner and 2 children, which is not most families in America. But also...
No, that doesn't even include state income tax as well then. Or the other taxes, of course.
Specifically, this was that household during the pandemic when the government was giving many families money. And that counted as their tax money coming back to them, so their effective rate was lower. Which is a little weird because an 8% tax rate is so low that anyone above the US poverty line knows that they pay way more than 8% in taxes. They see it come out of their paychecks every month. So
that's not necessarily true. US poverty line, you might feel like your effective tax rate is higher, but poverty is very, very, very low, isn't it? For an individual is $15,000, you're under the poverty line. The average federal tax burden. If you're earning $35,000 a year, do you have any federal tax burden? I'm guessing. Let's see. Effective tax burden, US by income. Average effective federal income tax rate by adjusted gross income group, all returns from 2000 to 2020. So if you make between 30,000 and 50,000, and that's your adjusted gross income, then your effective federal tax burden is about 4.3%. Okay, 25 cents is way too high. If you make over the standard deduction, then yes, you pay tax, but it's very often less than your withholding, so you're having to refund. Yeah, but also standard deduction doesn't take into account the EIC and the CTC as well, right? So if you make less than, I don't know what the EIC, earned income tax, EITC cutoff is, but you can earn under that cutoff, plus have a kid, and your tax burden could be zero or negative. You could get money back, right? Because I think CTC and I think the EITC are both refundable, right?
So it seems weird to try to get that stat to slip under the radar. Especially because as a percentage of GDP, our tax burden globally is low. Like, you don't have to make anything up about it. All right, last one.
Wait, what was that note that he put?
Tax burden globally is...
Earned income tax credit is $14,500. Oh, is that true? Where does earned income tax... Oh, it's higher if you have a kid, I think, right? Cut off. What should the average tax burden be? I don't know. Why is this all with married? Do you have to be married? You don't have to be married for the earned income tax credit, right? If you earn less than $64,000 if married filing jointly, or $56,000 if filing as an individual, surviving spouse or head of household. Oh, okay. In tax year, you may qualify for the EIC. Oh, it's just EIC, not EITC. EIC. These amounts increase to blah, blah, blah. If you see more than $1,000 investment income, you don't qualify. You have to be 25 or older. You also have to have lived in the U.S. and you can earn up to... with no qualifying children. Okay, so if you have children, it gets bumped up quite a bit, I think. If you don't have children, then you get fucked. Spouse cannot be claimed as a dependent. The IRS should audit Destiny, LOL. It isn't... When you file as married filing jointly, I'm pretty sure everything in your taxes get upped ×2. So for instance, if you've got a standard deduction of, I don't know what it is right now, $10,000, if you do married filing jointly under one tax return, I'm pretty sure that your deduction is now doubled to $20,000 and all of your federal tax brackets are doubled as well. But technically having a spouse, I think, is more preferential than claiming a dependent. You don't claim him as a dependent, you file married jointly. But if you're not married, and you're not common law married, and they don't work, then I'm pretty sure if you file head of household, I think you can claim them if you're not married. Okay.
is low. Like, you don't have to make anything up about it. All right, last one, and it's a doozy. I only included to show how.
Also, I never get audited by the IRS because I'm not fucking retarded. If you want to not get audited by the IRS, there's a part on your tax return where you can pay an extra amount. I usually will do anywhere from a 2 to 5% tip for my IRS auditor. You just write tip in the box for extra shit. I forget which line it is in your 1040. And then you just make sure that you tip your auditor. Again, anywhere from 2 to 5%, depending on who you think your auditor is. And usually they'll just like let whatever slide. What line is this on your 1040? You read it in there somewhere. Destiny, that's illegal? Tipping your auditor?
Messy it could be. I am a huge fan of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It's a great use of my tax dollars, and they provide data on the number of natural disasters that do more than $1 billion in damage per year. This is a graph created by the good people at Scientific American of those data. And when I looked at this, my brain said, look at all of the damage that climate change is doing. Now, this is not what Noah said, and it's not what the article said, it's what my brain said, and it's also what people on Twitter were saying. And I had no reason to question that interpretation or even notice that the article was not about how climate change was causing more billion-dollar disasters. It was about how we need to be more prepared for handling natural disasters. But the conversation on Twitter was about how climate change was increasing the number of billion-dollar disasters, and then other people on Twitter started saying, no, Noah and Scientific American are lying to you. And when I read their arguments, I was like, oh my gosh, they're right. Since 1980, the number of people living in America has increased from 230 million to 340 million. And those people work and they shop and they go to school and they live in houses and they buy things on Amazon.com. And all of that requires buildings. Noah's numbers adjust for inflation, but they do not adjust for the fact that more than half of the buildings in the US were built after 1980. This graph is a better reflection of the total value of buildings in America than it is of climate disasters. And it's so bad and annoying that NOAA and Scientific American, two extremely reputable institutions, would misrepresent these data. But they didn't do that! People on Twitter misrepresented the data as showing something it didn't say. And then people attributed that misrepresentation to NOAA and Scientific American. And John, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't realize that until I was making this video. I had to come back and reshoot this part, and I had gotten a haircut in the meantime. So first, I believed a lie that my brain told me by looking at a graph that didn't say what I thought it said, that the sole reason the graph was increasing was climate change. That's part of the reason why, it's not all of the reason why. And then I believed a lie that Twitter users told me, that it was not told to me by my own brain or by other people on Twitter. The lie was told to me, no, by the government and by Scientific American. And then I was like, maybe disasters aren't even increasing, but they are, especially heavy rainfall events and heat waves. John, I don't love this! Quick note. All four of these things are examples of misinformation from the more progressive side. This is a sampling bias because this video is about wrong things that I believed, and I'm gonna be less skeptical of stuff that aligns with my worldview. I'm a little bit uncomfortable doing this because I think people could misconstrue it, but I'm dealing with that because I think that very few people watching this video think that misinformation is a bigger problem on the left than on the right, not least because data clearly show it is a bigger problem on the right. Final note, I'm really kind of happy with how this came together because these are examples of varying fakeness of varying kinds. There's a wrong graph, there's cherry-picked data, there's a misattributed quote, and a fact that doesn't say exactly what it sounds like it says. I've heard the internet referred to as a challenging information landscape. And like, yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good at this, and I fail at it all the time. I will run to go fact check something that I disagree with, and I will not do that with stuff that aligns with my previous conception of the world. That's just gonna be a bias that we all have to deal with and live with and work through. And yeah, sometimes I feel like, what does it matter if like somebody's saying a graph is saying something that it isn't actually saying, or that this graph is making people sort of active and excited and enthusiastic about making the kinds of change I want to see in my country, even if it's not right. What does it matter? And I think a lot of people think that way. And I think a lot of people who disagree with me on a lot of topics definitely think that way. But for who I am and where I sit and what I do, I have to attempt to have a very strong alliance to the truth. And the incentives of like the social internet's content recommendation systems make that hard for all of us. And I don't know what to do about that, except to try very hard to have an alliance to the truth. And also to, in a year that is going to be bad.
Is there any truth to corporations buying all the houses? Not really, no. It's always bullshit.
To touch as much grass as I possibly can. John, I'll see you on Tuesday. Good morning, John. The year was...
Bro, give your brother a chance to respond. Jesus. Tyler 1 hits 1700 rating in chess. Wow. 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 All off stream still. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. Maya left hanging. 375-pound log press.
Yep. Okay, well, 2-1.
Holy
You're good.
No, stop. Do not.
I want to do that.
Yeah, no, don't fucking drop me. Did he? Did he?
Hey, don't pull up.
Did he? It's not funny.
Strength astronaut. E-Rob leaves his car running while in the store.
Look at her, bro. That's the car we driving today, baby. I left it on. Bro, I left it. Dude, I do that every time. I don't drive my Tesla, bro. I leave the car on because the Tesla, like, it turns off when you leave. Look at.
Nice. I started going to the gym recently. Why do they have the fake grass? If you're working out a ton, usually people are drinking a lot of water too, and rather than cutting their workout short and like running to the bathroom over and over again, you just pee in the AstroTurf. Rob CD, random worker, Shibuya rap. Aiden rages a player and tells him to pull up Discord and hang himself. Destiny, you're so salty. What am I salty over? Control F, Makaidos. Oh, I think he was just memeing. Sorry. Okay. Soda has a heartwarming idea. The stock guy slips up. Does Destiny read this chat? Nope.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's a 2v1 every time, bro. Fucking kill yourself on stream. Put Discord up and hang yourself. I don't care, bro. You don't do anything for this fucking team.
Okay, base.
What if I gift this game to Force? This gifted, like, dude. Come on, man. Let me see if I can. Hang on. Oh, it's free. Oh. Cringe. I was about to actually buy it and send it.
Okay.
Top 10 list of countries by percentage of married adults who have admitted to having an affair. How about them apples? The amount of y'all that are now like immediately booking flights to TwitchCon EU right now, I get it. I'll see you there. I mean, like, not, whoa, top 10.
Wait, I don't get it. What was the joke? Because he meant to Thailand or to... No, he's going to cheat. He's married. Okay.
The amount of y'all that are now like immediately booking flights to TwitchCon EU right now, I get it. I'll see you there. I mean, like, not.
Oh, I get it. Okay, never mind. Okay, I get it.
It's a savory
I was focusing on the wrong thing. I got it.
Kind of like slavery. Slavery? Slavery? No, slavery. No. Savory. Fuck.
Okay, bet. 50 minutes of stream time to pad out, guys. What the fuck are we gonna do? Guys, I feel like we repost the same fucking comic like every 2 months on my subreddit. Can we get some better or more original material? Jesus Christ. Japan's favorite chord progression and why it works.
This is the...
Pretty sure we've literally watched this before. Brainy Venti is vicious. Was this in one of the videos we watched today? Oh, it was just about the video we watched today. Okay. This guy's 100 times funnier than Almost Friday.
Before I let you in, I need to make sure you're not gay. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a couple questions to test.
This guy's funny. We've watched this stuff before, but my audience hates skits, so. But we will watch this.
Before I let you in, I need to make sure you're not gay. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a couple questions to test you. Shoot. What's a slip? It's a drip. It's when you fall. A characterization of cancers. Life-threatening. What does slay mean? To kill something, like a dragon. What magazine did I just show you? What magazine? Okay, good. Last question. What color is this? What color is this? It's rose. Nope, it's pink.
Fuck!
He's gay.
I knew it.
I almost had you.
You almost had me.
I'm gonna suck that eventually.
Nah.
Okay. Leave the crux of the trans conflict is that most trans people are simply unattractive / do not pass. Damn. A top post on Palestine sub is engaging in evidence-backed massacre, denial, and conspiracies. Well, would you call it denialism if it's evidence-backed? Or... I don't understand. At Destiny, I'm behind, but you said it's absolutely not true that corporations are buying up all the houses. But look at how many houses Zillow is buying in America. They bought half my college town. Isn't that the boring old conspiracy? I thought you guys moved on or moved back to like BlackRock or whatever. Didn't Zillow have like some big algorithm where they tried to buy a bunch of houses and everybody said it was the end of the fucking world, and then Zillow lost like billions of dollars on it and sold everything? Or is there like a new iteration of this? Zillow buying homes news. What's the whole BlackRock Vanguard meme? Can you explain why people think they're buying all the homes? Because people will look at a time period of like, people will see, they'll like, of all the homes sold in the last like 4 months in like 12 cities, Vanguard bought like 27% of them. And so they extrapolate that to think that like hedge funds own all the housing. It's just some autistic shit. I don't think institutional investors, I think in housing, I don't think it's changed much over the past like few decades, but people will always freak the fuck out whenever some number shows up. Trying to find information. The Zillow talking point, I thought was an old one. I don't think they do it anymore because they got like fucked trying it. I can't even find it. What do you have backing that up? What do you have backing it up? What the fuck? You've got the claim, but post me something positive. We'll look at it. Genuine question about something I'm very interested in. How do you personally define art? I don't. That's a fruitless conversation. Whatever definition you make, somebody's going to find something that doesn't pass or does pass or fuck that. Oh, was it this? $300 million flip-flop. How real estate site Zillow's side hustle went badly wrong. This is over 2 years old. Yeah, this is like old news. Online shopping can be dangerous, as the U.S. property website Zillow has belatedly come to realize. While many of us wasted countless hours during the pandemic clicking through real estate listings on Zillow and daydreaming about the sort of pad we'd buy if we had deep pockets, the company was running a side business separate from its property searching website in which it deployed algorithms to help it buy houses themselves and then flip them. It did a lot of buying, but it hasn't been so great at the selling. This week, the company announced that its home buying division, Offers, had lost more than $300 million over the last few months. Offers will now be shut down and about 2,000 people laid off. Zillow reportedly has about 7,000 homes that it now needs to unload, many for prices lower than it originally paid. You would be forgiven for not knowing that Zillow was even in the business of buying houses for most of its 15-year history. The Seattle-based company focused on publishing online real estate listings. Yeah, but I remember when this got posted, like Reddit was pretending it was like the end of the fucking world, that Zillow was about to destroy the domestic housing market, and it was all blah blah blah. So whoever brought up the Zillow thing in chat, yeah, you're on an old conspiracy, bro. The new conspiracy is that BlackRock ESG investing is actually destroying the housing market because large like hedge funds and large institutional investors are buying up all. That's the new one, bro. What the fuck? I don't even know. Oh, wait, I do know. Wait, is this Bad Santa? No, I don't know. I don't know. Is it? What happened with your Brett Weinstein beef? Did it just fizzle out? I don't know. Where was that one guy who wanted to debate vaccines? He was supposed to DM me. Let's see. Quote, "Hi, I'm still waiting for this." At Kevin, is it, how would you pronounce his last name? Bass or Bass? believe I have the most objectively correct definition of art and would love to talk about it. Tomorrow, okay? One counter I've heard to the idea that the economy is good right now is that housing and food have had higher than average inflation, and poor people spend a larger share of their income on those things, so their effective inflation rate is higher. Do you have any thoughts on that? I don't know. On housing and food. I don't know. I don't know what it's like to be poor today. When I was poor, food was just never a thing. That was never your huge thing. But I don't know. Maybe it's different today. The huge thing that fucked you when I was poor, it was always your car costs and your housing costs. So like what you were renting. Those are your two big ones. And then it was any extraneous expenses that popped up. But like food, you can always buy like cheap as fuck food. Like I don't think in America, if you're working, I don't think food is ever actually a problem. If you're actually hungry, like ramen is always cheap as fuck. Rice and beans is always cheap as fuck. Like the food is only a problem if you're like eating out a ton. And even at that, you could eat out. Like the 2 double cheeseburgers for $2 was always like, it's all the food I needed for the day. Then you'd steal a water cup for Sprite, and you were good to go. Boom. But if you're door dashing or Uber Eating or eating out and you're eating expensive shit, then you're fucked. Also, frozen food. Fuck frozen food. I tried TV dinners at one point, but that shit is disgusting. Ugh. I'd rather just do like rice and beans. You can buy like a rice cooker that's like super cheap and easy and you don't have to think about it. And it's like so much food for so cheap. And then like a can of black beans or whatever is like pretty cheap too. Watch the George Not Found response video. Double cheeseburger is $3.79. I don't know what anything costs nowadays because in Miami Beach everything is retardedly expensive. I'm pretty sure a gallon of milk here is like, I think it was $9. What is the average cost? A gallon of milk in the US. Even in Florida it's $3. Everything in Miami Beach is retardedly expensive. I think I just bought a half gallon this morning, I think for $5.95. But like in Miami Beach, they'll just, I don't even think, but again, I think it's because all the people that live around here are like royalty. They're like so fucking rich. It's like unreal. If you go down to the, fuck, the chicken place, the Yard House for breakfast, I think their orange juice is like $10. No, it's the Yard Bird. How do the price compare to New York City? In New York City, I feel like even in Manhattan, you can find a variety of costs of things. That's what it. Yes, I'm sorry. Not that. That's true. You can find a huge variety of like different costs of food, even in New York City, for things that are really expensive or things that are super reasonable. I wouldn't even say this is like a more expensive than average restaurant down here. Yeah, orange juice, $10. And it comes out in like a dinky ass jar too. It's fucking bullshit. Cinnamon roll, $18 base. Chicken and egg sandwich. It's a good chicken and egg sandwich, $22 based. Side of bacon, $9. Yeah, fuck this place. This place is so expensive. Anytime I travel and I go out to eat with somebody in another state, we'll get like dinner for two plus tip and everything is like $50, and I'm like, holy shit, this is unbelievable. I feel like in Miami Beach you're paying $100 minimum for two people to go out to eat. It's pretty dumb. There are some cheaper places here in Miami Beach, but like in general it's pretty expensive. It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that's typical Miami pricing, but just don't eat on the beach. Go more inland like Little Havana or Birds. Dog, I live on Miami Beach. I'm not driving 30 minutes to go get fucking food. Wait, where's the George not found response? My response.
Katie Boggs recently did a... For those of you who don't know, Katie Boggs recently did a stream and accused me of something very serious. I made a response and then she made a follow-up response. This is my response to her follow-up. Throughout this video, I'm going to be showing clips from some other people just for context. And just to make it clear, I don't want any hate to be sent to anyone, including these people. Here are the 2 tweets that I posted about this situation. These are now deleted as I only made them to let people know that I had intentions to make a response. And I didn't want people to think I was just completely radio silent in the time that I needed to make those responses. First of all, I just want to make it clear that my tweet that I put out after my first statement wasn't somehow admitting to guilt or completely backtracking on what I originally said. My perspective had changed due to new information that Katie had provided. So now I'm just going to go over Katie's new statement and talk about what she had to say. So first, she acknowledges the texts that I showed about them talking about wanting to play the drinking games are real, but that they were from her friends. So this is reasonable. I only brought up that point because the implication was that it was kind of creepy of us and we were forcing the game on them.
There was more alcohol in the room, and we were encouraged to drink some more as they offered the bottles to us and insisted on drinking games, and, already drunk, I obviously complied.
In reality, it was mutually talked about, and everyone was just having fun. So next, she mentions that one of the reasons
it was mutually talked about? What did he say?
Mutually talked about. And
oh, it was mutually talked about. God, I hate Europeans, dude. Fuck me. You want to talk about some genocide shit?
Everyone was just having fun. So next she mentions that one of the reasons she wanted to hang out in our hotel room was because there was another creator that was in the room. But then that creator didn't actually end up being there. Again, reasonable. I didn't know this at the time. There were people in and out of our hotel room throughout the whole event, so she could have...
I'm sorry, I'm just getting Europeans. I love you guys. I thought all of you were sleeping. My bad.
Potentially heard of anyone being there. When her group was on the way to the hotel, she was messaging me, bantering about whether or not I would actually be there or not. And that made me think that she wanted me to be there. But I don't know, maybe she didn't care and she just wanted to see the other creator or just to be with her friends. Next, she shows our Instagram DMs and just...
This is the part where Lav would be like, I told you that if you went to the hotel, I'd shoot you in your leg and you better not come. And now you actually did. And I was clearly telling
be there or not. And that made me think that she wanted me to be there. But I don't know, maybe she didn't care and she just wanted to see the other creator or just to be with her friends. Next, she shows our Instagram DMs and...
This may sound dumb, but is it logical to charge a delivery tax on food delivery just to disincentivize it? It's already disincentivized by being so expensive. I really want a study. Is there any research? How many poor people DoorDash Uber Eats? Is there like any research on this yet? Or is it just everybody speculate? Because maybe the fact is, maybe poor people don't ever do this, and it's just like a thing that everybody's making up. It'd be cheaper for us to order DoorDash than eat at Miami Beach. Well, but I DoorDash stuff from Miami Beach. I spend a disgusting amount of money. And I only get like my little hot Chockies for breakfast. So like this would be like an average order if I'm ordering for somebody else too. So we've got a hot chocolate, a chocolate chip cookie, a cold brew coffee, and one bagel sandwich. And that costs $34.26. Including tip? Yeah, that includes everything. One time I ordered just a hot chocolate from Starbucks, and that cost $14.11. Oh, one day I wanted to go big. So from Five Guys, I ordered 1 cheeseburger and 1 Coke Zero, and that cost $34.17. Yeah, this shit is outrageously expensive. Here from Starbucks, I ordered an iced caramel macchiato and 1 hot chocolate, and that cost $28. Yeah.
And she said that a reason she kept messaging me in a friendly way for a while after this whole thing happened.
Break down the cost on the receipt. I think I just closed it. Fuck. The iced caramel macchiato. Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure that if you order online, they increase the price of everything. There's not just like a upcharge for like delivery fee or whatever. They actually charge you. I think they increase the cost of all the menu items as well. They're very sneaky. So for my Starbucks order, the iced caramel macchiato, it's a Venti to be fair, was $7.15. The Venti hot chocolate was $5.95. So the subtotal is $13.10. Delivery fee is $2.99. Service fee is $3, which I thought got deleted with my Chase Sapphire card. Tax is 92 cents. Express fee, because I want it so it's warm, is $2.99. Dasher tip is $5. Total is $28.
Was because, and this is a quote, she felt lucky to be talking to a verified account, someone famous, someone I had followed and watched for a while. Now,
felt lucky to be talking to a verified account? Oh my god.
This is not something that I was thinking about at all. I wasn't aware that she ever watched my content in the past. That was never brought up. This actually makes me feel pretty bad. The only reason she was messaging me was because I have subscribers or something. I would never want that. Again, the only reason I actually brought up us messaging after the fact was to show that we were still friendly afterwards, and that I didn't know that she was uncomfortable at the time. She also confirms that we did talk on Snapchat, like I said, but also that nothing really happened there either. The next thing she talks about is the elevator. She said that we left at the same time and that her hotel room was on the other side of the hotel, so there was like kind of 2 corridors connected by an elevator room in the middle. So she's saying that she was just going past the elevator to get to her room. And again, this is totally reasonable. I brought this up because from her stream, the way that it was told kind of implied that I followed her.
Should that be made illegal? The price differences not being stated feels scummy. I feel like they're trying to hide the delivery upcharge. I don't know. I've got so many random thoughts about that. I don't know.
Out, and then that she waited to take the next elevator instead of getting in with me while I tried to convince her to get in. I'll just play the clip of her saying this, so I'm not speaking for her.
I went to leave, and the older guy decided to leave with me. We walked to the elevators, where I didn't get on. He then pretended that the elevator was broken, and that he couldn't leave, telling me to get in the elevator to prove it was broken.
In my original video, I just wanted to clarify this, that we left together because the night was over, and that she was on the same floor, so she didn't actually have to take the elevator. And it seems like she agrees with this now. So next she agrees with me that she didn't mention my online friend that I just met that day. She said she didn't mention him though because he left early and she didn't even know his name. And she shows a text message that she says is from him, from the night where this happened, where he says this. Obviously this is implying that he was kind of uncomfortable with what was happening, and also that he knew her age, despite just meeting her. And when I first saw this actually majorly changed my perspective on the night, because that would mean that my friend was also uncomfortable and somehow knew her age when I didn't. And even though she said that he left early, my memory of it was actually that he was the last to leave, just before me and Katie left. Dream also—
Bro, there are so many cuts. Oh my god.
Came to me and mentioned that this changed his perspective of the night as well, because that would mean that he was essentially the only person that wasn't uncomfortable, and that therefore he should have known. This really concerned me. I kind of was just sitting there like really thinking, how could this have happened? So I reached out to my friend to talk to him about it, and it turns out that he actually didn't send this message. I'm gonna play a phone call that I had with him.
Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
After I found this out.
It must have been played later or something. There's no way she would just full on fake a text message to a friend of this guy, right? That would be insane, right?
That he actually didn't send this message. I'm gonna play a phone call that I had with him after I found this out, just because I think it gives more context.
What's up?
So there is a text that is claimed to be from you.
Yeah, I didn't send that text. I found out about it when you sent it to me. But yeah, no, that wasn't me. I don't know where they got that from. I didn't ask them for any of their phone numbers or anything like that.
Can you kind of just talk me through your, like, anything that you remember from essentially the entire event?
A little bit before VidCon, I hit you up to hang out, and then you mentioned that you had an extra bed for your hotel. We got there around like 5 o'clock. We just went up to your room, like met up. I think it was towards like 9 or 10 o'clock. We met up at Dream Spot. Then it was just us three for a bit, and then you or Dream mentioned.
You want a real example of sexism? Here you go. Why is it that when women vocal fry, everybody calls it out and makes fun of it? Rightfully so. Fuck vocal fries. This guy lives in the vocal fry zone. How does he get away with it? This guy's entire existence is in the vocal fry zone. Why is it allowed? It should be illegal.
It was just us three for a bit, and then you or Dream mentioned like just having some people come over and hang out. We were playing, I forget what the drinking was called. I think it was kind of like Cards Against Humanity, something similar to that. I didn't really notice anything out of the ordinary. I didn't really notice any like bad vibes or anything like that. It was a little playful.
Is this the e-boy? I guess these guys are all e-boys, huh? Or no, he's 20. Can you be an e-boy at 26? What's the cutoff for e-boy?
Maybe a little flirty. I noticed you guys were just kind of like playing with each other and just like kind of cuddled up a little bit on the couch. So it definitely didn't seem like she was like uncomfortable, you know? I don't know, it seemed like everybody that was there was having a good time, because I mean we were there pretty late, so I don't really follow like this internet stuff like that, so I'm not up to date with what's going on online. The way she was explaining everything, I mean, at least to me, like it was not like that at all. To me, it kind of seems like a misunderstanding. There wasn't really a thought in my mind that like, oh, this girl like could be in some sort of danger, or she's being like preyed on or anything like that. Because yeah, even though George is my friend, if I noticed him doing anything that I wouldn't want someone I'm friends with to do, then I would, you know, I either would say something about it or not be a part of that situation.
She says that you left early on in the night. Could you talk about that?
I think around like 3 or 3:30, I went to go get tacos. I think I got the party pack or something. For some reason, I couldn't believe I actually went and got tacos. I know for a fact that I got the tacos like extremely late. Like I had to go in their drive-thru even though I was in a car. Like I had to walk through their drive-thru and like order through their speaker. That was fun. I know I left at 5 or very close to that time, because right after 5 I texted Dream that I left open the deadbolt on his door. And right after I left, I texted him that to let him know. I think that was at like 10 a.m. I can genuinely say I had a really good night. That's kind of the impression that I got from everybody else too. Like everybody was having a good time, but hopefully, you know, you and Katie can maybe, I don't know if be friends is the right word, but I hope she feels better about it, because, you know, I feel bad that she feels this.
Is this guy's career already fucked? I saw that like Dream was like editing him out of pictures or posting new pictures without him. Is that really what happened, or?
Way, but I don't know, it's kind of bad situation. It's just fucking wild that like this whole situation came from like that night. It was just like mind-boggling, dude. Like I couldn't really believe like half the shit I was saying. Like as someone that was there, like other ways that I've heard it being like described, like from what I was like reading and watching online, is actually kind of insane.
So obviously after this conversation.
Oh, that was Mr. Beast. Oh god, I just went. Wait for it. Oh, Mr. Beast and Dream. What's the difference between these two people again? Okay, true.
That's kind of bad situation. It's just fucking wild that like this whole situation came from like that night. It was just like mind-boggling, dude. Like I couldn't really believe like half the shit I was saying. Like as someone that was there, like other ways that I've heard it being like described, like from what I was like reading and watching online, is actually kind of insane.
So obviously after this conversation with him, I was pretty confused. Maybe it was like a misunderstanding or something, because obviously they wouldn't just show this screenshot if it was fake, because I could disprove that pretty easily. So I had Dream reach out to get some clarification on it. So they replied back and essentially just said that it was an accident and that Casey had gotten confused on who said what. And I'm really not trying to nitpick anything here. I just really think it's important to make sure that everyone has the full picture.
It's so cucked that he can never call her a liar. He's still got to like treat the whole situation with kids' gloves.
Of the whole event as it happened, so that people can accurately form their own opinion. Anyway, the next thing that she talks about is the cuddling. She said, and this is a quote, "A lot of the touch was initiated by him, probably not realizing it. A lot of the cuddling he may have felt was personal, but it was just me being drunk. I do think a lot of the cuddling was initiated by me, but some of it wasn't. I was also drunk, but my impression at the time was that it was very mutual." She also says that, quote, "I didn't know cuddling was an invitation. I don't think just cuddling is an invitation for anything. I only brought the cuddling up because it's something that she didn't mention at all in her original stream."
We sat on the couch, and the older guy sat right next to me while playing. It was a little after that when I resorted to playing games on my phone when it happened.
And again, it's something that I think people need to know about to understand my perspective fully. The next thing that she talks about is that I said she got up and sat back down with me multiple times. She agreed with this, but said that the reason she did this is because, quote, "I didn't want someone I had watched for a while or with a large following to hate me for denying to even sit near him." Now, this makes me feel terrible. It's something that she mentions throughout, this power imbalance, but this is not something at all that I was thinking about at the time. She was a VidCon invited guest, she had a hotel room on the same floor as Dream, she was friends with my friends, and honestly, I just never imagined that this is something that she could have thought. And I do think that's my problem. I should have been aware of this, or at least the possibility of this being the case, and I am sorry. I feel terrible about it. I've never really thought about power imbalance at all, to be honest. In that room, I wasn't thinking about, YouTube subscribers or fame or power or anything at all like that. I just saw us all as friends, hanging out, having fun. Again, I'm not trying to downplay this by saying this. It is genuinely something that I'm going to be thinking about going into the future. This comes up again later, and I'll have more to say then. Next, she talks about how I mentioned that she stayed for hours even after her best friend left. She says that her best friend left throwing up in her hand, and that she didn't know she had left. That she didn't make the conscious decision to stay. Now, this isn't my recollection of what happened. I remember Ghosty getting up to leave and Katie getting up to say goodbye to her. I also asked Dream about this, and he had the same recollection as me. We were all drunk, so I can't 100% say for sure what actually happened, but as per my memory, she was aware that Ghosty had left. Also, according to what she said, Katie and Ghosty were sharing the same hotel room together. So the obvious assumption is that they would probably leave together. The fact that she chose to stay, despite not really knowing most of the people there, gave me a pretty positive impression on how she felt about staying there. She says that after Ghosty left, quote, "I put up with it in the moment because I thought it was the price I had to pay to be around such big creators." Again, like I said before, this is just not something I even thought she could be thinking, and I'm sorry that I didn't. Next, she talks about me being more touchy as the night went on, and says this, quote, "You didn't know me, apparently you didn't even know my age, but you knew what I wanted. No, he assumed it's what I wanted because why wouldn't I want that from someone like him?" This is absolutely not how I think about this kind of situation at all. I would never think like that, and honestly, it's kind of an evil way to think about things. Just having the opinion that you can do anything because you're famous or...
It's kid gloves, not kids' gloves. It comes from gloves made from the leather of baby goats, aka kids. Really?
Whatever. And I never once remotely thought anything similar to that. And I feel terrible reading those words knowing that you think that about me. I would never think that I'm owed anything from anyone just because I have a YouTube channel, especially in an intimate context. Again, I'm really sorry for this, and it actually has been pretty eye-opening to me, and it's just not how I've ever really thought about stuff before. And I don't really think you're wrong for assuming that I thought like this, because obviously there are people out there that think like that.
Oh my god.
And use that to take advantage of people. And it makes sense that if you think that about me, that you would hate me. But that is not who I am at all, and I just really hope that you can understand that. Now, another thing that she mentioned that changed my perspective on things was that she showed texts from two of her friends the day after, checking up on her to see how she felt. She says, quote, "In the moment I was chilling, but thinking back on it, I'm sweating a little bit like, damn. I also don't know if I was chilling in the moment because I was drunk." And this is something that I was actually completely unaware of. I wasn't aware of any uncomfortableness in the moment, after the fact, or even after Katie's first stream. I just wasn't aware that anyone had expressed discomfort until I saw these texts. I actually had the opposite impression just because we were all really friendly afterwards still. Dream actually had a conversation about this with almost everyone that was in that room a few months later. One of their friends had actually tweeted about Dream, saying that he was inviting an 18-year-old girl back to his hotel to drink at VidCon, and was implying very negative things about Dream being a predator. So Dream realized this could have only been about Katie, because it was a pretty specific call-out, but thought that it was just being purposely misleading from someone that hated him. Dream actually had no idea as well that anyone was uncomfortable, and assumed that this tweet was implying Katie was uncomfortable with Dream. He reached out to Ghosty about it, asking what this was even about, and did the same to others, including Katie. Now, I'm not going to be showing Katie's text with Dream, because at the time Dream had told her that her messages and conversation would not leave the texts.
What do we...
However, here is Dream and Ghosty's conversation about it. I was never brought up or mentioned at all. And also, when Dream makes fun of Harry for being ridiculous and making stuff up because nothing happened and we were all still friends, she said, exactly. She actually spoke about this on her stream very recently, and I don't want to speak for her, so I'm going to play the clip where she clarifies these messages.
The only time that we had a conversation about anything that had to do with that night was obviously when the stuff with Harry happened. And he texted me asking if it seemed like anything had happened. And I, at the time, said no, because the conversation was not about George. The conversation was about him, and it was about the underage drinking, and it wasn't ever about whether or not Katie, it was always just about him and not George, which is why I said, dude, no, nothing seemed wrong, because he wasn't doing anything wrong, and I can stand by that. I will stand by that comment, and I said that in one of my posts, that, like, it wasn't him. That was our conversation. It was never about George. It was about him and the Harry situation. And it was about, at the time had seemed that Dream...
Wait, so that screenshot of the text that she posted wasn't about the George thing? It was about something different? Is that what they're saying?
was one who had taken advantage of Katie, and I said he didn't, and I didn't lie.
And Ghosty, I'm really not trying to use your words against Katie or you. I'm just trying to paint an accurate picture of our perspective of the night. And to do that, I kind of have to talk about everything that we knew. I don't think your words negate at all how Katie felt, of course, but they did affect how I perceived the situation afterwards. Even after Katie's stream, this kind of confused us, and Dream especially, because he thought that this would have come up in these conversations.
Jesus.
He was so confused that he was convinced that Harry was essentially being malicious. And he said this, and Ghosty and others there agreed with him. Ghosty even said that her friends should get to know him because she and Katie had actually had pretty negative opinions of Dream before meeting him, but had their minds changed after meeting him at VidCon. This is obviously said about Dream and not me, but Dream looked at this as positive about the entire experience and shared this with me. It seems like Ghosty has changed her mind about this now, but I just think it's really relevant to how we felt about the situation as a whole, and to show this to you guys. Honestly, over the last year or so, anytime a creator has kind of distanced themselves from me, I just assumed it was because of Dream. Dream had false grooming allegations against him, and I assumed that because of this, and my association with Dream, people didn't like me. After Dream posted his video disproving these allegations, I honestly thought pretty poorly of creators that were still negative to me, as now I thought there was literally no reason for it. And now after seeing Katie's follow-up, I realized that probably everyone knew about this behind the scenes. And I think that is insane. I was walking around with these people at other events, or interact with them in any way, and all the time they were just thinking terribly about me, and I didn't even know, and neither did any of my friends. If I'd seen Katie in person, I would have gone up to her normally. I would have assumed we were still friends. I think this is a massive injustice to Katie. It actually kind of makes me rethink a lot of my experiences with other creators, just looking back on it with this new information. And I don't even know who these people are. And even right now, after all of this information is public and out there, I still haven't had a single private conversation with anyone who knew about it prior to Katie's stream. This is all just to say that I didn't have any idea that there was a problem, and I wish that I had, and I should have. The last thing to mention is her age. Like I said, I wasn't aware at the time that she was 18. I mentioned that they had come from an official VidCon after party, they were drunk, and I made the assumption that, knowing how these events are run, that she was probably over the age of 21, as they wouldn't have been able to drink in there otherwise. Now, they actually said that they drank somewhere else briefly before showing up, and that makes more sense. It is irresponsible of me that I made this assumption, and going forward, I will make sure to explicitly ask for
to ask for personal identification? Are we IDing people?
Makes more sense. It is irresponsible of me that I made this assumption, and going forward, I will make sure to explicitly ask for
Wendigoon told a story about how he met Destiny. Destiny, retell it from your end. Which story? I thought Wendigoon was pretty cool. Did you meet Wendigoon when shooting with Tom? What'd you think of? I thought, yeah, he seemed like a cool guy. I don't know if we interacted like a ton. I think we just had like a couple meals together, but...
person's age. And I'm sorry, Katie, that I did not do that for you. I also brought up how when I was going back through the texts, I found a picture of one of them wearing a 21 plus age wristband. And I showed this picture. Now, this is from a group chat that I wasn't in, but Dream showed me this when I was making my video, and I figured it was relevant to
He said you tickled him?
She wasn't 18. It is now mentioned that Katie wasn't actually the one that was wearing it, and it was just someone else's hand. So in these texts, they say, this is a quote, Lusas 21 plus wristband. We have a strat. Now, to explain what this strategy is for the people that haven't really been in a club environment or a place where you would get a wristband like this, essentially they give you this wristband to show that you are over 21 so that you can get drinks from the bar. These wristbands are made in a way so that once they're put on, they cannot be taken off without breaking it. And that's precisely why they're used, to prevent people from underage drinking. But clearly the security that gave the girls these bracelets didn't do a good enough job and didn't put it on fast enough. And this just shows that you can never be too careful and shouldn't make assumptions like I did. And I should have asked for her age. And I'm sorry that I did not. This is not a mistake that I will make again. From Katie's statement, it kind of seems like she didn't believe that I didn't know she was 18 and kind of thinks I'm just being dishonest about it. She said that she had it in her bio and that I DM'd her, so she was very confident that I knew.
Later that night, when I left, I received Instagram DMs from him, and in my Instagram bio, in bold, was my age, 18, confirming he knew how old I was.
For context, as you can see here in the screenshot, her age is actually in her display name on Instagram. And because of this, I was also pretty confused how I didn't know that she was 18, as it's literally in her name, not even in her bio. It's in her name. If it was in her bio, it would make sense to me because I could totally see myself going to her profile the first time I wanted to message her and just clicking message and never really going back to her profile. And essentially just any time I interact with her was just through the direct DMs where you actually can't see someone's bio. So I actually completely see where she's coming from, and it does seem kind of ridiculous that I didn't know. So because of all this, I actually started to look into this quite a lot because I know that I'm not stupid and must have seen it. But also in my head, I know that I didn't know her age, so it conflicts. So today I actually found out there are two different types of professional Instagram account. There's a creator account and a business account. And for some reason, Katie's account was a business account instead of a creator account. We actually joked about this at the time through our DMs because I was actually able to book her as like a business, and I didn't really know why I was able to do that. And weirdly enough, it actually turns out that business accounts don't display special characters from a username in the username that's displayed. And if you don't know what I mean by special characters, basically just a character that isn't something you can type on a normal keyboard. And because her age and the smiley is a...
Oh my god, we've got some Death Note tier shit going on here. Oh no.
Character, it literally just didn't display it in her username at all. And you can actually see this in a picture that I sent to her during our messages.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. The tech saves. Oh Jesus.
And you can also see this in the screenshots that I used in my previous video, that her age also isn't visible, despite the fact that her age was in her name at this time. But now actually, as of today, her account isn't a business account anymore, so her age shows up again. And this is a screenshot I took today. Obviously, this wasn't a feature that I knew about at the time, and I actually had to do quite a bit of research today to work that out. So I hope that could kind of clear that up a little bit, and that maybe you can see how I wouldn't have seen it. I actually do think that the age difference between me and Casey was a pretty big factor. I am older than her, and based on what she said, I do have more experience than her. She never went into the exact specifics either, so out of respect for Casey.
I'm a virgin, so I don't have experience with this, but what's it like being tickled by an older guy? It can be quite traumatic. I'd be careful. It's an experience you can never wash from your body and your mind, and you'll never be the same person again, so.
Casey, I've chosen not to give any more details than she did, to make sure that I'm not airing out any information that she's not comfortable with being known. But I have clarified that the furthest things went was under the shirt touching. She did say that the level of intimacy that we had together was the furthest that she'd experienced, but to me, it was quite tame. And when I say this, I am not trying to devalue how she feels about this at all. I'm just trying to point out that we clearly view things differently. And this is something that I've learned from now, and I will be taking very seriously moving forward. And I'm truly sorry, Casey, for not realizing this and not taking this difference into account. It is clearly something that is extremely important to you, and I'm sorry. Even after everything I've just said, things would be very different if I could just say that I had asked her if she was comfortable and she had said yes. But the fact is, I never did ask this. As I mentioned, there were a lot of things that she said she thought that I wasn't aware of, that if I had known, would have changed a lot. And going forward, this will be something that I take into account in every interaction I have with anyone, sexual or not.
Do you meet up with someone that appears super young and never considered knowing her exact age? Sometimes I'll ask people for IDs if they look young, but I mean, they could just give you a fake ID. I don't know what you would do with that. You just get fucked.
Sorry, Katie, and I'm sorry for how this will affect you going forward, and I'm sorry that everything got to this point, but I just hope that after hearing my perspective, you can understand that I never had any bad intentions and never meant to hurt you. I think that is essentially all the information that I can add to the situation. After her first statement, I actually disagreed a lot with how things were portrayed and was pretty confused by a lot of the details, but her most recent response made things a lot clearer to me, and now I do think we agree pretty much on the order of events. We just don't necessarily agree on my intentions, but again, I do really hope that her seeing this can help with that. There are actually a couple of other things that I wanted to mention before I end this video that are not at all as important as anything else I've said before this, but this seems like the right time to address other concerns that people have had. The first thing that I want to talk about is a comment that I made about Punz's girlfriend at the time, Andy. I was in a call with Punz and Andy was in the shower, and it was known that we could hear Andy as we had brought it up previously within the call. She was talking very sexually with Punz, essentially complaining that Punz wasn't leaving the call to go have sex with her in the shower. I don't remember the exact quote that I said, but this is what Andy quotes me saying. If you don't go in the shower and have sex with Andy, I will. I do remember saying something along these lines, essentially saying, come on Punz, go have sex with your girlfriend who's begging you to go have sex with her in the shower, or someone else will. But I do understand how this could be disrespectful, and that was not my intention at all. Knowing how she felt after the fact, I do feel bad, and I'm...
Okay, I'm bored, I don't care. I changed Trump supporters' mind on Ukraine.
What do you think about the funding of Ukraine?
No, I don't think that should happen.
Why not?
Because we need to take care of America first.
I'd make the argument that funding Ukraine is exactly how we put America first, because a lot of people think we're sending cash backs, but we're sending old military equipment, right? And after we send that military equipment, we get to create new American jobs to restock and repile that.
That's a good point.
On top of that, do you think Vladimir Putin's our enemy?
Not really.
Really?
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I need you guys to enter the right headspace, okay? You need to enter the right headspace, okay? We're going on this one, all right? I really need you to be in the right headspace, okay? Hold on. Hold on. Trust me on this one. A little bit. He's got like the right facial expressions, okay? He absolutely does. If you've seen this movie, if you've seen these movies, he absolutely has the right facial expressions. Come on, guys, he totally does.
That's a good point.
On top of that,
Hey, buddy.
Who's that? Tom?
Your mom?
Oh.
Yeah, dude. Did
What's
you
up?
watch George's response? I heard this. My lawyer told me.
Yeah. What about it?
What'd you think about it?
I mean, it seems like that Katie girl actually like just flat out fucking lied about multiple things, and that whole fucking story is fabricated.
How awesome is that, dude? How awesome. Lied by omission about the cuddling. How awesome is it that she fucking lied by faking that screenshot and saying that someone else sent it? How
Wait, so
epic
what's
is
the
that,
story about the screenshot?
You didn't see the screenshot?
Yeah,
Well,
no,
well,
but I'm
she
saying who the
claimed-
fuck did it come from?
Who fucking knows? Probably her.
No
Who
shot.
knows?
That would be wild.
I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised. Given she lied about the other thing, would it be that crazy?
Yes. That she
I
would
don't know.
fake
I
a text
wouldn't
message
be
that he could
shocked.
check to see if it was ever sent?
I wouldn't be shocked. He didn't even check initially is the thing. They're so stupid. They didn't even check. They just apologized initially, and then later they were like, oh, wait, we can actually call this person to see if that message was real. Like, who knows? With how stupid these people are, they can get away with anything. She played 5D chess.
I'm starting to think that other guy that we talked to, maybe it was real.
Dude, fuck you. Dude, that was such a mind fuck. I can't deal with that anymore. And then it got clipped, and everyone in the comments, you can see them slowly go from thinking he's real to being like, oh, wait. He
Wait, do you
mind
think,
raped.
did that guy, wait, is George like fucked, do you think? Or?
No, he's fine. This is the thing. Like, the interest in this drama is only on Twitter. Based on, okay, a YouTuber with
Didn't he get
3
like
million
removed
subs.
from like some Mr. Beast fucking Instagram picture or some bullshit?
I mean, he did, but he still got his career, right? He still got his Minecraft career. He'll still be able to make money. He's still got, Dream Friend or whatever. He's still got connections. I mean, think about it this way. Like, okay, YouTuber with 3 million subs makes a response to allegations. How many views do you think that would get? Probably a lot, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Like, I would expect it to get, like, at least 1 million views, right? If somebody's being accused of rape. I mean, in the past, like, YouTubers who respond to allegations get, like, millions of views. Like, when this guy Quite, who had, like, 1 million subs maybe, responded to allegations, the video got 5 million views, and everyone on YouTube was talking about it, right? So you would think that it would be, like, a huge subject.
Well,
But
so
this
maybe
only
people really
exists-
don't.
This only exists in the microcosm of Twitter. George's response hasn't even cracked 300K views in a day. He's got millions of subs. Nobody outside of Twitter actually fucking cares or believes this girl. It's all just Twitter like farming. Nobody on YouTube actually cares. Nobody with an audience apparently cares. And if he's so wrong, why haven't all these people responded? Why haven't all of her supporters done videos reacting, being like, "You're a piece of shit"? Like, what could be the possible reason for that?
For why people are responding that way?
For why people aren't responding?
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's
Just-
just like a Twitter thing.
I think it literally is. I mean, nobody from her camp has even said almost anything about the response. All the people who supported her in the allegations haven't said shit. It really makes you think, you know?
Well, that whole group should go down. That's pretty wild. Like anybody that was
yeah.
involved in that, that's pretty unfucking believable.
Well, unfortunately, we don't know who was involved apart from the troll who made up the fucking.
One thing
Fresh
that
to 18 line.
there's a Dr. K video where he's like talking to some bullshit. I shouldn't say bullshit. I'm sorry. He's on something called like the $1 Million CEO or some CEO. I don't fucking know. Some YouTube channel. But an interesting thing he brings up is that the way that women tend to navigate their feelings when they're upset is through like sadness or crying or tears, and men are more predisposed to navigate through like anger or outbursts or whatever. It's very annoying that if somebody is like crying, they're basically impossible to attack. Like,
yeah, right.
That girl's
'Cause
video.
People see girl crying and it's
yeah,
like, oh,
like she should
poor
probably have her entire career destroyed. Right? She probably shouldn't be allowed back in without like a huge
Yeah.
like redemptive.
I'd
There needs
agree.
to be like because like imagine if this would have gone any other way for the George dude. If it would have picked up traction, if he would have gotten like super canceled. Like, do you think these guys are going to come out and apologize or undo it?
No, absolutely not. But the thing is, like, it's not like she had a huge career in the first place. Like, I mean, she had a little bit of one, but if you check her YouTube channel with like 100K subs, she was averaging like 10K views a video.
Yeah, I understand.
barely
But it's
even
not about how big it is. Just like the principle of it. Like, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, ultimately, the people who do see that and are actually big creators are probably going to see it and be like, fuck this person, this is retarded. The people who delusionally fall into the trap of thinking she's right, they'll probably get falsely accused themselves at some point. And honestly, they deserve it. Good for them.
Yeah, I guess.
I hope their careers fucking get burned to the fucking ground.
It also like unironically plays into the as stupid as this fucking meme is, but like the whole thing of like not taking them seriously. Like when you get like these many joking allegations that come out, and like the girl again in her speech, she's literally using the language of rape victims. Like, I couldn't wash myself
Right.
to clean this off my body. Like, this is like I wouldn't be surprised if they straight
Who
up
told her
lifted
to
this.
write that, man?
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
told
It's
her
like
to write
unreal.
that?
Like, it's an actual joke. But
yeah. Well, what I'm curious about is who are the people behind the scenes, and will we ever know? Because I mean, not to take the responsibility off of her, because she is responsible. Obviously, she published the allegation. She's a legal adult. She should be criticized. But there had to be people behind the scenes talking to her about this, who like
For sure.
okayed the allegation. or,
100%.
or helped write parts of it, right? Like back with the John Swan thing that you covered a long time ago.
Yeah.
Remember when John was like, oh, I had no involvement, and then you go to the Google Doc edit history, and he edited half of it. Who edited half of this to make it sound more extreme?
Yeah, they shop these around for sure, and they get like feedback and stuff before they publish everything. 100%.
Yeah. And it makes, I mean, to an extent, that makes sense. I mean, I shop around videos sometimes to see, like, hey, does this sound right? Does this sound good?
I do the same with my
Does this make
manifestos.
sense?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So who the fuck were these people? Will we ever find out? Maybe not. Maybe you can just assume from whoever is an irrelevant fucking loser who's constantly tweeting about it, they probably did. Like the Ryan guy that you did like the Midwest emo thing. That guy probably had some involvement, if I had to guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it sucks. It especially sucks that, you know, not to pull the age card too much, but these people are all so young. Like, making an allegation like this is publicized forever now. Yeah, I mean, probably deserve to get their careers tanked, but Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking sucks.
Yeah.
What have you been up to, buddy? What's going on in your world?
Nothing much. Just work.
Work. Well, working on what? Working on Norman Finkelstein? I saw a picture of you kissing him. I was kind of, you know, put off by that.
No, I think I wanted to stream a lot this month because I was traveling so much last month, and then who knows? I did a little bit of college research today. Tomorrow we're gonna start on immigration, just like politics. Wait for the next big story to break, and then go from there. You know.
Nice. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for chatting. Have a good one.
I love you. Bye.
See ya.
Right.
Not.
Because I think
Repile that.
that's a good point.
On top of
That's a
that,
good point.
do you think Vladimir Putin's our enemy?
Not really.
Really? Why not?
Because
I don't know if you noticed, but like, notice how this guy. So one thing I said is you step into somebody's frame of reference and then you try to argue like with their values, and the goal is to demonstrate how a position they hold doesn't comport with their own values. So you want this guy to support Ukraine. Well, you're not going to argue with him about, you know, the geopolitical interest or the geostrategic interest the United States might have with Ukraine and the importance of defending Europe and blah, blah, blah. What do conservatives care about? American jobs. Oh, okay. Well, hey, if you support Ukraine and we send them old weapons, then new American jobs will be created with our wonderful military to get more funding to create more weapons and employ brave, hardworking American people that will, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, shit, I like that. I'm a conservative. Okay, based. Yeah.
America first, because a lot of people think we're...
And he reuses that language, too. Put America first.
Is exactly how we put America first, because a lot of people think we're sending cash bags, but we're sending old military equipment, right? And after we send that military equipment, we get to create new American jobs to restock and repile that.
That's a good point.
On top of
That's a
that,
good point.
do you think Vladimir Putin's our enemy?
Not really.
Really? Why not?
Because I think he's trying to run his own country, and he's not.
Does this guy not seem like a plant, though? I mean, I guess he could be. Yeah, true, actually.
I don't think he is a threat to America.
It's okay that he's running his own country, but the problem is when he starts to invade other countries next to him. So we should protect our allies, essentially, right?
I agree. So that's like us trying to invade Canada.
And that wouldn't be okay.
Right.
So to piece my argument together, we're creating new American jobs, and in the process, we get to protect an ally, a sovereign country, Ukraine, from, I think Vladimir Putin is a dictator. He's a threat. He's not a good guy. So I think we're protecting America's interests. I think this is exactly how we put America first, right? Can you see that point of view?
That is a very good point. That's a good point. You've educated me a lot. I appreciate that.
Awesome, and we're both coming from the same point of view of putting America first.
Right.
How can we put America first on the world stage? And sometimes it scares me when they say we put America first by letting Vladimir Putin do what he wants. That doesn't make sense.
Right. How old are you?
21.
You're very wise for your age.
Oh, cute. What are your thoughts on the Crumblies being held responsible for their son shooting up a school in Michigan? I don't know. I heard about that, but I don't know enough about why. Father of school shooter convicted of manslaughter. It could be, isn't there precedence for this? Am I wrong? Like Like, if your child gets into a gun safe and kills themselves in your home, can't you be held responsible for that? I thought. I feel like this has already been a kind of thing. If child kills themselves with your own gun, can you be held responsible? Legal Eagle did a video on the mother. 5 years ago. Oh, but this is with a different law, negligent storage law. Is this referring to the same shooting? Oh no, Michigan. This was Texas. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'm back tomorrow. Reverend Cappuccino, Poppuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Depuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Alpuccino Dinners. I will catch you guys next. Stream Marino. Be careful. Give us gesticle. We need other streamers to host. Oh, is Turkey Tom streaming? What's his name? Tom After Dark? Oh, Tom Dark. Okay, I'll host him on YouTube and I'll host Justical on Kick. Good luck, duders. Be careful.